Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S.
Porque toques el cielo, pero no el suelo, así que créetelo. Quítate el velo velozmente, bro. Vívete tu sueño, pero despierta a la hora que toca. Esa hora, motherfucker, wake up.
Yo me meo en tu cubata antes. Bebo, matar ratas con tan. Vaya al bosque a lo Tarzán mientras enlazan. Fraternidad en casa con su polo colister a estrenar. Se han dejado en el desván de su pensar un mar de ideas. Son grandes ideas ardiendo en chimeneas antiguas. Ríe Dios al ver que te santiguas. Su mente y su luz son ambiguas como mi voz. Lo que para ti es un don, para mí una misión fija. Mis versos son de ninja. Tu poesía pa' fijas que no te fijan. Caen más allá del cristal.
La matriz hipnotiza.
Mi energía os hace trizas. Yo en mi nave nodriza. Comiendo pizza con piña, moldea taroides, vórtices. Con mi mente arborescente junto con Isis y Milos para crear Pegasus en ese perro. Cánticos lemurianos me hacen sentir como en mi hogar. La noche se avecina y se afilan colmillos de vampiras psíquicas. Frecuencias del malestar las alimentan. Nuestro deber es tenerlas raquíticas. Bazookas espaciales latada con la función del sol central, causando desinformaciones bíblicas. Todo lo existente es relativo, o al menos la materia que te describo. Soy antipersonas como las minas y mino. La moral del que venga a negar lo que digo con la mira por tan ombligo. Si me retiro del partido que sea como Figo.
Conocidos en me la pela en verdad.
Si en mi barrio me conocen más que tú a tu enamorada. No hay payasos, solo en anémonas. Cigarcolada, Andrómeda eres.
Conserva tus células primigenias o no podrás volar. El virus se llevó a unos cuantos, pero el ego a más. Se elevó el más a la opulencia. Digo, ciencia
De vaso y Satanás
en el espejo. Jesucristo, la conciencia del flow.
la tierra y su paz
Están vibrando, los sentimientos son la trampa que están manejando. Los hilos de los cuales tú y tu ego estáis medio colgándonos. Que yo sea un superdotado, ni tonto. Solo lo que tú sabes de mierda yo sobre el cosmos.
que lo estudio y profundamente sano me lo tomo. Si no ya hubiera ido a visitar al doctor, porque no soy devoto, mucho menos un santo. Yo jamás voto, pero dale.
Creas alto cuando en verdad sé que tendría que sudarme todo la polla. Pero pienso que hay que vivir por algo.
Que en el letargo cure lo enfermo, sabor amargo, remedio eterno. Me
autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo, el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses. Viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Hold on. Espérate, güey. ¡Viva México, cabrones! 1 second. Oh, this is for you to read it.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
For real, yo. Let me see what we got going on here. Give me a second. This is going to be this is basically going to be a video mostly about the brother all will be revealed. As I've told you, brothers and sisters too, specifically brothers I've been watching since 2022, that I was only trying to motivate you as well, so then you can, put the information out there as best as you understand it, so then our people will kind of see what is occurring. I would always advise you all to try to use scripture as you're going through your videos. So that's the reason why I felt it was important to show this, because we're going to let the brother speak at the end. Well, it's a video that he did. He's actually editing it to be a little bit better. But I told him, look, man, it's good information. Let's get it out now, and then maybe we'll kind of do something as well. So first of all, let me just say shalom to everybody. Okay, hold on. Good to have you here. Good to have you here, brother Yasharala. Shibalba, what up, bro? Let's just go down the line real quick. What up, brother Joe? Shout out to the familia, man. That's right. That's hell yeah. That's right. Here, let me get that real quick, bro. I love that scripture, man. I absolutely love that scripture. It reads, Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions and the house of Jacob their sins. Because that's exactly what we need to do, regardless of whether you guys like the truth or not. It doesn't matter. I'm not here to sugarcoat craps for you. That's not what this book is about. It's not a book to make you feel good. No, it's a book about not just finding who you are, but shedding all that crap that involves around sin. Because at the end of the day, every nation wants this but none of them understand it except the real Hebrews. Because it's not just how strong you sound or how much you know. And it's not all about how much love you share and how to avoid anger. Nah, it's a balance. And it requires it. There's a season for everything. A season for love, for anger, for all of those things. It's part of life. And through this book, you find balance and also understanding. That's why the scriptures say salvation and destruction. You can't have either one. Like faith and works work together. Salvation and destruction work together as faith and works as well. Malachi 1 and 2, I have loved you, say Yahoo, yet you say, wherein hast thou loved us? Was not Esau Jacob's brother, say the Lord? Yet I loved Esau. And yet I loved Jacob. Sorry, I was running to the next one. Yet I loved Jacob and I hated Esau. I should have just stayed here, honestly. Yet I loved Jacob. That's why this is part of the old and new, so to speak, the whole volume of the book. You know, it doesn't change its tune. As it is written, Romans 9:13, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated. Once again. Hey, that's a good one. I'll finish it. I'll finish it with us, and I'll get going with the class. 1 Corinthians 2:10. Actually, I like it. 1 Corinthians 2:10 sounds. This is what it says. It says, "But God had revealed unto us by His Spirit, for the Spirit searcheth all things, yea, the deep things of God." So that's why it talks about if you wanna, like, where does the kingdom of God dwell? That dwelleth in you. So that's why it talks about in a lot of books all over the scriptures regarding not having thorns and nettles either on you or on your path, because that's what will actually destroy you. Now, I'm glad that we actually got onto this topic here, because I think, honestly, it is extremely important. We are dealing with a society of people that claim, some don't claim that they're Hebrews, but claim that they are teaching the right thing with Christianity, Christian apologetics, right? Yet we see how they truly act. All of them now, Christian apologetics, how come you guys ain't attacking these white nationalists? How come you don't go to those particular boards and talk to them about that? No, as long as they're Christian, you got no problem with that, huh? But somehow you wanted to jump on the BHI train and shit. Psalms 50:16, this goes for all of you. But unto the wicked God said, what hast thou to do to declare my statutes? Or that thou should have taken my covenant in thy mouth. When you're teaching scriptures and then claiming that there's supremacy within the 12 tribe chart, man, you're tripping. It's funny because, quite frankly, when you see the teachings and you pay attention to their history, it doesn't apply. What are you guys talking about? But that's just a specific type of spirit that certain nations have. Seeing thou hatest instructions and castest my words behind thee, when thou sawest a thief, then thou consented with him. Hey, who came to the Americas? Now that we know, is it just el gringo, el güero? The people came and you saw the thief and you said nothing, and has been partakers with adulterers. Both of you, specifically those nations that I'm talking about today, because we're gonna touch on this and then move on. I got the brother's video to show. Okay, but I did find something. I think it's important. You guys understand. You guys have to know, because I did leave off yesterday on certain particular things. I promised the brother I was going to play the video after, and I totally forgot. But I was already in the end, so I was like, damn it, I can't stop. That's just the way I am. I figured, you know what, we'll do it today. So let's get going. Thou givest thy mouth to evil, and thy tongue frameth deceit. How long would we been told the old story that the white man came, 1619, slavery? Because every story is like, oh, the white man came and decimated the Native Americans, and then they go, oh, and we enslaved black folks, and they did all this and that. Whoa, hold on a second. Where the hell do you think we were, man? We didn't go nowhere, dumbasses. We didn't go nowhere. So let's continue. When thou sawest a thief, then thou countest with him and casted with him, and has been partakers with adulterers. Thou givest thy mouth to evil, and thy tongue frame deceit. Because they are not telling us the truth. They have never. They have never. Let me see if I want to go here. Yeah, I say, thou sittest and speakest against thy brother. Thou slanderest thine own mother's son. These things hast thou done, and I kept silence. So, America claims that God loves them. This is exactly what he's talking about. They thought that, like, that long neck person, that the dude that acts like a woman, right? She's like, well, brown people are usually Catholics, and Catholics are, and brown people are poor. But, Protestants, we believe in prosperity. So prosperity should let you know that those are the chosen. It's like, what? So, it's because of their so-called prosperity. They believe they're the chosen people. That's the prosperity doctrine. That's Christianity. That's everybody. That's even Catholic churches, man. Like, don't BS it. It's very true. These things hast thou done, and I kept silent. Thou thoughtest that I was altogether such as one as thyself, meaning like you thought I was really wrong with you. You thought I was good with you because I wasn't saying nothing or doing nothing. And I was looking at my people getting destroyed by your hand. And you thought, yeah, God must be with us because he's not defending them and he's not punishing us for anything that we're doing wrong. But I will reprove thee and set them in order before thine eyes. And that's that day when that slaughter begins. Like the Hopi brother said, you're going to see people's heads come off. When the actual moment comes, a lot of you guys are not going to withstand. And I sure as hell don't think I would either, but we're getting ready. You see, that's why I put the title as the brother's name, and it's basically true. All will be revealed. Yesterday, I had showed you the video regarding the... Here, let me see if I can translate. Can I translate? Translate to Spanish? No. Translate to the other part? No. Translate to English? No, wait. Translate to... All right, well, look. Check this out. La afirmación de que los primeros esclavos fueron blancos y los primeros negros fueron conquistadores era una simplificación que no refleja la complejidad histórica de la esclavitud de la conquista. It's basically, let me continue. Si bien hubo esclavitud de personas blancas en diferentes momentos y lugares, y algunos africanos participaron en la conquista de América, la esclavitud africana en América fue un fenómeno masivo y sistemático. That's supposedly what they say. So now, let me show you this real quick. Well, actually, no, let me go back. Let me look this word up. Agravios, meaning. So the word agravio means what?
Offense. Grievance.
I offend.
Right? Offense. Basically. Like, I mean, I think it's clear, correct? There's no really difficulty in this. It's drug trafficking, the federal offense, un delito. Like you're offending, you're attacking, you're hurting other people, right? Oh, my bad. I don't think you guys can see it. Let me go like this. You're hurting other people. That's what's called an offense. An agravio. Agravio is offense, okay? So let's remember that. Now, why am I showing this to you? Because let me remind you guys something. And I have the book in Spanish and in English. So I took both pictures. And I want you to read this with me. I believe this is from the writer Gibson. God, I took the picture earlier, man. I don't even remember where I put it. I'll try to find it. On the bottom of page 273, if you brothers really need to know, you can text me in case I forget. Look what it says here, okay? The term hacienda, I'll start here. The term hacienda had gained currency, and haciendas had begun to depend upon gañanes rather than upon repartimiento labor. Cañanes in the early 17th century, that's in the 1600s, okay? That's not like 1780 something. No, we're talking about the 1600s, okay? It says in the 17th century, had already begun to make their homes within the hacienda confines. So we're talking about the, francisqueños, right? Los disque españoles. Apart from direct land alienation, certain secondary features of Spanish landholdings seriously affected the Indian welfare. The presence of a Spanish property near an Indian community commonly resulted in what we were called offenses, agravios by negro servants, usually robbery and forced entry into Indian homes. Let that sink in for a moment. Take a picture of it, please. Spread the news. This is nothing new under the sun, family. I've told you before, I never wanted to do this. I lost a lot of friends because of the facts that I was finding. People that I grew up with, too. Because they thought I was going crazy and they thought I was becoming like some kind of racist and shit. I was like, man, it's so interesting that when I was bringing this out about white folks, you guys weren't as upset at all. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was okay. So it's okay for the white man to enslave. It's not okay for the white man to enslave you, but it's okay for the black man to enslave you, bro? For real? Apart from direct land alienation, certain secondary features of Spanish landholdings seriously affected Indian welfare. The presence of a Spanish property near an Indian community commonly resulted in what were called offenses, agravios, meaning offenses. You know what I'm saying? Attacks by Negro servants. Okay? Get that. Read that. Please remember that. That's not a white man. That's not a white servant. That's a Negro servant, meaning that he had an upper hand above us because he was able to what? He was a Negro servant and had the fucking audacity to rob us and force into the Indian homes. You see what I'm saying? Now, why is this important, family? Why is this important? Here's the one in Spanish. Para que vean, cabrones. I'm prepared in every way. A principios del siglo XVII o 1700, los gañanes ya habían empezado a vivir dentro de los confines de la hacienda. Aparte de la enajenación directa de las tierras, ciertos rasgos secundarios de la tendencia española de la tierra afectaban gravemente el bienestar de los indios. ¿Por qué? La presencia de una propiedad española cerca de una comunidad indígena resultaba en lo que los sirvientes negros llamaban agravios, robo y violencia de las casas indígenas. Why is this important? Why is this important? You're like, man, you're making a big deal about it. No, I'm not. First of all, for this one reason, right? This is one reason. I just want to make sure you guys understand this. This is one reason, because honestly, I'm surprised they're still like selling this pancake.
He whom thy brethren shall praise.
Listen, blacks, Latinos, and Native Americans are brothers. Latinos and Native Americans need to praise Judah. Why? Why do we have to praise these black people for? Read.
Thy hand shall be in the neck of thine enemies.
That's one of the reasons. One of the reasons why we should praise black people is because they're the ones who had to suffer this first. All right? This is the civil rights. They're the ones who gave Latinos and Native Americans a voice. They're the ones who allowed the Young Lords, the Brown Berets, American Indian movement a voice. Because they were the ones who were getting lynched first. They were getting bitten like dogs first. They were getting sprayed with fire hoses first. They were dragged to the streets first. Their kids were being beaten to death first. Because their hands were at the neck of the enemy first.
Who taught you to hate yourself?
The funny thing is that if you really look at history and what I've been sharing with you guys for quite some time, It is totally contrary to what these idiots are saying. You want to go ahead and love yourself? By all means, love yourself, man. Y'all want to do that shit? By all means, please do. But don't use this wonderful history of ours with and mocking it with a fucking Anglo history that you guys are spitting out. You're either cowards, like I've said it before, or just fucking ignorant to the facts. This right here, oh my God, because they suffered first. Okay, hold on a second. 1917 fumigation baths, bracero programs, wetback operations, the Repatriation Act again. Since 1492, all of this has occurred. Who brought smallpox to the Americas? It wasn't the white man that brought smallpox. They brought French pox. Whose lands was taken? Who was teaching us Christianity? Black and white folks. Who was telling us not to be able to read and write? Black and white folks. Who had the upper hand the entire time? Black and white folks. Whatever relationship between you two had that eventually you just ran out of, like dealing with each other, that's not on us. We didn't invite you guys here. Now, we understand scripturally speaking, this was going to occur. But now that we're seeing the fucking lies, the nerve of you guys to be saying this shit. So I just read you guys a historical fact regarding agravios, right? And I've read and I've shared with you before the video too that it was a so-called African American man that happens to be born in South America that says the first esclavos were blancos and the first conquistadores eran negros, güey. And it doesn't change. Here's why. Look, check this out. This is interesting. I saw this morning. And I was like, I showed my wife. I said, check this out, babe. Look at this.
So this guy.
This is crazy. I said, look, this is crazy. And she's, when she listens, she goes, well, because she was robbed a couple of times her family was robbed a couple of times when they were young, right? And it happened to be by a particular nation. And she's like, well, it's probably them. And I was like, you can't assume that. She goes, because white people don't really do robberies. Now, remember, the agravios had to do with robberies, right? And I was like, nah. But once I finished listening to this, then I found something true. Check this out.
Guy who is actually on trial for a crime basically tried to trick the Trump administration into deporting the witness who would testify against him. That's what happened. And the Department of Homeland Security appears to have fallen for it.
Like, wait, what? Check it. Here we go.
But surely the Department of Homeland Security is running like a Swiss watch, right? Well, last week, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem sent out a press release claiming that ICE had arrested a, quote, illegal alien who threatened to assassinate President Donald J. Trump. It included an image of a handwritten letter, a threat letter that you can see on the screen there, that was sent to the president. Noem claimed that letter was sent by an undocumented immigrant in Milwaukee named Raymond Reyes. But it turns out local law enforcement officials did not think Ramon Reyes sent that letter. In fact, they think that Reyes was being set up. This is from a New York Times story that dropped late today. Quote, not long after the announcement, the government story began to look shaky. And as detectives in Wisconsin began looking deeper, they came to believe Reyes had been framed. By this week, Milwaukee County prosecutors had filed identity theft and witness intimidation charges against another man, a lifelong Wisconsin resident. They said that man had written several threatening letters that included Mr. Reyes' name in the return address. Prosecutors said it was an attempt to catch the attention of the Trump administration and weaponize the threat of deportation against Mr. Reyes, who is scheduled to testify against the man at a robbery trial next
month. So hold on.
Month. So this guy who is actually on trial for a crime basically tried to trick the Trump administration into deporting the witness who would testify against him. That's what happened. And the Department of Homeland Security appears to have fallen for it. They did exactly what he wanted. I don't know. Maybe Kristi Noem would be better off solving crimes if she was dressing up like Sherlock Holmes. She loves to dress up. Couldn't hurt. Maybe she could try it. So this.
Oh, but that's not all, folks. That's not all, man. Because these. Oh, they love it. Hey, FBA, how come you don't show this crap, huh? It doesn't suit your narrative, does it, FBA? Does it? These colonizers don't stop, family. And just because they don't have the upper hand over the white man doesn't mean that they wouldn't do the same shit again. So check this out. Wisconsin man. This is the guy right here. The Wisconsin man that committed the crime, that basically framed our gente. Wisconsin man forged threats against Trump to try to get witness against him deported. To try to get the witness against him deported, officials say. Demetric Scott was charged with felony witness intimidation and identity theft after he was accused of sending letters threatening to kill President Trumpet Man in Ramon Morales Reyes' name. Now, let me tell you something, family. You don't see these trumpets talking about that, do they? You don't see FBA talking about it either.
Demetric Scott now facing 4 more felony charges, as investigators believe he framed Ramon Morales Reyes by threatening to assassinate President Donald Trump. According to the criminal complaint on May 21st, the Wisconsin Attorney General's Office, Milwaukee Police Chief Jeffrey Norman, and the Milwaukee Immigration and Customs Enforcement Office all received handwritten letters like this one, with a return address for Ramon Morales Reyes, threatening to shoot the President of the United States. On May 22nd, ICE arrested Morales Reyes. A detective interviewed him using translation assistance since Morales Reyes could not read, write, or fluently speak English. Both his family and attorney have also stated that as well. Now, in that interview, Morales Reyes was asked if anyone wanted to get him in trouble. He stated the only person who would want to get him in trouble, the person who robbed him, Demetric Scott. Court records show Scott was scheduled for a jury trial on July 14th for that case. Reyes was the victim. On May 28th, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem shared a photo of the letter claiming that Morales Reyes wrote it. She also issued this statement on his arrest, reading in part, "Thanks to our ICE officers, this illegal alien who threatened to assassinate President Trump is behind bars." On May 30th, MPD interviewed Scott, where he admitted that he wrote the letters, not Morales Reyes. When asked why, Scott told investigators freedom, sharing that his intentions were not to go after the president, but to prevent Morales Reyes from testifying at his trial. According to court records, Scott had made calls to his mom and others while in jail about mailing the letters. "I went to go try and talk with her.
This mailbox is not currently accepting messages."
But no one answered. However, his mother told investigators she did not have any idea what was written in those letters.
Really? I'm only a messenger, and I'm here to teach the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Now, Edom went ahead and said, yeah, this fits our narrative. Edom don't want to say anything about it now because they love this hatred perpetually. Canaan now basically told you exactly who they are. They have not changed, family. If you guys go to Jubilees chapter 10, verse 28, you'll see exactly how their acts are very similar. Nothing new under the sun. Here is after the division of the nations. Ham, Japheth, and Shem. You either believe in science or you believe in this book. So if you believe in this book, it didn't originate out of Africa. If you believe in science, then things originated out of Africa, because that's what they say. But you also have to agree that, we were once monkeys and we were fish at one point, and somehow we're humans now. That's science. Jubilees 10 and 28 says, "And Ham and his sons went into the land which he was to occupy, which he acquired as his portion in the land of the south, Africa." That's that whole portion of that continent of Africa. And Canaan saw, remember, this is after leaving like Babylonia area, Padam Aram, because that's technically where Shem, Japheth, and Ham were subjugating initially before the split. Around the time of which one is it? Before Eber, before here. I'll remember. Let me just explain this. Let me just read this. All right. And Canaan saw the land of Lebanon of the river on to the river of Egypt, that it was very good. So that means that they were splitting in the center of Asia. For example, like Ur the Chaldees, right? Like Middle East. Between, not too far into the Indias, you know what I'm saying? Like that Hindu section, east of Hindu, so to speak. North of Ur. So that's where the scriptures talk about that the split became, because that's when you see Canaan and Ham, they're coming from east, going to west, because that's where Africa is, going to west. This is what it's talking about. Canaan saw the land of Lebanon to the river of Egypt, that it was very good, as they're passing by. So as a family, they're passing by, and he went not into the land of his inheritance, to the west. That is to the sea. Do you understand that? That is West Africa. West Africa is where Canaan belongs to. You cannot deny that. BHI, you love to run away from that shit, but you just can't deny this no more. And he went not into the land of his inheritance to the west, that is to the sea, and he dwelt in the land of Lebanon, eastward and westward, from the borders of Jordan and from the borders of the sea. That's when you see the land of Canaan. See, so when idiots claim that, oh, well, that was their land first, no, the portion was given to Shem from the get-go. These people were just seditious. They claim things that does not belong to them. It's called confabulation. It's called bipolarism. Sometimes it just works and sometimes it doesn't. And then it says here, and Ham, his father in Cush, and Mizraim, his brothers. So Cush is acceptable. They accept that Cushites are Africans. They accept that Mizraims are Africans. And they accept where their locations are. But they don't want to ever accept what fucking Canaan is. So as they're passing by, Shem, Ham, and Mizraim are telling Canaan, you have settled in a land which is not yours, and which did not fall to us by lot. Do not do so. For if you do so, you and your sons will fall in the land and be accursed through sedition. For by sedition you have settled, and by sedition will your children fall. You shall be rooted out forever. Do you understand what that forever means? Do not dwell in the land of, do not dwell in the dwellings of Shem. For to Shem and to his sons did it come by their lot. Cursed you are, and cursed shall you be beyond all the sons of Noah, by the curse by which we bound ourselves by an oath in the presence of the Kadash judge. And in the see how this is why Canaan was cursed from the get-go. It was prophetic to see that there was a seditious name from the get-go, would not know their space, would not have what was given to them, would always envy everything else, just like today. Just like today. I mean, let's put it this way. Let's say we're not Israelites. Now we got Canaan saying that we're not even from here. You see what I'm saying? So that's one point. But if you go further into this book, on chapter 22, thank you, brother, for sharing that, man. And I read this yesterday, but let me read it again today. Once again, it's talking about Canaan. Remember the agravios, remember the experience, remember the history. They've had white and black colleges here since the 1800s, family. In 1837 was the first black college. You already know they had a lot of white colleges. 1837, 1846, 1857, 1865, 1890, 1902. Like, when did we start reading? They've prohibited us every education possible. I've showed you material. The Lutheran newsletter clearly states that in September 7th, 1900, Spain still prohibited us from even reading the Bible. The literacy rate, like I've shared with you, was about maybe 5%, if that. And if you could buy a book, you had to be wealthy. So we have nothing in common with these people. Nothing in common. No historical similarities. No, nothing. But when you push the white man's narrative to fit black man Bible concept, well, of course it's going to look like it matches. It's almost like you created this history to match a prophecy, yet it's not real. This is why the Most High is going to punish you both severely. Beware. So maybe go to verse, I'll go to 20. Jubilees 22:20. Beware, be you aware, my son Jacob, of taking a wife from any seed of the daughters of Canaan. You see that? For all his seed is to be rooted out of the earth. You understand what it's saying? All their seed is rooted out of the earth. For all his seed is to be rooted out of the earth. For owing to the transgression of Ham, Canaan erred, and all his seed, oh man, come on, bro. Stupid ass. and all his seed shall be destroyed from off the earth, and all the residue thereof, and none springing from him shall be saved on the day of judgment. Do you know how many people, our gente, are stupid, idiot brothers and sisters married because of BHI into Canaan? Do you understand what you have just done to your children, you dumbasses? I hope, man, I'm telling you, before you get involved into anything, make sure you know what you're getting involved to. And then when you find out that you were wrong, then fucking admit it and step away. Here it says they're going to be destroyed forever, just like Esau, forever. And who do we have to deal with? Who's creating this chaos? Verse 22, and as for all the worshipers of idols and the profane, there shall be no hope for them in the land of the living, and there shall be no remembrance of them on the earth, for they shall descend into hell basically, and into the place of condemnation they shall go. And as for the children of Sodom were taken away from the earth, so will all those who worship idols be taken away. But he says, fear not, my son Jacob, and be not dismayed, O son of Abraham. Christians have no clue why Abraham keeps being mentioned in the New Testament. They're like, Will K. Malone says, oh, we don't know where Abraham came from. Shut up, dumbass. May the Most High, Yahweh, preserve you from destruction, and from all the paths of error may he deliver you. Now that right there, the path. The other day I did a class on that. Thank you, bro, for bringing that out. 2 Ezra 16:77. Do not leave a path like that. Check this out. Let's go to it real quick. Remember, fear not, my son Jacob, and be not dismayed, O sons of Abraham. May the Most High preserve you from destruction, and from all the paths of error may he deliver you. Paths. Check this out. 2 Ezra 16:77. Look what it says. It says here, woe be unto them that are bound with their sins and covered with their iniquities, like as a field is covered over with bushes, and the path thereof covered with thorns, that no man may travel through. Why? It is left undressed. So if it's left undressed, and is cast into the fire to be consumed therewith. See what I'm talking about? Having a clear path. Clear path. So all of you get confused about, Hebrews here. It talks about having a clear path. I believe. And let's see. It says, wherefore lift up the hand, make straight. Here it goes, right here. Hebrews 12:12. Wherefore lift up the hands which hang down, and let the feeble knees, and make straight path for your feet, lest that which is lame be turned out of the way, but let it be rather healed. Path. That stuff is important. Deuteronomy 7:1. When the Lord thy God shall bring thee into the land whither thou goest to possess it, and it hath cast out many nations before thee, the Hittites, Girgashites, Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than thou. And when the Lord thy God shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them and utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show mercy on them. Now, obviously, that didn't occur completely, right? That's why they're still here, which is why the residue is deemed for destruction. These are facts. This is not a lie here. Ezekiel 36 also talks about somebody. Ezekiel 36:3. Therefore prophesy and say, thus say the Lord God, because they have made you desolate and swallowed you up on every side. Isn't that what happened from the east to the west? The 13 colonies, and all of a sudden they own California? That ye might be a possession unto the residue of the heathen, and ye are taken up in the lips of talkers, and are in the infamy of the people, and are an infamy of the people. They hate us. Therefore, ye mountains of Israel, hear, or Yasharallah, for example, hear the word of the Lord God. That's all, not just Judah. So because maybe I'm bringing out the word first, I'm supposed to be superior than the brethren that are following after me. Like, yeah, you better praise me because, like, you know, I brought it out. I went through it. I have a son who's, you know, sick, and we battled it every single. Really? That's all fleshly shit, man. It talked about being two sticks no more, and the two-stick problem was that certain nations felt superior than others. You guys, for example, Judites, right, so to speak, felt superior. And yet we see these people acting like that again. But who? That's the question. The white man taught the same thing, family. The white man taught us through Protestant Christianity that they were the chosen with a white Jesus. BHI is teaching the same shit, just different color. Same concept. This is why they're going to both be destroyed. It says, thus say the Lord God to the mountains and to the hills, to the rivers and to the valleys, to the desolate waste and to the cities that are forsaken, which became a prey and is risen to the residue of the heathen that are round about. Therefore, thus say the Lord God, surely in the fire of my jealousy I have spoken against the residue of the heathen and against all Idumea. Which have appointed my land in their possessions with the joy of all their heart and with the spiteful minds to cast it out for a prey. See? Let me show you something real quick. This is exactly, we see the other agravios. Let's go.
Jacob Soboroff, quote, my family and colleagues told me that when I have kids, I'll think about the separations differently. But I don't think so. Homeland Security sent me to the border to see the separations for myself, to try to make me more compassionate. But it didn't work. Jacob responds, it didn't work? I will never forget what I saw. Seriously, are you a white nationalist? No, she said, but I believe if you come to America, you should assimilate. Why do we need to have, like, Little Havana?
Please? It doesn't stop, does it? It does not stop. It's crazy, man. Little Havana, she says. What we got to deal with these beaners? They should act white. That's what they say. Lacking empathy. More than that. There's absolutely nothing. So now before I transition into the video, because that's going to be playing next, I want to share this with y'all. And I would really appreciate if you guys do stick around and watch the video. Now, the brother's working on editing with adding pictures and videos right now. He's going to basically talk about what he's found. All right. Again, I'm not pushing this in regards to, believe it. Everything that I do, for example, I always tell you to confirm it. So whatever the brother's bringing out, make sure you confirm it, because there's a lot of information. Okay. Let's again this video and then the next one, and then that'll be it.
In 1923, Adolf Hitler led a coup against the German government that ended up being called the Beer Hall Putsch. He was tried and convicted for this, became a felon, which he claimed was a political move from the Socialist Democrats, and he started a campaign about how he was for the working German and how educators were poisoning German minds against Germany, and that he was going to make Germany great again. And he became chancellor on January 30th of 1933. He promptly forgave all the people who participated in his Beer Hall Putsch, giving them medals of honor, and then started prosecuting, persecuting, and killing all of the law enforcement who resisted his coup. By April 7th of 1933, he passed what was called the Law for the Restoration of Public Service, which rolled back work protections, allowing all public service to discriminate against women and people of color, and only people who were of Aryan descent who pledged loyalty to Hitler could work in public service. Now, he was able to control the government by making oligarchs part of his head of government, and he demonized minorities, saying it's us versus them. He chose the Jews because they were a relatively small minority, and the LGBTQ community, which was thriving in Germany in the 1920s, include having the first trans surgical clinic that the Nazis burned to the ground. They also banned and burned any books that they considered degenerative or immoral, which just means that they acknowledged that gay people and trans people are real and talked about their experiences. They also burned and canceled any book that discussed classism. Within the first year, he was able to roll back civil liberties basically entirely. And because he felt that manhood was under attack from these independent German women, protections for women were rolled back in the public sphere, especially reproductive rights, and doctors who administered abortions could get the death penalty. Women were told your life is your country, your family, and your home. And very shortly after that, laws were passed to restrict women to simply life in the home, because obviously men don't want to compete against women in the public sphere. And members of the LGBTQ community, in addition to being demonized the same way that the Jews were packed up and shipped to concentration camps, especially gay men, since it was thought that lesbians could be forced to reproduce. And I say all that to say that then the German army was militarized against the German people and anyone who decided to do the right thing and protect these minority groups.
Crazy, yeah. Freaking exactly the same steps. The brother will be revealed. He is going to go about 30 minutes into this. I would look, he only got about 6 subscribers, family. Come on, man. Y'all need to subscribe to the brother. He's getting started. You know what I'm saying? Everything develops in time. Anyway, so I appreciate you guys sticking around. Please, there's a lot of information in here. You know what I mean? I know I told him about this. We chatted between, you should do more video editings and stuff like that. You know, adding more pictures and stuff like that. So I guess he's trying. We're all learning as we're moving.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Okay, there we go. So we're all trying. So, hey, listen, I advise everybody, all brothers and sisters, if you have time, do little things. Like a brother I talked to, Shalom Julio, he does TikTok. Even if it's not much, it's like 30 minutes here, 30 minutes there. And he's sharing the information. We already know about Brother Joey doing it. You guys already know what I've been doing. You guys already know now. You heard about Brother Vega now because you never heard of him. He's been doing it for a while. So it's literally needed, okay? Our people need to get out of these Christmas Christian dumb BHI doctrines, man, for real. There's more to this than just that lame-ass idea that you're going to have a kingdom, you're going to have women, you're going to have money, you're going to have slave, and you're going to get revenge. Like, okay, what about all the shit that you did? That's not something to work towards, to get rid of it, to get rid of depression, anxiety, anger, frustration, to be at peace of mind. A lot of us probably don't even know what the hell peace of mind even means or even feels like. Just imagine having a peace of mind that everything is good. The reason I say this is because anxiety is like really in me. And that's something that a lot of our people go through. That's why we're like hard workers, man. And we don't finish. I mean, we don't stop. Because that anxiety, man, that preocupación, like it's like our parents taught us that shit. You know, and it comes from 1492, what they were telling them. Hey, ¿qué haces, indio? Pues usted ya sabe, señor. Those are truths. Those are facts. Let's go, fam.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Now, this particular video is a topic that I've been wanting to talk about for a few months now. The topic is about a false flag and the high possibility of a false flag. And with everything the way it is going around the world, it might come to pass. I'm not sure. I don't want to say anything, but looking at the past in 9/11, everything that happened then and the parallels today, I'm just seeing the history and the patterns. Now, this will affect a lot of people. This, if it does happen, but I believe it will. But this video is particularly made for my people who are tied to the Americas. You could say, indigenous people to the Americas. Let's go ahead and start with the with the subject. From El Salvador's mega prison, or at least for now, so it might be prison soon enough. The Immigrant Registry, the Alien Enemy Act, the ICE raids, and the so-called LA riots, California riots at the moment, and now with what's happening right now with Israel attacking Iran, things are speeding up quickly. But also, let's not forget a few months back, the United States said they would consider droning Mexico. At least sending drones into Mexico to bomb cartels, since they are not considered a terrorist organization. And what do we hear now? what do we hear in the news lately? The past few months, the propaganda, the ideas, suggestions being repeated over and over again. You know, through your movies, through your news, and through your leaders. Let's listen to a few clips, a few video clips from the millennial group themselves. See, out of their own mouth, they're building the narrative to something. And I'm telling you right now, you know, be prepared for a major attack. And it won't be some Chinese, Iranian, Islamic cartel alliance as they're trying to push or create, whatever fictitious enemy they want to build up to. And it will be those behind the New World Order, the NWO, the Novus Ordo Seclorum, the Golden Age of Saturn, those who wish to bring about a 1,000-year reign of so-called peace, a Christian utopia. See Revelation chapter 20, verse 4. And Hitler himself wanted to bring about a millennial reign. And I believe this has always been the agenda from the First Reich, the Holy Roman Empire, the Second Reich, which was the German Empire, the Third Reich, which was Nazi Germany, and now the Fourth Reich, which is the United States of America. So about this false flag, now ask yourself this question. Do any of you actually believe that anyone is stupid enough to attack the United States of America? And I really doubt it. I believe no. And this is what is happening now is basically the same thing that happened before the 9/11 attacks, the September 11, 2001 attacks on the Twin Towers. And at that time, we were being fed the narrative for months that Osama bin Laden was going to attack the United States and Israel. And this goes credit to Bill Cooper. He's the one who predicted the 9/11 attacks before they happened. And at that time, before the 9/11 attacks, you had all the intelligence agencies like the FBI under Louis Freeh, the NSA, the CIA, and even the Israeli Mossad, with all their funding, budget, advanced equipment, and their overall cooperation. And these agencies couldn't even find Osama bin Laden. But you know who found him? Some CNN reporter did. And all it is psychological warfare, Some of the like Bill Cooper, he's called people sheeple because he said they were so demoralized and brainwashed by the entertainment industry that you could pretty much tell them anything and they'll believe it. And what are we seeing in the news lately? What's being normalized? That's calling certain people terrorists now. When they say cartels, it will eventually be a people who are indigenous to the Americas, who have a look to them, and that's what's happening now. It's being normalized, and it's the same story that's always told over and over again. It's the same little rhetoric, the same propaganda. And like as I said, I do expect a major attack, and I don't want to put a date or anything on it, but these people always tell you what exactly they're gonna do. And let me just put two possible dates. I'm not saying it will happen, but just to put them out there. 3/22, March 22nd, and you could read Genesis 3:22, Genesis chapter 3, verse 22. And another possible date could be July 4, 2026. And I believe their target, will be the city-state of Washington, D.C. And, just like the attacks on the Twin Towers, after that happened, I remember that they had so many compilation videos of the Twin Towers in movies and cartoons and everything being shown, like years after it happened. But lately, oh, for decades now, you could say decades, they've been telling us that Washington D.C. is always being attacked. In the movies, in the video games, and documentaries, and usually the target that is usually attacked in these movies or games is always the House of Representatives, the Congress. The funny thing is, let me quote Hitler here. He said, quote, "Hitler could not come to absolute power without the Reichstag fire," end quote. And the Reichstag is pretty much the equivalent of the House of Representatives, the Congress. Can you imagine the implications of this if it does come to pass, not only in the United States but worldwide? And the United States, definitely national martial law. What's funny about this is that Bill Cooper believed that his time, when the Twin Towers were attacked on September 11, 2001, for those of you who don't know or are younger, he believed that at that time martial law would be implemented nationwide. And if it does happen, as I said, it will be those behind the NWO. But you're free to believe whatever you want. And this isn't about the left or the right. It's about these mystery religions of so-called Babylon, you could say, who have been planning world religion and government for centuries. You can even say thousands of years back. And some people even believe since the Tower of Babel, since it fell. See Genesis 11 for that. And please look into the mystery religions. I would recommend the Bill Cooper Mystery Babylon series, which I have on my playlist. I think it should be available for the public. And it should take you about 40 hours to get the basics of it at least. But once you do listen to that and learn about these mystery religions, you will know exactly where we are heading, or where they want to take us, what their overall agenda is. And again, about this false flag, I really believe they must do something horrible in order to suspend the Constitution. And you still believe in the Constitution, as I call it, the Constitution. Declare national martial law, throws into at least throw certain people, their political enemies, into concentration camps, and hunt us like animals as they did during La Matanza. And again, I'm talking about my people, because I'm seeing everything on the parallels happening. So we are the primary targets, and they'll use this as an excuse to this attack as an excuse to invade Mexico. So yeah, we need to call these people out, these damn devils out. Because if we don't, you can expect the same destruction in Mexico as you've seen in Palestine and other countries that have been invaded by the United States military in the past decades. So yeah, these people, they're ahead of us in everything, planning. So if you're concerned about the United States Constitution being suspended, this was brought up way back as early as even the Iran-Contra hearing. And they even have their own clergy response teams ready to pacify and bring people into submission. Basically is a priest class that are they're basically going to open the Bible up to Romans 13 and tell you to calm down and not do a damn thing. And I'm not saying you should or shouldn't, but you do have the right to defend yourself, even though this isn't a physical, war. It's really a spiritual battle. And really, anybody who's talking about physical revolution, to me is an agent or just straight up ignorant. Because this isn't our house, fam. It's not our system. This Roman system that they set up is not ours. It's foreign to us. And they have all the ancient knowledge and understanding of this beast system, as you call it. You can call it. Yeah, so you could have, as I've said this before, you could have 1,000 revolutions and you'll still be in the same place as you are now. the same system, the same everything will be the same Greco-Roman system. So yeah, it's not ours. There is no solution in revolution. But one of the real solutions is it's easy. It's separation is the key. All we have to do is walk away from this system when everything starts going down the fucking toilet. Now let's go over this individual called Cain. Let's go over some points and questions to finish this off right here, because this video really was about the false flag, upcoming false flag. But let's talk a little bit about Cain and other topics as well. Who is Cain? At least according to the craft to Freemasonry, Cain was fathered by the serpent. At least by the Freemason legend or myth. Cain was fathered by the serpent or one of the Elohim. And coincidentally, you know, some of the Gnostics, they believe that the serpent is Jesus. And Freemasons themselves, at least I'm guessing some of the higher level guys, they believe that they come from Cain. And the rest of us are the how they call ungrateful sons of Seth. And I would tell you to please look into the widow's son. There's a video on I should add to my playlist that it's a pretty good video that will go over that topic, which is about an hour. But I would recommend you listen to that as well, on top of the Bill Cooper's Mystery Religion series. And you see, it really doesn't matter what you want to believe, fam, out there, people, because these people are in power and you're not. Again, these people are in power. They are in rulership, and if this is what they believe, it's going to affect you one way or another. And you know, that's the truth. You know, I'm sorry, but that's the way it is, and you can't do anything about it. We are slaves to Rome. We are indigenous to this land, but foreigners to this Roman entity. And this system right here, this Roman system, has been here before any of us. And we have been under occupation since 1492. And you can even say that the Crusades never left. And now some people will point out and say, you know, it's the Jews, it's the bankers, the Zionists, which is true. But when you start looking into these mystery religions, they all go back to Rome and even further back to Babylon and so forth. The Jesuits, Illuminati, Masons, the Rosencross, all these religions, they all go back to the mystery religions of Babylon, as Bill Cooper will call it. Even the Wailing Wall, you know, even which many like to point out to this and say, look, you know, they're under Jew influence. You have all these world leaders going to the Wailing Wall and praying to it. But when you actually look into the Wailing Wall, you will find out that it's actually another Roman structure, and this structure is called the Antonia Fortress. And what are my thoughts on the state of Israel and Zionism? I really believe that the state of Israel, these people were set up as a scapegoat. And with everything that's happening now around the world, maybe the world will come against the state of Israel. They will be blamed for everything. And this will lead to the unification, world religion, world government. Cause for peace, unity, and a world religion will be caught upon by political and religious leaders as a solution. And what that means is that all religions will unify, and they will. And they will unify under the papacy. And please look into the ecumenical movement for that. And that's one of the reasons I also don't blame the Jews entirely, which is really more of a conspiracy. And the conspiracy is two or more people working together to hurt another group of people. And if they do manage to blame the Jews, everything on the Jews, well then, if they do manage to do that, I really believe they'll wipe clean all of Rome's history, all the white man's history. And that's what they want to do, you know. will blame the Jews. So everything that America has done since its foundation, I mean the United States, will be swiped clean. After that, you can't blame anyone else. And I believe this is the goal. And the papacy will be given authority over the secular and spiritual world. And from that, you can expect Sunday worship. Sunday laws will be enforced, as they are working toward that right now, as it is in the United States. And then you have another group of people. Other people believe that that a third Jewish temple will be rebuilt, and this world leader that they are expecting will be the Antichrist, the anti-Messiah, and he will be the one that will deceive the world. And so just take your pick from that, the papacy or the Jewish temple. And this isn't the first time that world unity or government has existed. Well, at least according to the Bible, look into Genesis chapter 11 and 1 Maccabees chapter 1 verse 41 through 42. You know, and what's funny about this is that I hear a lot of people crying about, oh, you know, we gotta unite against the elite. And what the thing is, these ideas, are they really yours, or is it something that's been given to you through movies? Because whenever I hear unity, I see it through the movies, all these damn movies like Battle of Los Angeles, Independence Day, all these movies about people uniting and saving the world and all this other nonsense. So we will have a world government, but to me, unity never works. You know it, I know it, and some of us here, especially in the Americas, we will never truly assimilate to this Greco-Roman system. And that right there is a problem, fams. And that right there is a problem. Because if they do bring about this world government, you know, anybody who doesn't go along with it, you know, well, you know what's going to happen. And as I keep saying, they will have the world government. And if they do, it will be short-lived. So, as I keep saying again, separate from these people, separate from this entity, this Roman Greco-Babylonian entity that these people brought. And I want you to remember this day, fam. Remember who your enemies are, because we truly are the stumbling block to this world government that they have planned. So yeah, separate and let their Christian Tower of Babel, as I call it, let it fall. You know, fuck these people, especially the white man. And you hear that, children of Cain? You are going to fall. You know, your God, your creator, whoever it is, your God made the nations fall, as they say it, to stumble. And now your judgment is coming back at you. And, you know, even to your children. And I don't feel one bit of sorry for y'all. Not one bit. Because everything is being revealed, and you will be exposed to the world. And, you know, and you as people, you're miserable. You know, you're hateful. You're deceitful people who will you will never do good or be at peace with yourselves. And a lot of our people will fall for you. You know, they will fall for your fucking lies. But hopefully, some of us are, you know, become woke, or, you know, wake up from your fucking lies. Because when the dust settles, you know, everyone will look upon you and just laugh at you and see how pathetic you are, how naked and fearful you really are as a people. You know, and the whole world will say, you know, is this the man we feared? Is this the man that made the world tremble? And know this, sons of Cain. That's what I call you, sons of Cain, or the Romans, or whatever you want to be called. You know, some of you believe that you're spiritual Israel for some reason, that you're the good guys here to bring light to the nations. But I'll let you know something right now, that you will never be loved or approved by the Creator. And you are just like Loki. Now, that's it for the white man, for the Romans, or for the Edomites, whatever you want to call them, Japhet. And I wanted to add more video editing, but I wanted to get this video out of here, so I'll do more editing to this part. So that's for the white man, you know. So when I say white man, you know, a lot of you, if you're gonna have hate for the white man, or you know, you want to separate from the white man, I say separate from other people too, because this isn't just a white man thing. And we'll get to that in a moment right now. And the next subject is African Americans. You know, another group that we have to separate ourselves from. And I know this is it might be a little touchy subject for some of you, but we're gonna talk about it regardless. And you know, let's stop kidding ourselves, fam. There won't ever be a true black and brown unity, because we don't have the same spirit. You know, let's be straight. We don't have the same spirit. And if you want to talk about unity with the blacks, you know, don't talk to me about anything indigenous if you're gonna be holding hands with these people. And some of these African Americans, they have the same agenda as the white man, like the Puritans. You know, they see you as Canaan and believe that the Americas is their promised land. And the Africans, the earliest that they arrived in America was in 1492 as the black conquistadors, who helped the Spanish, and they helped colonize the Americas. And to me, to tell you the truth, I think that the black man is a secret weapon for the white man. And when you start looking at African American history, you come to find out about that these people had thousands upon thousands of black slave owners. Then you look into the black Buffalo Soldiers, and these people, they had Prince Hall masonry since the founding of the United States. They had colleges probably since the 1800s. And everything's a lie about these people. Rosa Parks was a lie. And our people, as you want to call them, Latinos or whatever you want to go with, especially in the United States, you know, they've been brainwashed and influenced by the fake black history, the rap, the sports, entertainment, you know, to feel sorry for these people, to elevate them above ourselves, really, when you look at it, to follow their leadership and their ways, the way they behave, the way they act, the way they talk, everything about these people. And it really has been destructive to us, to our people. And now we are demoralized following these people, be it white or black. And is that racist? Have everything that I said so far, is that racist? I mean, I want y'all to comment and let me know if that was racist, you know. Because, you know, I'll say this: good. No, good. If it's racist, good. Fuck y'all. Because I bet it wasn't racist when I was talking shit about the white man, huh? Right? And I'll let you know this: I'm against both these people, the whites and the blacks, because to me they are the Masonic board, and we need to stop playing this black and white game. Question for you, African Americans that claim that you aren't from Africa. Now, why is it that Leo Africanus' description of Africans is 100% description of you? And when I mean that is, if you read his book called Geographical History of Africa, you go to page 41 and 42. Let me go ahead and read a few lines from his book. Quote, "The inhabitants are somewhat needy and covetous, being also very proud and high-minded, and wonderfully addicted unto wrath, void of good manners. You shall see commonly 2 or 3 of them together. They speak always with an angry and loud voice. Their mind are perpetually possessed with vexation and strife." End quote. Now, if anybody wants to read that, is the Leo Africanus Geographical History of Africa, page 41 and 42. And to me, that's you, African Americans. That's your spirit. Just like twerking is, is what you do. Twerking is when you look into twerking, it's an African tradition called, going back to centuries, called Mapuka, Mapouka, and that's in your spirit. And now, now you have people twerking all over the world. You got grannies twerking, you got children twerking. Even in China, you have people twerking. When you go into the Red Note app, you see all these Chinese women twerking as well. It has demoralized the world. So that's your spirit, and and I'm tired of feeling sorry for you people all the time. I'm tired of you people trying to always shame guilt us, trying to cause division within our people, because we don't kiss up to you. Especially now, you're taking advantage of what's happening now in the United States. So those days are coming to an end too. All your little tactics and all your fuckery against our people, it's coming to an end. And you cry. You like to point out the racism and colorism within the Latino community, as you call it. But you're just as bad, or even worse, when it comes to the real Africans, and within your own community as well. Oh, that's right. You're not Africans, right? Yeah, that's right. And I say real Africans because you African Americans are a new being. As you like to call us, Spaniards and mixed mutts. You're a new being as well. Because when you look at it, you're a Thomas Jefferson baby. You came from Thomas Jefferson's nutsack. So you're the newer being, as you want to call it. And prove me wrong, take a DNA test. Oh, that's right, you don't believe in DNA testing. Except when you're trying to prove that you're not the daddy. You're not the papa. So you're always crying, complaining about everything. You like to tell the world that, Latinos are racist and we don't want you to date our daughters, and damn right. Because you black man, you have this damn spirit on you, that you don't even love or respect your own women. What makes you think you're going to respect our daughters? From the BHIs, the Kevin Samuel types, that Myron guy from Fresh and Fit, the Red Pill type guys. You guys are always talking shit about black women all the time. So keep blaming the black woman all you want. But it's in your spirit, Mr. Black Man. That's who you are. And this is true because any woman who isn't black that marries onto you, they start picking up your own behavior. It's that behavior. So it's you, Mr. Black Man. It's not the black woman. Let's go ahead and finish this off. And we don't need you, Mr. Black Man, Mr. Black people. We don't need you. You don't need us. And I'll leave it at that. And let me go back to this false flag. And I wanted to say this because people, they know, I guess you could say they feel, they see something. Even if you're religious or not, they know that something is coming. They feel that something is wrong. And whether you're spiritual or not, religious or not. And let me just finish saying this. I really believe that America will be invaded. You are going to see a massive, and I mean massive foreign invasion, like never anything seen in the history of mankind, come down on the United States of America. And I'm telling you right now, to my people, walk away. Don't be part of this. Don't defend this goddamn satanic country. Let the white man and let the black man fight for it, because they did bring it over here. This is their system. As the some of these BHI out of their own mouths, they say that they ruled Europe. And if they did, it was under the same system. They came here in 1492 and they colonized the Americas together. And that's what it is. That's how it went. And now everything that has happened, everything's being exposed, the veil is being removed. You are going to see war, hell, like you've never seen before. And troops are coming here, foreign troops en masse. And I mean, you probably can't imagine it right now, but it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And yeah, that's all I have to say. And just get right with your people, I guess I could say that. And this isn't meant to be a fear mongering or anything. You see the signs everywhere. We are the age of Rome is coming to an end. The white man's rulership is coming to an end. And if you want to fight with him, go raise your arm and your weapons against any armies that are coming. But this is their fight. It's not ours.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
The black man having an obsession.
My bad. Sorry, couldn't sound. Check it. So thank you, brothers, for supporting the brother, man. Now, in regards to what he was saying regarding how Canaan treats themselves, I thought it was perfect because I was going to do a video on this dude right here. But, like he thinks color, classism, racism, it applies to like indigenous. He always uses Latinos and shit. He doesn't realize that Latinos are basically a mixture of them. And they're racist within themselves because they're fucking lost in the sauce. You see, I love our gente. I love my tradition. I love my cultura. I love everything about like the memorias, how we treat our daughters, how we treat our mothers, how we respect our dads, how we take care of them when it's time to take care of them when they're older. We don't put them in asylums and shit. You know what I'm saying? One thing that I've always told them, as a matter of fact, my wife was the one that helped me understand. To the younger, the kids and the elderly are always the first ones to be ignored. You understand what that means? The first ones to be ignored. And that, quite frankly, is pretty sad. When you think about the fact that the first people, usually, when you get into your teens, right, you ignore the kids and you ignore the elder, which is why we believe truly in taking care of the least, the children and the elders. Like, for sure, there's no way to get around it. You got to take care of the children and you got to take care of the elders. Because you'll be old too one day. And you won't be able to move your bones one day. And you're going to need assistance from somebody one day. So we have that in our spirit, which is something that a lot of other nations don't fucking have. Those are just facts. So I'm glad that this guy is educating him because he's like, oh, I didn't know. Yeah, that's why you need to do a thorough history. And then after this, I'm going to show you a video. I thought I was going to stop. But as I was kind of doing some errands real quick, this is why I came back real quick. I thought I was going to be late on it. I remembered the video that I had mentioned before, and you know what? It's touching on everything that we're talking about today. Really, like what the Freemasonry, the actual world, what's going on, and I'll also show you exactly how we lost the land in 1848 through lodges like this, through the Kabbalah, all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
Obsession with white women. They date outside their race more than every other race of man combined in my city. I'm not just meaning white women, any other race of women that isn't black. For some reason, they have a weird obsession with anything that's not a black woman.
You have an issue with that?
Yeah, because they create a lot of kids that they don't take care of. Half their children flood the foster system. Their children, mixed kids, outnumber black kids in the foster system by a significant amount. And they don't come for their kids.
your father's Black American. Your mother is a white woman of Mexico.
Yes.
So you are actually the product of a black.
And then he says, a white woman of Mexico. First of all, do you even know what the fuck that even means, bro? This is why in my class, I'm going to show you that we were light skinned too. We weren't just dark skinned, man. And he believes, if I'm not mistaken, I will be revealed, watch one of his videos, that he believes that before the white man came, we were all dark. Now let's listen in, and I'm going to let it play. I'm not going to talk no more.
Black man dating or mating with a white woman. So
more of a one night stand. Yeah.
It was a one night stand.
Yeah.
Oh. In your opinion, at least from what you understand, why do you think that is? That in your opinion, you see most black men going for non-black women. In your opinion, why is that?
Inferiority complex. The women they get with aren't quality. Even if they look good, they have such horrible behavior patterns that no man in their right mind would want to be with them. But black men don't care, and they'll get with a woman that has the same behavior patterns that they claim black women have. But since she's not black, they don't care.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's kind of like there's this thing that I hear where, you know, there are some black American YouTubers that complain. Literally, they built a platform complaining about black women, that they have attitudes, they are this and that. But then when it's a Latina or a white woman that are these ways that they don't like black women to be, it's considered sexy on them. Yeah?
Yeah, pretty much. And they also create the men they hate. They hate light-skinned men. They're envious that light-skinned men have the ability to attract other races of women easier than they do. They don't get the top of the litter. Especially, I'll give you an example. White Hispanic women are very vocal that they do not like dark-skinned black men on average. But they'll prefer light skins and other, well, basically mixed men and light skinned black men at most. They don't prefer them, and they get very frustrated that other races of women don't want them like that, especially the higher quality ones. But they get with the women and make the men that they hate and mock, which they're the only men on planet Earth that does that. They get with the preference, then make the child that they don't like.
I understand what you're saying. I understand.
Oh, that's the whole Drake beef. That's why everyone's calling them out for Kendrick being with a light-skinned woman, then mocking Drake for being light-skinned. Same thing with Rick Ross. He has light-skinned sons, but calling Drake a white boy. When they race mix, they only want daughters. They don't actually want sons at all. And vice versa for black women. They don't want mixed race daughters. They just want mixed race sons.
In your opinion, why?
They hate that they generally hate that same gender. Well, for mixed women, black women don't like the fact that mixed women can just easily attract black men, because black men don't prefer their own women. Their preference is anything but a black woman. And that's why a lot of black women really don't like mixed women. Mixed women kind of they don't get along. Let's put it that way.
Sure.
They don't like the concept of for mixed people, say a light-skinned mixed person with another light-skinned mixed person, they really don't like that combination. It's the only country on planet Earth where two mixed people, it's shamed. Well, in my city, before all the minorities started moving in my sophomore, that's when I really started noticing their preference.
Their preference. Well, let's talk about this preference. Let's talk about this preference, right? So, in your opinion, or at least your experience and from your perspective, where you grew up in your city, most black men were going for anything and everything but black women.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, anything that's a dark-skinned black woman.
Right. So they're okay with black women as long as they're not dark skinned.
Yeah, as long as they look mixed race, as long as they're not full, unambiguous. There's no real mixture happening.
Sure, I understand. What's interesting to me about this is it's very complex, man. Because you see, when you describe this, it's kind of like you're describing a people that prefer anything but their own women, right? However, the product that creates is what they envy or hate, as you put it.
Yeah.
Because from what you're describing, because I've never heard this before, from what you're describing, black men are jealous of light skin or mixed black men.
Yes.
But yet, due to their snow bunny chasing, it literally creates what they don't like.
Pretty much.
What I appreciate is the fact that you do identify that there is an inferiority complex, because my final question would be, what is the root of this inferiority complex?
Self-hatred.
What is the root of this self-hatred? This internalized racism. What is the root?
Oh, look, he's gonna blame the white guy. Like, watch, he's gonna blame the white man. Watch.
Root of it, if you know, from what you understand.
Inferiority complex.
Sure. But what is the root of it?
They don't like how they look. They secretly want to be white.
Okay, but wait. So you see, what you're giving me is aftermath of having inferiority complex, internalized racism. You're giving me just the effects of internalized racism. What I'm asking you is, what is the root of a people suffering from internalized racism, if you know, for what you understand?
Well, mainly that.
I mean, there is a historical
slavery
element.
Slavery. They were treated subhuman. Black.
See what I'm telling you, family? Shit, Stockholm syndrome for a fact now. This is fucking crazy, dog. So what is the root of it? Let me lean you, it's the white man. Always, man. And just like the brother was saying, bro, when he was knocking on the white man, none of you guys had problems. As soon as he started sharing, whoa, wait, hold on a second. It's not just them. All of you guys had problems. Good to have you, Sizzler. Meshi, good evening, familia. Que alguien me explique. Hold on. Oh, that's a good scripture, bro. Let me get it real quick. Ephesians 5:29, because, we got a video. I showed you guys a video about how they're they just hate their women, bro. We don't hate our women. We love our women because we make them. See, there's a scripture. Hold on, let me read this. Well instructed. This is important here. Look, Sirach 26:14 or Ecclesiasticus, 26:14. A silent and loving woman is a gift of the Lord. There's nothing so much worth as a mind well instructed. Now, let me remind you, who instructs that mind? The parents. If you have a father, because without the father, there's absolutely no rules usually in a house of only women. You know that. That's no offense to you, sisters. I understand some of you guys are hardcore, but you need that presence. If the man ain't flaky. So it says here, a silent and loving woman is a gift of the Lord. Meaning you're not argumentative, man. You're not out there in the street being all fucking loud and crazy, getting drunk and stupid and trying to fight with your man and shit. No, that's no, man. You're there's integrity. Like some of these women that got caught that have children, they weren't lying and screaming. They're like, I'm not going to let you get the best of me. That's integrity. And you raise your children, your daughters, towards that. So a silent and loving woman is a gift of the Lord. And there is nothing so much worth as a mind well instructed. So if you guys have issues with your women, then the problem is you, not your women. You're not instructing them properly. You're not being an example. You're not actually being a man or a husband. I don't know what the deal is. This goes for all nations, man, because let me tell you something. When I was younger, I was attracted to so-called African-American women. I was. My wife knew it too. You know what I'm saying? And I wasn't really into like white women. So I tried to kind of date a couple of, here and there. And I'm going to tell you this, man. There is something about me particularly. I would assume all my brethren think the same shit. But, there is something about courting, meaning getting to know each other, taking your time. You know what I'm saying? And what I found was that there was no such thing as courting. There was no such thing as courting. It was always in a rush, man. Like rush to get to that physical shit, man. And, I just moved in a different spirit. Don't get me wrong, but I still moved in a different spirit. So once again, let me remind you, this goes for you leaders of your household, okay? You claim to be certain people. If you got a problem with your women or your daughters, Sirach 26:14, a silent and loving woman is a gift of the Lord. First of all, she gives you that child because, a child is a child, man. He or she turns out to be a piece of shit based on the father or the mother, specifically of the father, and especially if you ain't there. And there is nothing so much worth as a mind well instructed. A mind well instructed. So let's go back here. Ephesians 5:29. This is why I like that. Thank you, brother. For no man ever hated his own flesh. What? But nourisheth and cherisheth, even as the Lord the church. Meaning that you hate your women so fucking much. You hate your women so much that you basically, if you don't love your own flesh, you don't love yourself. And you can't blame that on other nations, because guess what? We went through slavery as well. We're going through the very same fucking thing. And do we go around and saying 90% of Latino women, 90% of indigenous women are going to get destroyed, but we still got these other women? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Wait, hold on a second. So you're basically saying you're waiting for the kingdom of God to come because there's going to be women there? That's pretty stupid. Who are you, man? For no man ever hated his own flesh. No man ever hated his own flesh. Let me read this to you guys. Check this out. I want to share this with y'all. Sirach 26:23. A wicked woman, remember this. You complain about your women. A wicked woman, remember, and a well-instructed woman is because what? You have a well-instructed home. You have a well-instructed father. My daughter, she's almost 22, and she still has never, ever done any of that shit, man. Do you understand how that works in this society? There's nowhere near that even, like when obviously we don't talk about that much, but, when I share it to some people that I'm, person with, and brothers, whatever, they're like, bro, thank you. All praises to the Most High. All praise to the Most High. You can, when these nowadays, a 22, 21-year-old woman is already hoeing around and shit, having like fucking body counts, like 1,000 or 2,000. I'll show you an example. Let me show you. This blew my mind. And this was a video from a long time ago, man. But I've never forgot how it was just like, it was weird, man. Check it out, family.
In January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December.
What's your body count?
Are you gonna post this on TikTok?
No, probably not.
74?
74? What's your body count?
8.5.
8.5.
Another episode of What's Your Body Count. And if you are new to my channel and enjoy my content, a sub would be really appreciated.
What is you guys' body count?
11.
11, okay. So 33, yeah.
4.
4, so quick math, 12.
Why are you multiplying it by 3? Yeah.
When a girl tells you how many guys she's with, multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
Can I make it 34 in 12? I can?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, guys, most women lie about their body counts, so you just multiply the number by 3 and that's the real number. Here.
What is you guys' body counts?
9, 10, 3.
Whoa!
Dixon!
How much is it?
It's like 11, 12.
11, 12?
Yeah, she's lying.
They must be best friends if they snitch on each other like that.
Next question?
What's your body count?
It's 3.
Oh, it is? That's dope, that's dope.
2, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's 2?
2.
I had never thought about that. Fucking shit, dude. Listen, my brother Shivala, I've had this video for since 2022. And I never thought about that, but you're right. Maybe he was talking about like a midget and shit. You know what I mean? Oh shit.
Done 1,000 yet.
By the way, guys, she's on a podcast that is seen by millions of people.
What? How 1,000? That's amazing. How long have you been doing this?
So long.
How old are you?
I'm not gonna.
See? So once again, Sirach 26:23, a wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man. So if you're complaining about your own flesh, well, it's first of all because she's not well instructed, because you're a wicked man. But a godly woman is given to him that feareth the Lord. I'm gonna tell you something, man. I'm not always happy, and my wife especially. She's not always happy with the shit I do. But I have a wonderful wife. She's helped me through so much. People like say, "Oh, she put up with something." Nah, man, it's not that. She's helped me with so much. It's a blessing of the Most High, man. I sometimes think about, like, as chaotic as I was, my wife is the total opposite, man. She's like tranquila. Again, a wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man. So if your woman is fucking wicked, guess who's wicked? A leader, a king, a general doesn't blame his soldiers, captains for their fuck-ups because the leader don't know how to lead. You get what I'm saying? You guys always blame your women, your kids, society. We all gone through the same thing. Yet us indigenous are still who we are spiritually. And am I saying everybody? Nah, we got wicked ass dumbasses too. Remember, 1/3 is gonna make it. 144, 1/3, the 2/3, y'all gonna get destroyed. That's part of our people. So once again, a wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man, but a godly man is given to him that feareth the Lord. So this bullshit, like, oh, it's because you were in slavery. The white man did it. Man, shut up, bro. They've had slaves from 1492 all the way through since 1865. Let's stop these games. This whole bullshit story, like, oh my God, we were this way because we were enslaved. No, you fucking people were slaves too. You're slavers. Y'all black, white colonizers. This is why you don't understand why your shit is wicked, because you're wicked. You're probably as wicked or more wicked than Edomites, bro. Because guess what? We knew Edom was lying, but damn, bro, when we found out that you was lying, bro, damn, it brought the whole fucking house down. Like, for real, bro? For real, yo. For real, yo. So now, let me go ahead and confirm with the video following up. I know we're going a few hours, but you guys are having some of you guys are celebrating the 7th-day rest today, so I have a video that I had done before, and I think we need to touch on it again. Let's go ahead and pause for about a good 10 minutes. Not pause, but let me take a break, because I'm also going to be following it. I know you guys probably have heard this, but I already told you, and I showed it in one of these classes, that we lost a lot of the territory due to Freemasonry. Freemasonry is heavily involved. And yes, we have all that involved in our area as well, down in Mexico too, man. I'm not doubtful that I believe AMLO is a Freemason. I believe it. But I believe also that through some of the abilities that these people can do, it's, I don't know. Remember, keep in mind, man, the Most High put a spirit in Cyrus to let the people come back and build their city again. The deceived and the deceiver are the Most High's hand. Satan is also under the rulership of the Most High. Okay? That's not confusing here. All right? Satan attacks Job's health. Job 2:1. Here, matter of fact, I'll make it simple. Job 2:1. When the day came for the heavenly beings to appear before the Lord again, Satan was there among them. What? Doesn't Christianity teach us that supposedly, it's the white Jesus and the red Satan and shit? You know what I'm saying? They always say that, right? Like, oh, Jesus is Satan. Ah, bro. This here we see that the Shaitan, Sheol, whatever, is under the hands of the Creator. And the Lord asked him, "Where have you been?" Satan answered, "I have been walking here and there, roaming around the earth." "Did you notice my servant Job?" The Lord asked. "There is no one on earth as faithful and good as he is. He worships me and is careful not to do anything evil. You persuaded me to let you attack him for no reason at all, but Job is still as faithful as ever." Satan replied, so he had persuaded him to attack him for no reason. But Job is still as faithful as forever. So Satan did attack Job. This is the mental anguish, family. This is the mental anguish right there. This is why I tell you, the flesh profited nothing. It's the spirit that quickened it. It doesn't mention the mind. Why? Because the battle is in the mind. The battle is in the mind. The flesh is the opening door of sin. The spirit is what strengthens your mind to control that sin. Here we see that Satan first attacked his mind, not his spirit, his mind, okay? And Satan replied, "A person will give up everything in order to stay alive." So now, he wasn't effing with his mind only. Now he's like, bro, now I want to get physical. Like, for example, some of us battle with our personal stuff, but family's good, kids, whatever, but we all hold it in because we're protecting our children and our families from what the fuck's out there, right? But in this case, Satan's like, nah. Now I'm going to go get him deep, even more. Forget just the mind. I'm going to physically attack him. But now suppose you hurt his body, he will curse you to your face. You see this? So first is the mind, family. You persuaded me to let you attack him for no reason at all. The Creator's like, okay, go ahead. But Job still is faithful forever. Right. You see, family? Hopefully this stuff starts making sense to you, bro. Because a lot of these camps and Christmas Christian doctrines, they don't teach you where this battle is and where and how you're supposed to repent. And it's a consistent repentance every single day. You do a personal inventory. I know that probably be hard for you guys and shit, but you still got to do it, bro. Eventually, as time goes on, it's just like second nature, bro. You just start examining yourself often, like, man, what the fuck's going on? What the hell is this? What the fuck? And you just kind of go through this. So me, particularly, when I go through these things, I start reading history. I start getting the scriptures. I talk and shit. I share with stuff. Call brothers, like, hey, bro, what's going on? Blah, 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 blah. And this is where the spirit starts quickening itself. You don't let the mind get control over you. That's why isolation is the worst thing for an Israelite. Satan replied, "A person will give up everything in order to stay alive. But now suppose you hurt his body, he will curse you to your face." So the Lord said to Satan, "All right, here is your power, but you are not to kill him." So who gave Satan power? Who gave Satan power? The Most High. Then Satan left the Lord's presence and made sore breaks out all over Job's body. I would advise you guys to read chapter 1, 2, and 3. Job is, there's a lot of chapters, but the first 5 and 10 is pretty heavy, man. Read first chapter 1 and 2. I'll just tell you that. Then you can understand exactly that this Christmas Christian stupid doctrine is kaputs. Is buffoonery. Let me get that real quick. Because he did instruct us, but as I read over there in Jubilees, not to go do that, right? But you know who did not do that? Esau. Genesis 28:8. Esau then understood that his father Isaac did not approve of the Canaanite woman, so he went into Ishmael, the son of Abraham, and married his daughter, Mahalath, who was the sister of Nebaioth. Right? Then it says here, verse, 28:5? Wait, hold on a second. 28:8 and 5. Oh, let me go back. Verse 5. Then it says, Genesis 28:5. Isaac sent Jacob away to Mesopotamia, to Laban, who was the son of Bethuel, the Aramean. You see, the Aramaean, Aramaean, and the brother of Rebekah, the mother of Jacob and Esau. So he sold them to Mesopotamia, which is Padam Aram, the land of Aramea. Esau learned that Isaac had blessed Jacob and sent him away to Mesopotamia to find a wife. He also learned that when Isaac blessed him, he commanded him not to marry a Canaanite woman. But eventually he did. Yeah, I like that one. I saw it, brother. I was going to bring it out, but I was showing the video. Let me bring it out now. Jeremiah chapter 50, verse 33. It says here, the Lord mighty says, the people of Israel and of Judah are oppressed, and who capture them are guarding them closely and will not let them go. Thus say the Lord of hosts, the children of Israel and the children of Judah were oppressed together, and all that took them captives, held them fast. They refused to let them go. Now we know that captivity wasn't just what we thought. 1619 is total BS. The Willie Lynch letter, total BS. They worked together to confuse everybody, made us believe that shit. Crazy, isn't it? Crazy, isn't it? So we're gonna go through about I'm gonna pause for a second. I'm gonna go get something to eat real quick. I'll be back in about 10. The class is gonna start in about 10 minutes. So if you want to stick around, you can come back. Whatever. I would appreciate if you guys come back. But I'm gonna put some music on right now, and then it's gonna get started. Okay. All right. Stick around, fam. We'll be back in about 10. Class will be starting about 12 minutes again.
Pueblo leído jamás será sometido. Nunca he conocido un cumplidor partido. Diría Don Cheto, ¿por qué te tatúas? Nada sale más caro que lo que el gobierno te da gratis. ¿Qué pedo con los políticos que vemos en campaña pegando estampas en los carros? ¡Uy, qué gran otoño! Esos políticos que andan tapando baches hasta que arrujan sus tripas nomás pa' que te guaches. Ahí los miras caminando por los charcos, prometiendo que acabarán con los narcos. Ahí los miras con sus lonas y pancartas. Te dan una pa' que al partido compartas. Te besan la frente, te dan una gorra. Si ganan no vuelves a verlos y que Dios nos socorra. Prometen que bajarán la gasolina, colgándole una lona en el portón a la vecina. Que habrá más hospitales y más salubridad. Nos regalan miedo pa' vender seguridad. Puro bla bla bla, prometiéndole al Estado. Si no luchamos juntos nos fregan por separado. Aquí el pueblo es quien manda, no sirve la propaganda. Bla bla bla, prometiéndole al Estado. Si no luchamos juntos nos fregan por separado. Prometen que bajarán la gasolina, colgándole una lona en el portón a la vecina. Pinten paredes, destapen la alcantarilla. Así con gusto votamos de maravilla. Dan tarjetas del Soriana pa' comprar una despensa, comprando el voto de la gente más mensa. Y no más mensa, sino necesitada, que dice que es mejor eso a no recibir nada, porque nunca más les vuelven a ver la cara. Hasta que el INE las elecciones prepara. Ahí los ves hasta chupándote las patas. Ay, bien operadas las candidatas. Chichi grande, fundillo redondote, con escote pa' que el saqueo del pueblo se note. Pero la gente ignora el poder que tiene. Tus impuestos y tasas es lo que los mantiene. ¿Pa' qué nos sirve una chingada y vil estampa? Planten un árbol, construyan una rampa. Pinten paredes, destapen la alcantarilla. Así con gusto votamos de maravilla. Aquí el pueblo es quien manda, no sirve la propaganda. Bla bla bla, prometiéndole al Estado. Si no luchamos juntos nos fregan por separado. Prometen que bajarán la gasolina, colgándole una lona en el portón a la vecina. Pinten paredes, destapen la alcantarilla. Así con gusto votamos de maravilla. Aquí el pueblo es quien manda, no sirve la propaganda. Bla bla bla, prometiéndole al Estado. Si no luchamos juntos nos fregan por separado. Prometen que bajarán la gasolina, colgándole una lona en el portón a la vecina. Pinten paredes, destapen la alcantarilla. Así con gusto votamos de maravilla. Y yo soy viejo, Alex García. Arriba Chihuahua, arriba Chihuahua. Chile, Chilaca 880. Arriba Chihuahua.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Esta novela se llama Los ricos también lloran. Eso les pasa porque al pueblo infravaloran. Todo el pueblo, ya los ojos abrimos. Uno solo nos escucha, pero juntos aturdimos. El poder lo tienes tú, tu mente, tus manos. Es momento de unirnos todos como mexicanos. Y aunque el futuro es incierto y asusta, construyamos una patria más justa. De mi México se viene el renacer y ser la potencia que siempre pudimos ser. Somos el país que más trabaja en el planeta y ni así vivimos dignamente en la neta. Somos el país que nunca ha rajado leña. El mexicano se merece lo que sueña. Así como aguantamos, ahora aguanten la vara. El pueblo se cansó de que tanto le vean la cara. Ahí también los ricos lloran y al pueblo infravaloran. Ahí también los fifis lloran y al pueblo infravaloran. El pueblo tiene memoria, no se olvida su trayectoria. Antes no canten victoria, no vaya a ser contradictoria. El pueblo ya abrió los ojos y no se equivoca. Y si se equivoca en 6 años se revoca. No dejemos que un gobierno nos use. Yo puedo quitarlo porque yo lo puse, entiendan. Aquí el pueblo es el poder, el pueblo puede quitar, el pueblo puede poner, dense cuenta del poder en sus manos.
Somos 126 millones de mexicanos.
Miles y miles de millones en impuestos. No queremos más a gobiernos deshonestos. No se les olvide, su cargo no es para siempre. De nuevo los veremos en las calles con la gente. Al pueblo no se le olvidan las traiciones. Acá buscamos más hechos y acciones. El pueblo mexicano hoy está despierto. Si nos fallas en las urnas estás muerto. Ahí también los ricos lloran y al pueblo infravaloran. Ahí también los fifis lloran y al pueblo infravaloran. El pueblo tiene memoria, no se olvida su trayectoria. Antes no canten victoria, no vaya a ser contradictoria. Ahí también los ricos lloran y al pueblo infravaloran. Ahí también los fifis lloran y al pueblo infravaloran. El pueblo tiene memoria, no se olvida su trayectoria. Antes no canten victoria, no vaya a ser contradictoria.
Queridos mexicanos, empecemos a darnos cuenta que aquí el pueblo es el que manda y de que nos merecemos una patria justa, que podemos ser la potencia que siempre pudimos ser.
El autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Okay, check it. I want to show you this real quick before we actually get this going. I think it's always powerful, man, to bring out little things here and there. It's beautiful when you start hearing and learning about your own people, how deep our history is, and why they would work so hard to keep us away from learning. Because like I said before, family, it's only been recent. Only recently have we started learning how to read and write. Other nations had the privilege since they got here, since they were able to, establish those organizations, institutions, so to speak, right? They always had access to understanding, knowledge, whatever. When they came, we didn't. They got rid of all of that for us. They made sure that there was no way that estos indígenas are going to learn anything. These fuckers are too smart. That's what they say. So this is a book from, let's see, let me read it real quick, and then we'll start the video after. Just a couple pages, and then that's it. Origen de los indios del Nuevo Mundo e Indias Occidentales, okay? It's year, I don't know what year that is. You guys can look it up. But it's when technically the U and the V were very similar. The F and the S were also very similar. So it was a while ago. Let me see. Search. $1607. Okay? It makes sense. Now we're going to go to page 298. Oh, pretty close. Page 298. All right. Listen to this, my beloved. This is who you are. And no one can take this from you anymore. No one. You can give it up. No one can take this from you. There's nobody in the entire world that has as much publication about who and what we connected to than us. So let me remind you, because we're gonna have to use it. Okay. I'm gonna go to PSA 2. Gosh darn it. Okay, and I'm gonna leave it there. Now let's read. It's in Spanish. You know this channel is bilingüe, cabrones. You guys better start learning how to understand this. Just kidding. It says, en la nueva España, and forgive me, in some cases I'm gonna have to slow down and pause, okay? So again, my first language was Spanish, but I came here when I was around 7, 8. And obviously all I ever did was just learn how to read English. As I got older and recently in the last 6 years, I've been forcing myself to really learn how to read Spanish better. And I got better. It was worse, man. So now I'm able to read not only Spanish, but with words that aren't necessarily used to to the average eye. But I do read a lot, so I'm kind of getting used to this shit. It says, this is on page 298, okay? Remember, en la Nueva España hay este nombre México. You see that? México, dice. Hay este nombre México, el cual, como lo advierte el padre Fray Esteban de Salazar, es hebreo. You hear that? Hold on a second.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
Let me do that again.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
En la Nueva España hay este nombre México, right? El cual, como lo advierte el padre Fray Esteban de Salazar, es hebreo. Y así es, y así se pone en el Salmo 2, y quiere decir Christus Ius, right? So now, let's read. Let's pause it real quick. What does he mean by that? So he means Psalms 2, verse 2. It says, the kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord and his anointed, saying. So this is what they mean by Mexico or Mexico, because technically anointed, right? Listen.
Strong's H 4899. Mashiach. Mashiach.
Messiah, Messiah, Mashiach, Mashiach. He doesn't pronounce the K somehow, some way, he wants to ignore it this time. But here we see that anointed, Messiah, Meshiach, Mexico. I did a class on this about a month ago.
Strong's H 4886. Mashach.
Mashach. Right? Now, check this out. Ungido. Ungido is anointed. Right? Ungido is anointed. Now, if we go to, let me see if I can find it. Give me a second real quick. If we go to, let me see. Let me use, give me a second. I put it on my notes. Let me go back real quick. Deja buscarlo, güey. Okay, ungido, right? We're going to use this link here in Spanish. It's a concordance. Okay? It says here Psalms 2:1. So now we're going to read in this particular case. And it says, se levantan los reyes de la tierra y los gobernantes traman unidos contra el Señor y contra su ungido, diciendo. Now we're going to click on this one right here, Reina Valera, okay? Okay, see that right there? And it says here, ungido. Okay, where's my note? Come on, bro. Hold on a second, family. There is a Reina Valera. And then there is a, oh, that's right. Where is it? Lexicon? Lexico, I think. Okay. It says Lexico. So dice aquí, para que vean, hermanos, it says those. So we're in Lexico now, and we're trying to understand the word ungido. So la palabra ungido viene siendo ¿qué? Mesías, ¿verdad? Meshiach. You see that? Meshiach. Kind of like the way I spell my name. MESHIACHA. So we see that ungido, Messiah, Messias. What else do we see, family? We see here on the bottom forms and translations. We see Hamashiach, Samasiah. Then it says, we keep going. Then it says here, Messiah, Mashiach, Messiah, Meshiachah, and then Meshihi, Meshiho, Meshiach, MESHIACHA, MESHIACHA, MESHICHI, MEXICO.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
So let's continue. So this, again, we're left here. Acá en el Salmo, nombre que dice que dudan o dicen que I don't know what that word is. I don't know how you daban, nombre que daban los hebreos a los reyes y sacerdotes y a el Cristo, nuestro Señor. So he says that these were only given to kings, sacerdotes. Are you kidding me? Kings and priests. He was only given to kings and priests. Why do you think these camps want to put you guys as donkeys on the bottom? Like y'all stupid. Then it says, let's see, que ellos esperaban un día de venir a redimirlos. Pero no se reparó o repare en eso, que bien pudieron acomodar este nombre a una ciudad, porque es el caudillo que traen los pobladores de México. Se llamaba Messi, o como otros escribían, Meshi. Y desde este se derribó después el nombre de aquella ciudad y el de su nación. Dice, como vemos que hay muchas ciudades y provincias y naciones que tienen el nombre de quien los pobló o fue su principio o origen. Nótele el nombre Messi, que es realmente hebreo, y cuadra maravilla cementa al caudillo cabeza y capitán de los mexicanos. Dice, por esta mis informaciones, por esta misma razón, podemos decir que este nombre Joktan, remember, Joktan is a family of Shem, es el que ahora tiene cierta pronuncia en Nueva España, meaning que es Yucatán. Porque aquel fue el nombre de un hijo de Eber, meaning Hebrew. Remember Hebrew? The son of Eber was Joktan. Y quien habemos dicho con autoridad del tostado que se concedió, I think, que se conservó la lengua hebrea. Y ya que él no lo decía aquellas provincias, puede ser que lo diverso o alguna de los 10, o puede ser alguna de las 10 tribus en memoria de un hombre tan digno de ellos como fue Joktan. So basically saying that the reason we see the name of Yucatan here, also aside from Mexico, is that, obviously we considered our elders as something important. So that more likely we would have named Yucatan, the town, right? Because we considered of Joktan. Entonces, también podemos decirles lo mismo de este nombre hebreo Salú, el cual refiere a la Sagrada Escritura que fue nombre del padre de Sambría israelita, capitán y de su linaje de Aarón, el cual nombre Salú tiene un pueblo de Perú. ¡Boom! Salud, like saludos, right? Salud, right? Or that was somebody's name. And it's funny because when somebody sneezes, we say salud, like kind of like blessings to you. It's crazy, isn't it? Then it says here, el cual refiere a la Sagrada Escritura que se fue nombre del padre de Sambrí, israelita, capitán, y del linaje de Aarón, el cual nombre Salud tiene un pueblo del Perú. Y en la lengua mexicana hay este término Rashacipe. Fray Esteban de Salazar refiere que en la provincia de Chiapas tienen los nobles y caballeros noticia de la Santísima Trinidad. Al Padre llaman a Icona y al Hijo Vaca y al Espíritu Santo Estrua. Es Ruach. Y es cierto, padre, y es cierto, parecen nombres hebreos, a lo menos el del glosa, Espíritu Santo, es Ruach, porque Ruach en hebreo es Espíritu Santo. Este nombre, conviene todos los de toros, doctores, doctores, ¿se me dice? En que se, siriaco, hold on a second. Este nombre, conviene todos los doctores en que es noble siriaco, meaning like from Syria, el cual sigue la glosa ordinaria y Nicola de Lina. Es nombre de un demonio, se me hace, y es mismo nombre del padre de Pedro Mártir. Deje ver qué ves más. Dice aquí, y aunque es nombre siriaco y no hebreo, no importa, porque como los hebreos tienen en su lengua muchos vocablos siriacos, ellos como de hebreos, y así le darían este nombre Mamona, like mammon, like the Bible. So the devil we would call Mamona, right? So let me tell you something, in case you guys don't know, like when we're over here speaking Spanish and you're kind of being like a bullshitter, we're like, no seas mamón, güey, no seas mamón. Yeah, I see that a bunch of people left. It's all good, man. I don't give a shit. You guys ain't patient enough for me. It doesn't matter. As long as you guys heard the message of the brother that was here earlier with his videos, that's what matters to me. Because quite frankly, I know that I got a lot of people that watch this channel, and there's a bunch of haters right there. Straight haters. All right, testing. 1, 2, 3. Give me a second, family. Don't bother me one bit. Stick around, family. We're not done yet. All right, let's see what we got. Hold on. Let me see if it sounds good. Okay, yep. Apparently sound is good. All right, so let me check in real quick. Hey, what up, VTC? What up, Jeremías? Buenos días. Pura lumbre. There you go, bro. Hey, what up, Guaracuya? Hey, what up, sis? Lishiba, buenas, saludos. It's been a while since I've been off of Facebook. Personal reasons, obviously. Business reasons, too. So it is what it is. But either way, man, I was kind of getting tired of that anyway. So, all right. So as you guys can see, the title is called, here, let me show you guys a picture again. The Freemasons, the root of the Mexican War in 1848. You guys see the title, the root of the Indigenous / Anglo / Spaniard War of 1848, because it's really something like that. I'm going to show you guys some information regarding well, I mean, look, what I'm going to show you, I don't know if anybody showed it before. Maybe, I'm sure. But we've never gotten deep like this with this 1848 war, 1846, 1848 war. You know what I mean? We just heard about it. We read about it a little bit, but that was it. Not getting real serious about who was involved, what people were actually associated with this decision-making in regards to giving up certain lands that, just was a good chunk. So we're going to read about this a little bit. We're going to get into some history. I think, history is going to bring out scriptures. So if you guys got something to share, by all means, please do. But I do have a message for you guys too. So let's begin the class, man. Let's begin the class. I have a message, all right? So let me be quiet.
You go sit right there in the crowd of people who calling you crazy, who saying you insane. Sit right there in the middle of that crowd. Relax your nerves, because that's where the answer's going to be. Now, if you run away from the crowd of people who making fun of you, you ain't going to find no answer. So what I mean by that is this. If you call yourself a researcher, you're going to go to the heart of what they're refuting. And the harder they refute it, the more intense them refuting it is, let you know that it's true. It's kind of like the old saying, when you're over the target, you catch all the flack. That's what happens. That's how you know you're over the.
That's a message for you brothers out there that may be trying to trying to figure out what is really going on, what is really going on here. You know what I mean? Give me a second. Hold up. What's going on there? Because the question is, because once you start researching this information, man, it's like many people stop when it's uncomfortable or when their spirit gets moved or shaken. Many people go through that. So when you're a researcher, like what we're doing here, trying to find, I'm not trying to fit into anything. I'm trying to find the answer. What is the right path, right? So the only thing that I can do based on, at least from little that I know of myself, I mean that in regards to history, you know what I mean? Because I can only go back as far as we can go back. But I look at our history and I think it's helpful to see it in this kind of way. Okay. So let me show you guys this video real quick, just as a reminder. We're still here. We haven't gone anywhere. I think this is the video. Let me see it.
We are warriors that fought for culture, family, and our spirit-given lands. All we did is fight for hundreds of years. From the Battle of Otumba, that was fought between the Aztec and Allied forces led by the Suwarcotl Matlatzin and those of Hernan Cortez, made up of the Spanish conquerors and Tlaxcalan allies, which took place on July 7, 1520, till December 29, 1890. The U.S. Army surrounded a group of ghost dancers at Wounded Knee Creek near the Pine Ridge Reservation of South Dakota. During the ensuing Wounded Knee Massacre, fierce fighting broke out and 150 Indians were slaughtered. The battle was the last major conflict between the U.S. government and the Plains Indians. If it was a known evidence that British colonists in 18th century America gave Native Americans smallpox-infected blankets at least once, it's estimated that the total Native American population of the Americas to be 114 million people. About 90% died due to disease, with the lowest Native American populations recorded in 1900. The death toll was at least 81 million souls, the largest genocide that is never spoken about. Do you think the outcome would have been the same if the natives had never experienced smallpox, measles, or flu before, and the viruses tore through the continent, killing an estimated 90% of Native Americans? We fought for more than 360 years that we know of. Warriors we are. Cultured we are. Still here we are. Never forget.
That's important to remember because it has not stopped from 1492 to the 1600s, 1700s, 1800s, 1900s, whether it was the brothers up north or us down south or in central, it was occurring to every single one of us. You know what I'm saying? So I want to remind us of this. And hey, man, how you doing, bro? Let me see how it's. I think I'm going to pronounce it right. Neatly, right? Neatly means greeting. So neatly. I'm practicing it. I think I'm doing it right. I think neatly, if that's how you say it. But again, I'm trying my best. Anyhow, let me continue with this. Again, these are particular things that I see that I want to share with y'all and why it matters. And it's so important to us because, again, all we have is what we have, which is our heritage, which is our understanding of who we are, which is what we are supposed to dig back into. And then through this, right, we'll get an understanding because life repeats itself consistently, as the scriptures say. So now listen to this real quick. I find this very, very interesting. Okay. This was, and I'm going to show you something about this. I'm going to get into this real quick. I'm going to probably, I really didn't have much bad to say before, and I don't know about this point. I'm just looking at things of how they are. I want to show you something about him. But as of right now, let's continue with the message.
En el siglo VI, pero en lo que es el periodo clásico maya. Sin embargo, Calakmul ya había sido habitado 3 siglos antes de nuestra era. O sea que a esos 1400 hay que sumarle 900. Estaríamos hablando de 2.300 años de la existencia de Calakmul. ¿Por qué no pones la pintura de 300 años antes?
I'm not sure why he's doing that.
De Cristo, de Calakmul, que son 2.300 años. Esto es de hace 2.300 años. Pon la mujer del vestido transparente. Mires, la belleza, el arte. 2.300 años.
So for a lot of you that are confused in regards to color, we were not dark, we were not light. You can see here. And that's why the material that I've showed you before, how we used to use bear grease and red shoot to colorize our skin. Which, by the way, in case you guys look it up, go to Genesis 2:7, and if you look at the word, the actual ground, it means Adamah, which means red ground, like clay, right? And now in Naphtali, there's a land called, I'm sorry, in Israel, there's a land called Naphtali, right? And there's an area called Adami, where I'm going to show you something real quick, in case you don't know. I did mess around with clay since I was growing up. I stopped it for a long time ago. So anyways, but I did learn about it. And I know that clay only grows or only is found in wet, moisture areas, usually by river banks. So again, once again, just throwing some out there. You guys do the research. Don't fall for these stupid ass doctrines about you go deeper, and it's black. No, I've never seen, like, for example, go to the Middle East and you'll see all these houses made out of clay. And they're usually red, right? Red.
Gotcha, bitch.
Not black, because then that would look like shit. Let's continue.
Regresando. Los europeos que nos traen la civilización, que nos civilizaron, según la historia oficial y occidental y colonizante, 500 años. Y esto 2.300 años lleva. Esto es un templo que cubrieron con las nuevas, entre comillas, pirámides, donde estuviste, que son del siglo VI de nuestra era, está abajo. Yo entré, y hay mascarones con estuco y estos murales. Esto es una joya. Esto no lo tienen en otra parte. Esto es un arte. Miren, todo esto. Eso es lo que está. Lo cubrieron, lo cuidaron, lo protegieron. Esto pasa también en Teotihuacán, como se le quiera.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'll show you real quick so you'll understand what I'm talking about. I'm not trying to change the topic here, but I think it's important that you brothers and sisters understand what this means. This is extremely important. These things matter, okay? These things do really matter. This is from, hold on a second. If I see if I can get it quickly. If not, it's it right here. I think it's right here. Oh, come on, bro. Don't make it difficult. Maybe I might have to redo that again. In this map, let's see if it's this one. This one. I'll try to do it a different way. Let me not get out of sync. All right, hold on. While this video is going on, I'll look for it a better way. Here we go. Hold on a second. It's almost done.
Decir, también debajo de el templo del sol, de la luna, hay vestigios de culturas anteriores.
All right, so again, I'm trying to set a point here, so don't lose me. But I also want to show you guys some examples. This is because the war about Mexico. I don't want you guys to lose track of what I'm trying to do. You see, there's a hidden history about raza that for a long time we just we weren't really aware. we just kind of, you know what I mean, heard things, historically speaking. And I think if you've been watching this channel, you'll see that I've been kind of showing you guys a lot of history that's connected to us, right? I'm going to point one thing out too, in case you're not aware of this. It's really short, but it's not the song itself. It's what it says. Okay? Pay attention to what it says, all right? So once again, let's go.
Mexicanos al grito de guerra, el acero a prestar y el bridón, y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Ciño patria, tus sienes de oliva.
All right, that's where I want to pause it. It says, Ciño patria, tus sienes de oliva, okay? Tus sienes de oliva de la paz del arcángel divino. Okay, listen to this.
De la paz el arcángel divino, que en el cielo tu eterno destino por el dedo de Dios.
About the delay, it really sucks, and I don't know, maybe it's just the way, you know, the wicked ass spirits are working right now. But it says que en el cielo tu eterno destino por el dedo de Dios te escribió. So a lot of us hear this like, oh, we're proud of it, but you're not listening to what it's saying. It says sienes de olivas. Listen to it one more time and we'll move on.
Arcángel divino, que en el cielo tu eterno destino por el dedo de Dios se escribió, mas si osare un
all right, so
extraño enemigo.
Listen with me right now. I don't give a damn. You're not going to make me upset. My point is, why are we getting information like that? Why is that being said? You know what I mean? In the outskirts of reality, where we've seen the destruction of our gente. I mean, quite frankly, it's not like a lot of people have reasons to be proud of this history, so-called, right, that we have. But you want to know something? What the most beautiful thing is about life is the fact that when you get it, you get it, and when you don't, you don't. This is from a book called Oppression, Privilege, and Resistance. And it's on page 89. I want to show you guys the parallels between Chicano experience in the U.S. and the colonization of other third world. People are too similar to dismiss. Now, I put these notes in here because there are some similarities. Obviously, some of them didn't really apply. I was thinking something else at the time, but let's read. Page 89, it says, the land of one people is invaded by people from another country who later uses military force to gain and maintain control. We know that from Deuteronomy 28, 49, and 50, it talks about another nation from afar, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle fly, the nation whose tongue y'all shall not understand, a nation with fierce countenance who shall disregard the person of old or show no favor to the young. I'm not reading that. I memorize it. Anyways, that's not the point. Number 2, the original inhabitants become subjects of the conqueror involuntarily. Now, if you read the verse before here, let me just, for the sake of understanding here, I'll show you. Deuteronomy 28, and we know here 48 talks like this. It says here, it says, therefore thou shalt serve your enemies, which Yahweh shall send against you, in hunger and in thirst and in nakedness and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee. That's the enemy. It says here, the original inhabitants become subjects of the conquerors involuntarily, not necessarily. But verse 43 and 44, in a way, talks like that. Verse 43, the stranger that is within thee shall get above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low. He shall lend to you, and you shall not lend to him. He shall be the head, and you shall be the tail. We know from Mexico, from what we know of, if you are familiar, que somos el trasero de Estados Unidos. Those are facts. Number 3, the conquered have an alien culture governed imposed upon them. Woo, man, isn't that the truth? Lamentations 5:2, right? I'm sorry, Lamentations, not Jeremiah. 5:2, it says, our inheritance is turned to strangers, our houses to aliens. The conquered have an alien culture and govern imposed upon them. So since they're an alien culture, now they're calling you illegals. And I'm going to show you how deep this goes. I'm going to tell you something, man. It's going to hurt some of y'all, but it is what it is, because you either trying to find the right answer or the truth, or you're just trying to fit in. And, don't get in where you fit in, man. Find the truth. Number 4, the conquered become the victim. Here, let me go on this side here. The conquered become the victim of racism. I'm sorry, the victims of racism and cultural genocide, and are regulated to be submerged to a status. Now, this is true, because if you go back to the curses, because again, we don't just base it on curses, family. I showed you we base it off everything here. Deuteronomy chapter 20 and 28, not 22. You could, but it's on 20. Yahoo shall send upon you curses. People. You ever somebody cursed at you? You damn. All you guys are this. All you are, I don't know, murderers, drug dealers, rapists, and some of you may be good people. Vexation, because through this cursing, you're going to be upset, and that causes more reasons for other people to cause names to you and say, you see, they're savages. Look how mad they are. And rebuke, because even when you do complain, what happens? We understand the judicial system in this society does not favor us. Now the so-called white man, because they found out that the elitists, they're somehow against them. Now you're surprised, because now they're treating you like us, right? Welcome to the club. I'm not surprised by it. But well, you're too late on that. So this whole Illuminati stuff, I've been here since the get-go, and I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you how these laws have favored white and black folks. Those are facts, and Asians and Arabs and all of them. But you of this continent, I'm going to show you how even the so-called people that are on our side that look just like you are the first ones to rob you. Because remember, not all skin folk, it's skin folk. And I'm going to explain that, and you're going to see it. Then it says, and all that you set your hand on for to do until you be destroyed, and until you perish quickly because of the wickedness of your doings, whereby you have forsaken me. Here again, the conquered become the victims of racism, cursing, vexation, and rebuke, and cultural genocide. Kill them, because remember, if you don't remember, 1917, the whole Carmelita Torres story is where they got it. They got the Rosa Parks story from the Carmelita story, okay? So they were fumigating our gente, crossing the border every single day with DDT. You know that, the one that kills roaches? Yes, that one. Because of supposedly typhus. That's why. The conquered became the victims of racism, cultural genocide, and are regulated to be submerged status. Like right now, you are from this continent, but yet you're still a beaner. Wetback or spick. Go back to your country, even though they're not from here. And I want to show you some stuff. The nerve of some people. Like, for example, this right here. Where are you at? Let me see if I can find it. All right, is this one? Did I text it to myself? Let's see. Maybe this one. This is this one here. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find this. No, that's not it. That's not it. Oh, man, I should have. Did I save it? Oh, this one right here. This like this kind of shit right here. Like this kind of crap right here. The excuse my language. I know some of you guys are probably, if you have kids, I apologize. And I'm really trying not to cuss, but you know what I'm saying? Like, this is the kind of shit that bothers me. The nerve of this damn fucking immigrant. And I'm telling you this for a fact because I'm going to prove it. I'm so sick of seeing foreign flags in America. Foreign flags in America. He's not pushing that flag because of all America. It's because that's where we were allocated based on people like you. I don't get it. You left your corrupt country to come to the USA, and yet you still rep what you fled. The worst is Hispanics born in America flying a Mexican flag. Where is your loyalty? Just go back, enjoy your foreign flag. You see this stupidity right here? By dumbasses.
Me humillaron sin saber
saber quién soy. Juzgan a la gente por el billete que ganó. No se dan cuenta que para hacerlo hay que ser más cabrón.
So we got a brother from down south. He went and rep because he's in that weight. He's like, man, shut your punk ass up. Again, let's continue. Number 5, the conquered are rendered political and economically powerless. You see, the conquered are rendered politically and economically powerless. How? Politically and economically powerless. I'll give you one real quick, and let's go to Daniel chapter 8, verse 25. Pretty simple, pretty standard. This is what they call milk. And through his policy, meaning, democracy, witchcraft, right? Also, he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand. Remember this whole thing about the, invasion. We got to pass these laws. I'm going to show you when the real invasion was. And he shall magnify himself in his heart, and by peace shall destroy many. He shall also stand up against the prince of princes, but he shall be broken with hand. Let's continue. Number 6, the conqueror feels they have a mission, manifest destiny. In occupying the area, manifest destiny. In question, doctrine of discovery, and believe that they have undeniable privilege by virtue of their conquest. You see this here. This is what they call the Monroe Doctrine. But some of us have lost track of these things. This is from another book. I shared this to you guys before. That was more in regards to generalization and how this came about. Now I'm going to give you some specific detail, and I'm sure you guys can remember. This is from, it's called A Little Matter of Genocide, okay? Interesting book. Lots of stuff in here, but let me get to this particular point because this is one of my favorite. Not that I enjoy it, that it really strikes to the heart. It really strikes to the spirit. Because if you really care, then all of this information is going to matter to you. And you're going to show your children this information because no one else is going, I'm not saying this channel. What I mean is when I present it to you and you understand what it means, no one else is going to share this to your children but you. That's what I mean. It's our job to educate our family. That's the way it works. Okay? So let me begin. During the 4th century, spanning the time between 1492, when Christopher Columbus, first set foot on the New World of the Caribbean beach, and 1892. So we're talking about 400 years. When the U.S. Census Bureau concluded that there were fewer than 250,000 indigenous people surviving within the country's claimed boundaries, a hemispheric population estimated to have been as great as 125 million was reduced by something over 90%. Now, think of this, okay? The people had died in their millions of being hacked apart with axes and swords, burned alive, and trampled under horses, hunted as game, and fed to dogs like the dogs of conquest. In case you guys don't know, you need to look into that book. There's a lot of history. Shot, beaten, stabbed, scalped for bounty. Like cutting your head off, like the peel of the skin, hang on meat hooks, kind of like, that Texas chainsaw type of deal. And thrown over the side of ships at the sea. Yes, my brothers, you were the first ones that were thrown over ships. You know that movie Amistad? Just get rid of that black person and put yourself in there. And that's what happened to you too. I don't want to say too, but I'll give you just for that, for the sake of, don't want to go that route. It happened to you first. Now, I want to remind you that in this channel, we don't segregate. No, we do favor. You know damn well that we were having black and white conquistadors on this side of the town. So the one people that were getting axed, okay, that was us. The one people that were axing us were black and white folks and Arabs as well. Do not let that pass your mind, because a lot of times we've been educated to thinking there was only one particular type of nation. Now, am I saying every single white person did it and every single white black person did it and every single Arab did it? No, I'm not saying that. But we understand history, and history does not lie. So let's continue. It says here, shot, beaten, stabbed, scalped for bounty, hung on meat hooks, and thrown over the side of ships at the sea, worked to death as slave laborers, intentionally starved, and frozen to death during a multitude of forced marches and internments. Now, remember the Trail of Tears? Remember the having to migrate this way? You know how brothers and sisters are trying to migrate? Because of what? Forced marches, forced migrations, and an unknown number of instances deliberately infected with epidemic diseases. Now, if you watch this channel, you understand who brought smallpox. If anybody remembers, you can please post it. We all know who brought smallpox here. Some people get offended because I say that. I'm not in the game of offending, nor am I in the game of being offended. Which means I'm not interested in making your feelings hurt because, I have this particular interest. No, not at all. Not at all. This is from a book called The Lutheran, okay? The Lutheran Newsletter, written in 1900 in September. Now, why is this important that I'm showing you? Because I want to show you something here real quick. You see, when people know who you are, they're going to do everything in their power to not let you know. And they're going to do everything in their power that they have to make sure that you never know. So it's your job to find out. No one's going to bring you this food. You have to find it yourself. Now, some of us are a little bit more ahead. It doesn't make you any better, nor does it make me any better. I'm looking for the date of September 1st, 1900. Give me a second. I believe it's September 1st, 1900. No wonder I passed it. Way ahead. I was in October. Give me a second. This is, okay, I think this is right here. September 7th or 1st. The power, let me see. There's a point I'm trying to make. Just bear with me, family. In case you don't know, since these people have been here, they've never allowed us to have a Bible. You have to ask yourself why. Why are these people doing everything in their power not to let you have a Bible? So it says here, remember, dated September 7th, 1900. Okay, it's a pretty old book. Page 55 on the Lutheran Newsletter. It says on the bottom, here on this side, on the left side, okay? It says, let me see if I could even make it bigger. I think I can. Perfect. It says here, Dr. Francis S. Borton relates the following about the first Bible printed in Mexico in the Christian Advocate. The printing press came to Mexico in 1539. For in that year, there was printed in Mexico in Spanish a brief compendium of the Christian doctrine, which is what falls under this right here. Okay? I had it already set. This is from the Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids. So for you dumbasses that try to call yourselves wabos and then use this book, you don't read thoroughly. You obviously don't. Read page 16. As the land was stolen from the natives, great famine ensued, yet heavy taxes were laid on Indians. Those who failed to pay were tortured to death. Indians who refused to join the Catholic Church were horsewhipped, had their heads shaved, and were forbidden to hold office or title in their villages. For failing to attend Mass or for practicing any other old rites, an Indian could receive 100 lashes. According to the Spaniards, an Indian was supposed to only the Our Father, Ave Maria, Credo, and the Ten Commandments. Reading and writing was considered as dangerous as the devil. Now, we know that this is the Christian compendium, okay? And it was implemented by who? None other than Zumarraga, the Jesuit bishop. So let me read it. A brief compendium. Here it goes right here. I'm going to be right there, okay? So I'll give from the top. The first Bible printed in Mexico, the printing press came to Mexico in 1539. For in that year, there was printed in Mexico in Spanish a brief compendium of the Christian doctrine under the espouse of famous Bishop Fray Juan de Zumarraga, which is the same one that gave you the Virgin Mary. Yes, I'm sure you're going to be confused. If you follow this channel, you'll understand the classes I've done. Let me continue. That was just 81 years before the Mayflower brought the first pilgrims to Plymouth Bay. From 1539 to 1810, when the immortal Hidalgo raised the cry of Mexican independence. Remember that year, 1810. Do not forget that year. That's a very important time, family. 1539 and 1810, all of a sudden, well, what happened and why all of a sudden change it? Why now allow certain things to be printed? So let me continue. When the immortal Hidalgo raised the cry of Mexican independence, or during the 271 years of Spanish rule, or misrule Mexico, Spain not only did not give Mexico a Bible, but sternly prohibited the publication of any part of the sacred scriptures in the language of the Mexican people. That prohibition is still in force with regards to the printing of the printing of the Bible. Dude, I told you not to do that. With the printing of the Bible in any one of the 52 different languages and dialects spoken in Mexico today. Check this out. Then it says the first edition of the Bible in Mexico was printed in Latin and in Spanish in Mexico City in 1831 through 1833. So the very first one was printed in Latin and in Spanish. Okay? It appeared in 25 volumes. So now, if you are a regular Joe, do you think you have space for 25 books and the cost of it with an atlas and cost over $200? This is in 1830. So that still remained a prohibited book to the great majority of the people. A magnificent copy of the edition is before me as I write. So I say that Spain never, I repeat, never allowed Mexico the sight of the word of God in all the centuries of his dominion. Of course, the Latin Bible could have been had. There it goes right there. These are facts, family. This is exactly what occurred to you. That's why you are a Christian. And you believe in Christmas and you know, like the Virgen Maria, and you think that stuff is real. But it's not. I'm telling you, this guy gave you the Virgen Maria. Check this out. It's all part of the scheme. I've read this to you guys before. Get away, bro. This is from Propaganda, written in 1910 by something Bernay. Check this out. The conscious and intelligent manipulation of organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in a democratic society. Those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government, which is true ruling power of the country, which is the true ruling power of the country. What it's basically saying is you have to be in agreement with this governing body in order for you to be part of the system. We are governed, our minds are molded, our tastes formed, our ideas suggested largely by men we have never heard of. This is a logical result of the way in which our democratic society is organized. Vast number of human beings must cooperate in this manner if they are to live together as smoothly in functioning societies. Like, for example, when shit was being given to you white folks, okay, or you black folks too, you weren't complaining. Nah, things were good. Like antebellum period. Quítaselo a los mexicanos, güey. Quítaselos a los indígenas. That was totally fine. White folks, it's okay to take land from the natives or the so-called mexicas. Black folks, it's okay to be on the white man's side because you know what? You're getting land from them. But as soon as you're not part of the society, or you start seeing that you were part of the system that you benefited from for a long time, our invisible governors are, in many cases, unaware of the identity of their fellow members in the inner cabinets. They govern us by their qualities of natural leadership, their ability to supply needed ideas, like every so-called Washington president or every so-called black so-called prophet, Malcolm X's or your, Martin Luther King's. Yeah, they sound real good because you need them at that time. They never needed us. They never asked for our vote. Remember that shit. We're watching a novela, so we got to be mindful who is playing it. They govern us by their quality of natural leadership, their ability to supply needed ideas, by their key positions in social structure. Whatever attitude one chooses to take towards its condition, it remains the fact that in almost every act of our daily lives, whether in the sphere of politics or business, our social conduct and our ethical thinking are basically established or made by other people that you are not aware of. I'm going to show you something. This goes deep, family. And that's why I said I'm going to start showing you the spirit of these people. Okay? Check this out.
The secret of Masonry, like the secret of life, can be known only by those who seek it, serve it, live it. It cannot be uttered. It can only be felt and acted. William Taft. For centuries, secret organizations have been the ruler of society, operating from the shadows, guiding the course of history, and wielding power in ways that most of us can hardly imagine. Within these secret societies, they share a common thread: hidden knowledge and secrets given only to the elite to navigate and manipulate the fabric of reality in a way that appears to be magical. 33-degree Masonry is one of these elusive societies. And throughout history, some of the most influential figures have been members of the Freemason Brotherhood. from founding fathers like George Washington to visionaries like Benjamin Franklin. Other famous Freemasons include Mozart, Winston Churchill, Mark Twain, Henry Ford, and as many as 14 U.S. presidents, including Andrew Jackson, Franklin Roosevelt, and Harry Truman. And Masonic symbolism can be found everywhere, interwoven into our daily lives in a prominent way, from the all-seeing eye to the square and compasses seen on buildings, historical markers, and monuments, to the mosaic pavement found in places such as the Congressional Library. This Masonic symbolism has permeated various aspects of everyday life, often without the explicit recognition of those not familiar with Freemasonry and reflecting the widespread influence of Masonic traditions. How did this influence become so widespread? Many of the greatest and most prominent minds in history were Freemasons. They had secret knowledge of how to govern and rule their destiny. One of their secrets is a deep understanding of universal laws and principles that govern success, power, and abundance. When harnessed correctly, the secrets they understood led to power and profound influence. What sets these groups apart is their mastery of ancient wisdom and universal principles that many pass by, unaware of the profound impact they can have on their lives. These secrets, which revolve around the laws of the universe itself, are the keys to unlocking potential, achieving greatness, and even altering the course of history. Universal laws. The law of cause and effect is unchanging and deliberate. It is precise in its application and delivery. It knows no prejudice and delivers an exact proportion to all based on the seeds that you choose to plant through your thoughts and feeling states. It always delivers back to you the results of whatever you put out into the universe. As with any life on Earth, a seed, the cause, must first exist in order for anything to enter into and experience life, the effect. This is sowing and reaping in action. This principle is not complicated, but it is as certain and precise as the law of gravity. The outcome is predictable. The only thing that keeps a seed from growing is proper nurturing. With this principle, it's crucial to understand that the seed that is planted can only produce and must produce what the seed was designed to grow. Like the soil you would plant a seed in to grow a crop.
I hope some of you guys are actually listening to what this person's saying. It's a parable for those that can understand what I'm trying to share with y'all. You see, it's telling you that it is a kind of like, for example, you are in control of that land and you are manufacturing the way that seed is going to grow. You're going to manipulate that seed into what its growth is. Like, for example, perception is reality. And I'm glad that I actually saw this and I shared this with y'all because it goes back to this part here. And I brought this out maybe a week ago. But in case some of y'all missed it, we were told from the get-go what was going to be the main issue. Genesis 4:7 says, remember, this is regarding Cain and Abel. And here it says, if you do well, shall you not be accepted regarding the offering? And if you do not do well, sin lies at the door. Check this out. Perception's reality. Sin lies at the door. So your eyes are what basically sees. In case you don't know, your eyes are what basically sees, right? I'll give an example. So let me read it again. If you do well, should you not be accepted? And if you do not do well, sin lies at the door. But the interesting thing is what it says right after. See, a lot of us read different translations and we don't pay attention to what it's actually saying to us. It says, and unto you shall be his desire, meaning sin is going to desire you. Like, for example, Matthew 12, when you read about this, the spirit left you. And then it's like tired of going around and he says, I'm going to come back to my house where I live. Once again, and unto you shall be his desire and you shall rule over him, meaning sin. So if your mind is filtered, let's say through the scriptures, you're going to base everything off those things. So if you look at something and you're saturated with the word, you're going to base what you see off that information yet you have in your eyes. For example, why Matthew 6:22 makes more perfect sense. So we've been told this from the get-go, but some of us don't want to believe. No, we're stuck in our old ways because we think we know when you don't even read or study, unfortunately. Matthew 6:22, the light of the body is the eye. You see that? Just like perception's reality, right? The light of the eye, the light of the body is the eye. See the eye? The light, what do you mean? What comes in, correct? Check this out. If therefore your eye be single, your whole body shall be full of light. But if your eye be evil, your whole body shall be full of darkness. And if therefore the light that is in you be darkness, how great is that darkness? Damn, right? So we go back to Genesis 4:7. Why it says this in the get-go. Everybody seems to miss it. If you do well, you should not be accepted. And if you do not do well, sin lieth at the door. He was warned, by the way. Cain was told, listen, man, it's all up to you. Your perception, you can change it. But he didn't care. Right after that, he killed him. And unto you shall be his desire, and you shall rule over it. So from the beginning, we're seeing some manipulation happening. And this is what it's talking about. And this is what I'm trying to share with y'all. You've been manipulated. We've been manipulated. And after this, let's continue.
Results of whatever you put out into the universe. As with any life on Earth, a seed, the cause, must first exist in order for anything to enter into and experience life, the effect. This is sowing and reaping in action. This principle is not complicated, but it is as certain and precise as the law of gravity. The outcome is predictable. The only thing that keeps a seed from growing is proper nurturing. With this principle, it's crucial to understand that the seed that is planted can only produce and must produce what the seed was designed to grow. Like the soil you would plant a seed in to grow a crop, the field of consciousness from the principle of mentalism is the soil for our seeds of thought. The two function in the same manner. The thought seed is planted through the principle of mentalism. The frequencies of vibration that we emit attract into the physical world the result of the thought seed that was planted and nurtured through the principle of vibration, and this results in a cause that creates an effect, tying these three principles together, what is commonly referred to as the law of attraction. Once again, this principle is precise and knows no prejudice, so the choice is yours.
Hey, I got a question. First of all, I don't know what you mean by this. You have not answered Jeremiah. I don't know what question you attached to it. Oh, woman in heaven question. The woman in heaven? You mean like the Queen of Heaven? I really want to know. Or my question of showing a historical pre-1492 white person. Well, let me ask you, Meshi, what do you think first of all, where do you get this concept that anybody here said white person? Because I think what you think a white person is probably what I think a white person is, quote unquote. So what is a white person to you, first of all? I will provide my thoughts and the sources based on them after a proper... Well, you don't dictate what the fuck goes on in this channel. I don't understand that. I mean, you're here posting. So I didn't really understand what you meant by the Jeremiah 50:33. I don't see what question you're talking about. So maybe you must be mistaken regarding what you posted, because I don't remember you saying anything about a woman. What do you mean? Because I did read Jeremiah 50:30. I did read it for. Look, I'm still here. We're pressed together. You showed almost. Yeah. And so you're leaning towards this you might have changed your fucking picture, bro, but you sound like the dude that was here yesterday or the dude that was here before regarding AMLO or whatever situation you got going on. It seems like there's a issue here regarding this white person thing. So why don't we just start there, because that's what your initial question was. Before you change your, you know what I'm saying, your fucking meme and shit. Before you change your meme, that's where you kind of like jumped. I think it was yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. You jumped on that white person thing. So first of all, before I even want to answer any of your questions, what the fuck is a white person to you? First of all, what's a white person? Since you want to be eloquent and, proper and shit when you're saying, like, I will answer you. Okay, sounds good. So let's start from the beginning, because before I answer any of your fucking questions, I want to know this, first of all, because that triggered you yesterday. I know it triggered you yesterday. This is where it all started. I think you changed your shit. So it says here, let's see. You posted, let me go back. Jeremiah 30:50. Where is it at? Look at it. And I'm still waiting for the question. So you said Jeremiah 50:30. This is what the word of the Lord. That's it. The Creator saying them evil ones not listening. So the extremists. So does the Creator have control? Okay. Where exactly did you ever mention anything about a woman? I have a question for you. Just post the link. You mean like to come on the live? Nah, I got a class going on. I'm not going to waste my time like doing that shit. I'm not posting no links right now, bro. Like, that's not the point. I'm not doing that. I have time for doing that shit another day. I don't have no problem with that. But not today, because we got a video going on. Well, listen, let's put it this way, bro. Let's put it this way. Let's put it this way, man, because obviously I do know now who I think I know who you are, bro. To be honest with you, man. Because you talk a certain way, you say certain things, and then you change your shit yesterday. Are you Mexican, man? Like the dude that went to Yakasha and Vladimir and started talking shit about me? Is that you, bro? Is that you? The same person that I apologized to when we had a misunderstanding, and then you went off and talked shit about me? That's you? The one I told, like, nah, I can't be giving money to Latin kings and shit because, like, I don't do that shit. I try to keep the commandments. Is this you? Damn. I wasn't wrong. Let's go, fam. This is nuts. This is crazy.
The choice is to train yourself to limit your thoughts, words, and actions to only those which will produce what you desire in your life. If you must take actions that are out of alignment with that initially, be certain to keep your thoughts and wording in check, as well as continuing to monitor and adjust your feeling states. For example, if you are creating your reality to have a specific amount of money within a specified period of time, based on the precise and unwavering truths of cause and effect, sowing and reaping, it wouldn't benefit you to repeat to yourself either out loud or mentally, I don't have the money I need.
So it is you. It is you. So, no, hold on a second. Matter of fact, I want to prove it now. Let's see. Hit the link, bro. Let's see. Because I think it is you. It is you, Mexican. It is you. I'm not afraid to fucking tell you anything, man, because I don't go to people's channels and shit and go talk behind people's backs. And you know damn well that we had a personal talk between you and I. We had a personal talk between us, and I apologized to you that day that I feel that I was maybe wrong. I don't know if you were either. But I apologize as a man. I called you and shit. I called you a couple times and we talked about it, bro. And then after that, we didn't talk again. And then you go to Yakusha's channel and start talking shit. So if this is you, if I'm wrong, my apologies. But if it's you, what the nerve of you, bro? The nerve of you, dude. You're gonna look more embarrassed than myself because you were out there. You, Yakusha, and Vladimir created a one class, and you guys all talk shit about me. So I hope this is, if it's not you, my apologies, Meshi. But it's like you sound a lot like that dude, bro. So if it's you, which I actually got a hold of a brother that was familiar with that situation, and he knows your voice. So if it's you, he's going to tell me if it's you. So hit the link, Meshi, since you say I'm fucking running. Go ahead. Let's start off with sincerity first, because sincerity and honesty is the most important thing. That's the one thing. I've never tried to hide of me being me. And you know what? I'm gonna say this right now. You're mad because I didn't want to, generate money because you told me that I would have no control of what to say because it would go to Latin Kings. That's what you fucking said. So I think it is you. So do us all a favor. If you think I'm a coward, hit the link and we can tell if that's you. And if it's not you, I swear, man, I don't swear, but I apologize if it ain't you, bro. It's just that you sound so much like that person and you're talking like that person. You're texting and posting like that person. Okay, let's see. Go ahead, man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Are we on the live or what? Let me turn down that. Let me put a pause on that. On your. Let me see where. Let me put a pause on your voice over here. Okay, here we go. Okay, okay. I thought. Okay, good. Okay, now what?
Is this Mexican?
I've always been. Look, check this out. Check this out. Yesterday,
go ahead.
Yesterday you said you play chess.
Stop. You don't have control of shit here. You don't have control of nothing here. Do you understand? Let's start with the beginning.
When I called you,
wait, nope. Stop. We're gonna start from the beginning, Meshi.
Just relax.
See, there you go. No. You need to relax. You're on my channel.
Relax.
No. You need to stop. You need to stop.
Cool.
Let's go to the beginning. Hold on. Let's go to the beginning. Did you not go to your channel and talk shit about it?
Calm down with your little tantrum.
Did you not do it? Did you not do it?
Calm down with your tantrum.
Bro, see, family. I'm telling you, man, slow down. You came to the channel, you wanted to link up. Hold on, let me ask you a question. Let's start from the beginning. Now, before whatever your assumptions that you believe or what I believe in. But you're not on Yakuza's channel talking shit about me.
You said the beginning.
Hold on. I'm asking you a question. Did you not go on Yakuza's channel and talk about me?
Go to the beginning. Stay in context, bro.
You
sound so unprofessional. You try to act like you're so spiritual and high mighty. You're not, bro. You're just another brother like me that's down in the gutter. You're a wino hitting the streets and all that. You know what I'm saying? You're always
yeah, I was. I never denied it. I was a wino. I was one bottom barrel alcoholic. One sofa away from being a fucking homeless. So what's up? What's the deal? I'm not doing that shit no more. So what's going on?
On mute. Why you gotta?
Right, because you're not answering my question. So let's go to the beginning, okay? Because you don't control shit here no more. So this is your only chance. This is your only chance to actually clear your fucking name. Because from what I'm understanding, bro, you're not being honest with nobody here. So let me ask you. Let's start from the beginning. Forget about what. There you go. You need to stop. I'm gonna let you speak. If you don't speak, I'm gonna take you out. You're making it difficult for everybody.
You've been speaking hours.
Here we go.
You're speaking hours, bro.
Wait, hold on. You're on this
private call.
Okay, family. Let me say this real quick. This is the same dude that was on Yakuza's channel talking shit about me. So before he goes on and asks me anything about what I believe in, I need to know this. Is that true or not? Were you not on this channel talking shit about me? Yes or no?
Are you done?
I'm asking you a question.
Are you done?
I'm asking you a question.
Are you done?
I asked you 3 questions about me. Yes or no?
I asked you 3 questions, which you
I'm
cannot
asking
answer.
you. Hold on. It goes to the origin. We stopped talking at that time, man, bro. You know that, bro. Stop being young. You're an adult. I'm an adult.
Are a female tendency.
See, there you go. You see. So you want to assume by your name calling and shit that you're gonna change any narrative. No, I'm asking you a question.
That's what you do all day.
You're not talking shit about me at Yakusha's channel.
No, stay in context, bro. It's that simple. I know you get into little female tantrums, bro. Just
I'll let you speak. Let him say what he's gonna say, bro. Because guess what, man?
Hey, it's that simple.
I have somebody here
for hours every day about black man. Try to give me this and try to, forget the black man, right? Lift up your people, bro. Stop
like you are?
Man dick,
hey, what happened to that money that Yakuza and them gave you, bro? What happened to that money that Ye gave you?
Answer the 3 questions that I asked you, and I'm going to answer all your questions, bro.
Shut your ass up, man. You're out of here, bro. I never want to see you here again. Ever, man. Man, this is so whack, man. I can't believe that you're that kind of man, bro. I honestly do. That's just, wow, man. Wow. You not only did you talk shit about me, but you went to the channel. You told them to create a fucking money drive to collect money and shit. No, we have the records, bro. I got Discord. I saw it all and shit. I was in that motherfucking thing. You shut it down. You took their money, and yet you're here on this channel talking shit about me. What the oh my God, bro. Listen, the last thing I do is talk about a man, talk behind his back, and then months later act like it never fucking happened. And then you're trying to be cool. I don't understand people like that, man. You want to talk about, oh, I'm talking about certain people. Man, you know what? Then you're missing the point. Everybody in this channel knows that I'm not pushing fire on certain people because I have a narrative against them. It's everybody. But listen, I may be wrong, okay? I may be wrong. Nobody is 100% truth on this shit. See, there you go. You fake, but yet you were talking shit behind my back with Yakasha and Vladimir. And then you had a fallout with them after you took the money. I don't care about your questions, man. It doesn't sound... Look, you don't deserve a biblical answer because you are a fucking demon. You're a fucking demon. You don't even recognize the fact that you did that shit. This is why I tell brothers, man, I tell you guys all the time, bro. 1 Peter 2:1, wherefore laying aside all malice, all guile, all hypocrisy, and evil speaking. Forget the envies. I don't think you envy me, man. It's evil speaking and hypocrisy. Yet you're here in this channel still asking for certain simple questions. Yet when I told you, were you not talking shit about me at Yakasha's channel? Yes, you were. And yet I gave you the platform so as men, we can talk about it. That's not female shit. That's me trying to understand what the fuck did I did wrong to you for you to talk shit about me. Nah, bro. The fake one is you, dude. You see, I didn't come to... See, there you go. Hey, listen. You're projecting, my brother. You're projecting. You are projecting, man, because everybody here knows, at least they understand what I'm talking about. And there's people here that I talk to often. Oh, take that trash out? Hey, you moderators, man, you decide, bro. This is funny, bro. I'm glad. Hey, listen, I had a feeling, man. I was like, bro, I think that's him, man. The same fucking dude that, like, damn, man. You can't trust people like that. I don't care what you think about me, man. It don't matter to me. You don't offend nobody, bro. Like, hey, listen, you're still in this channel, yet you are a hypocrite, bro. No, actually, you are predictable. Because guess what? I had told the brother, I said, listen, bro, I think that's MESHIACHA. And he's like, nah. I said, yeah, it is, bro. Watch. I'm going to lure his ass out. And it was you. You are predictable. Hey, look. Go swing. That's what he thinks it is. You see, family, the spirit of wicked-ass people always comes out, bro. They come in here, post shit, watch the channel, think they're friendly, whatever. And then all of a sudden, man, they show exactly how they feel. Look. Go back to BHI. You don't even know the Bible, dude. Hey, Meshi, let's be honest, man. You emailed me some pertinent information that you know you shouldn't be sharing because that's Latin King shit. And I never shared that with nobody. Who is the real predictable fucking dumbass? You. You're full of shit, bro. BHI's full of shit. This guy's full of shit. They're all full of shit, man. And hey, do me a favor, because I know I don't talk to Yakasha, but give them their money back, man. Why don't you give them their money back? Because they're actually wondering, like, you know, because you took their money. You know, that's what I saw on Discord and shit. Hey, look, Job, he says you're a mandilon and shit. So now he's, dude, you see what I'm saying? You're so full of hate, bro. It's a sad shit, man. Look, Dominatrix, Yakasha, he'll quote on you live. You know what he's doing, Job? You know what he's doing? He's just fucking expressing how he feels. He feels like shit because I caught his ass. Because you're a fucking liar, Meshi. You're a fucking liar. You want to collect money for Latin kings and shit and then keep it to yourself. Hey, do me a favor, bro. With all due respect, give that money back to Yakasha, bro. Give that money back. I don't know how much, but I saw the shit on Discord. You didn't want to tell him. You're a fucking thief. And that's worse because you got some demons on you, man. I don't listen to him. Not after that fucking emotion. Hey, you talk about me being effeminate. How about you murmuring behind a man's back? That's more effeminate than anything I ever fucking heard about, bro. It's sad shit. I'm glad you're here, though, because you know what? Let the algorithm continue. Post all you want, man. People know who you are. You see that? Hey, look. See, a snake can never keep its fucking tongue inside, bro. He said, Yakusha sent the money, so it's not my fault, basically, right? Oh, that's fucking crazy. No. Do you want to know something? I never talked to nobody about this. You can ask anyone here in this channel if I ever mention and talk shit behind your back specifically. All I said was, man, that's wrong that they did that shit. I never did a class on it, didn't even bother. I was like, I'll move on, bro, because, that was my mistake for letting people like that around me in the first place. And the funny thing is, Meshikan, you still got my channel, homie. I mean, you still got my phone number because I had yours. So it's funny that you use this avenue to want to talk to me and shit when you have my phone number the whole fucking time. You have my phone number. Yakusha had my phone number. Vladimir had my phone number. You guys all had my phone number, bro. But you decided to murmur, and then you wonder who the female comadreando is. That's comadreando, dude. You, Yakusha, and Vladimir got together and talked shit about me. Hey, I don't like him. I don't like him. I don't like him. That's what comadreando means. Eso es comadrear, güey. Apparently, you don't know Spanish that well. But let's continue, bro. Hey, stick around, man. You're gonna help the algorithm. Okay, first of all, as far as I knew, last time we talked, I thought it was cool. But I told you, I'm not gonna collect money to give it to fucking Latin Kings, bro. I'm not gonna do that. Because I asked you, I specifically asked you and said, so let me ask you, man. So if I collect money and I give it to them, do I have to say whatever they're doing and shit? You're like, nah, man. That's, you know what I'm saying? Like that's their I don't know what word you use, but that's their, like, I don't know, court or whatever. And I don't think you use court. You said something else. So I was like, nah. And if it has anything to do with wickedness, bro, I don't want to be involved. So what did you do? You went to Yakusha and you created the same shit. You took their money and they didn't even you never told them because they never asked you, hey, what's that money going to be about? And then you shut down Discord. I will always try to help. I hope you don't know me, man. You don't know nothing about me. We never spoke on what? Are you serious? Let the Most High punish me then, bro. Let the Most High fucking punish me, man. Let the Most High punish me that I never fucking told you. And you didn't give me the Latin Kings like the fucking whole whatever you guys call that shit. Do you want me to show it, Meshi? Do you really want me to show that you gave me the Latin King's personal thing that you wanted to translate that shit and put it with verses and stuff? You telling me that you never fucking told me that? Damn, bro. Now you're saying you never. You see, I'm not, nah, bro. I have the fucking receipts, vato. Hit the link. Nah, I don't need to explain. I don't need you to explain nothing, man. I already know who you are, and you're a fucking snake. You know, the first thing you should have done is gave me a call while you saw me while I was doing lives and said, hey, man, my bad on that shit, blah, 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 whatever you thought I did you wrong, you could have told me because I'm okay with that, bro. I make mistakes. And brothers here know, I talk to brothers all the time. They know I make mistakes. Shit happens, but you never did that. I'm not going to give you the fucking pleasure of you satisfying your need. Like right now, you see, you're trying to feed that empty space because you know that you're wrong. And I'm not ever going to let you on this fucking channel. I know who you are. Yakusha knows who you are. All your little groupies that you guys created. Remember you guys did what is that called? The manifesto. Hey, you emailed me the fucking Land Kings manifesto and you wanted me to help you break it down and put it in scriptures. You telling me I'm lying about that too? You're a coward. no, Job. Job, hold on a second. Are you talking to me, Job? Because I have no issue with you. Are you telling that? What's the issue? Oh, Meshi, that man. Yeah, what's right? It's like he fucking called you. What did he call you? A mandilón. I was like, damn, I didn't know he had a problem with you, bro. Like, fuck, he's just name calling everybody. Let's go. Hey, he called me a pork eater and shit. Yeah, I don't know about Brother Job. I don't know, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, apparently he's upset and shit. Hey, by the way, so you kind of knew the situation between, because I know you come to this channel, bro, and I really don't get personal with you on anything like that, you know, because I saw you over there on Yakasha shit. So you know this dude, like, right? Or at least you guys talked and shit, because he called you a mandilon. I mean, at least that's what I'm noticing. Where is he? What'd you say? He said, look at Yakasha's video. Hold on. When did he call you mandilon? I was like, damn, he knows. Oh, there he goes right there. Ha ha, Joe the mandilon. Wow. So by the way, the word mandilon, let me remind you guys what the word mandilon is, because mandilon. El término mandilón se refiere a una persona, generalmente un hombre, que es percibido como sumiso o que deja dominar por su pareja. Oh, shit. You mean like me? Or you guys? Oh, you guys are talking to each other. Hey man, if you guys want, bro, hey, listen, Meshi, I'll let you on, but I'm not gonna answer any of your stupid fucking 3 questions. I already know that you talk shit about me, and you're not gonna admit it. But if you want to chop it up with this dude, shit. I mean, this is. Listen, from what I noticed, I always stand from afar, bro. I see fruition, I see things boil, and I let it simmer, and I don't say nothing about it. I think what's going on right now is what I consider a fungus. It's like you just chose to come back out of nowhere and shit. Look, let me see. What did he say? Hold on. Mentiroso. Mentiroso for what? Are you talking to me or him? Well, you guys talking to each other. Wait, you talking to me? Or you talking to him? Hold on. Meshi, you want to go on live and speak on grievances about me? What? Oh, shit. Focus on flaws I say about your fake ass. Now you're focusing on Job? Cobarde. With your coward asses. Oh, he thinks I know you like personal, dude. I don't know him like that. He comes to the channel, dude. That's between you guys, man. If not, I'll keep going. Always banging Africans for debate, then you run like a... What do you mean? They never hit the link. I've been on Facebook. See, you don't know nothing about me, man. You're just showing hate, bro. Este pendejo, see what I'm saying? Hey, Brother Joe, wherever you're at in the world, bro, I think he's scared of you. I don't think he wants to talk to you about those little problems that you guys might have had. Because from what I remember watching Yakucha's channel, every now and then I would see you and him in his channel. Meshi want to speak to you. What's that? Este pendejo talking about your... You know it. So you want me to put the link up? Are you guys serious? That would be interesting. I don't know, bro. I think he is. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think Meshi will hit the link because I'm not going to talk to you, Meshi. I got nothing to say to you, bro. I already know who you are. But apparently, oh, okay. All right. Okay. Here we go, family. All right. Let's see. Again, man. I'm trying to be flexible with this channel, but apparently some people want to clear up some grievances and shit. Apparently. So let's clear up some grievances. There goes the link right there. There goes the link right there. Remember, I'm gonna sit back because I already did. Joe, Shuikot, however you say your name. Give me a second, dude. Give me a second, brother. Hey, shalom, brother.
Shalom, my friend.
Good to have you here, bro. Good to have you here, man.
Yes. How was your evening, sir?
Hey, so appreciate you watching the channel. Apparently, Meshi, I saw you guys chop it up at one point.
I kind of thought it was him. but I didn't think it was him. But hit the channel, my friend.
There you go. Let's see. I'll sit back. I'll be quiet now.
Mic check.
Go ahead. You guys are free to go.
No, I'm talking about the so-called MESHIACHA Chronicles. I'm talking about your bitch ass. I'm talking about your little bitch ass, not Job. I got no beef with Job. But if Job wants to talk, we can talk. But,
Do you have a problem with me, Michigan?
Hey,
you have a problem? Hey, let's just get this out of the way first.
Oh, okay.
Do you have a problem with me, bro?
Look. Okay. Because I got a little, I'm hearing echoes. Let me put a pause on over here. Let me put a pause over here because, okay, here we go. Can you hear me? Mic check.
Mic check 1, 2.
Okay, perfect. Okay, with you, Joe, personally, I ain't got no beef with you, bro. No Yakusha, nor Manny, nor Vlad. I'm talking about the old little whole ass nigga that wants to throw a little bone out there and try to have brothers go at it. But if you want to talk, we can talk. No, until this the little whole ass nigga over here trying to hide, always trying to, call out black African motherfuckers. I'm gonna say this real quick. You want to always curse?
Meshi, when we can all speak at the same time because you let Brother Job speak and you didn't cut him off. So apparently you don't feel that way. So I'm gonna mute you every time you do that.
I gotta respect that.
Hey, wait, hold on. You don't shut up, bro. Shut up. Shut up for a second. You don't see. Okay, so the reason why I noticed what was going on is because you don't really understand the way my mind works. I pay attention to patterns and shit, okay? And I started noticing, and I noticed something that you said, mandilon. So I was like, mandilon?
Okay.
What the fuck? I know what that word means. So, hey, listen, you can talk.
We got no problem here.
Hold on. You can talk.
I got no, but let him. He's going to keep pushing that because he wants to run like a little bitch.
Running from what? From your 3 fucking questions?
Okay, Job is out the way. It's just me and you.
Cool, Joe. You
But
got
you're gonna
anything to
start.
say to this
You're
guy?
gonna start. Are you cool with it, Joe, or what? You want to talk? Because this
Oh,
little
it's all
faggot
right.
wants to. You want to talk or not? Because I'm cool with you, bro.
I can
I
go.
told you even when I will call you
You already
personally.
told me. You already told me you have no issue with me. But I'm just trying to figure. I'm just letting you know. I don't go by. I'm not a mandilon, dog.
Okay, beautiful.
You know what I'm saying?
I respect
So
that.
let's just.
Because if you
I'm
throw a
not
slug,
a.
I'm gonna throw a slug. And you threw a
Yeah,
slug, so
but
I threw a slug.
you threw the first slug.
Not to you. I'm talking about this other little
Oh.
fake ass nigga over here.
All right. Well, I thought you had an issue with me,
Nah,
man.
I ain't got no
So.
beef with you or Yakasha, bro. Or Vlad or
Oh.
any other brothers that jumped on there. And this guy want to act like he never jumped
So
on the
what's
live.
your
You know who
issue
we
with
are.
this gentleman? What's your issue with
Okay,
this
okay.
gentleman?
Well, honestly, personally, nothing. I asked 3 questions, what I'm saying, which he wants to run from. But, what I'm saying, I
Why
don't
is
know
this so
why, because
significant to answer? Why is it so significant to answer
it's not it's
Jeremiah
not
50
it's
and
not that
33?
serious. It's not that serious. But he gets into these little roles that this combative BHI. He was under them camps with them Africans, throughout his whole walk, bro. He got that African, tendency, bro. And then
So
even when I
are we
spoke to
allowed
him
to evolve?
personally, on the phone when
Hey,
I call him,
hey, Joe,
he
Joe,
gets into these tantrums, bro.
Joe,
And
hold
then you
on a
can't
second.
get him out of it. But he
Hey,
seems a
hey,
little bit
Joe.
calm now.
Hey,
So I'm gonna let
Joe.
him speak.
Take it, Joe. Listen. I know that you, Mexican, loves to fucking walk away from your past, and you don't like to face your shit.
All of a sudden, you don't know me, but now you know everything
Well,
about me.
you
Keep
talking
going.
a lot
Keep
like you know
going.
me.
Keep going.
Hey, no,
Keep
hold on a
going.
second.
With your
You
lying,
talking?
pork eating ass. Trying to act like you some type of priest. You ain't no
Yeah,
Joshua
you're
or
right, bro.
priest.
I'm
So go
enjoying
ahead.
pork
Keep
all
going.
day,
Keep
every day.
going.
I'm
All of a
enjoying
sudden,
pork.
you know everything
Yeah,
about me,
yeah,
but
yeah,
go
yeah.
ahead.
See? Shut the
You don't
fuck
even.
up for a moment. Shut
Okay,
up.
I will.
Shut up.
I
Silence
have
is
a
gold.
question after
All
this
right,
is all
go,
done. I
go
have
ahead,
a
ask your
question.
question before I say what I got to say.
Oh, I have a. Okay, you want me to go
Let
on
him
my question
ask. Let
first?
him talk. Don't let him run. Let him ask. What's your
No.
question?
Hey, listen, bro.
Is it true? Is
Oh,
it
well, my
true
bad.
that
I
the?
thought I was talking to him, bro. But because
I
you know,
just
you
want to know because I just we were just talking about. Is it true that the land grant was supposed to go Latin Kings?
the who?
The Latin Kings.
Yeah,
The
but the land
gang,
grab, the what? The land what?
the money that you guys were
Oh,
accruing, was it supposed to be going to the Latin Kings?
okay. Well, just because you're asking, bro. Not that other little fake ass nigga that just wants to.
Wait,
Okay,
hold
check
on,
this
hold
out.
on.
No, no, shut your bitch
Hopefully you
ass
can
up,
tell me
man.
how
Job
to
asked a question and I'm gonna answer.
hold on. No. Shut up. I'm glad you asked that question, Joe, because he said that he never told me any of that. All right. I have the Latin Kings manifesto because you emailed me. Stop the bullshit, man. Stop acting like we didn't fucking talk, bro. Come on. Be honest. I haven't lied. Now I'm gonna let you speak and I'll be quiet.
Damn, I'm glad. That's how I had to deal with him on the phone, on the personal line, bro. You got the female tendencies, bro. That boy don't got no fucking right to be spitting, trying to preach, teach nothing. But anyway, okay. Your question again, Joe, because you got this little female over here. Oh, Job not there no more.
He's here, but he's
I'm
listening.
here. I'm here. I'm listening.
Ask
I'm
your
ready to
question
speak.
because you got this little female over here. You know how you always got females
Hey,
want to fight over a motherfucking brother.
Hey, listen, Messi, you want to know what I learned about people? The way that you always want to use words and make people feel a certain way is because that's how you feel.
Joe, just ask your question, bro.
I already did.
Just ask, I know, ask
I
it again because I got this little female over here just trying to swing on my dick.
He's drinking. He's drinking too. Shit.
I mean, I'm just trying to figure out
I'm bringing in some
what was the
clothes because
money,
it's raining, you
what was the
dumbass.
land, who was going to own the land
Oh, okay.
once the
No, check
money.
this out. Check this out. Okay, I think I'm okay, yeah. There is no land. The ones that are, but there's like 2 questions. There's like multiple things in that question, right? The first thing, nobody, and this is the first time me bringing this up because even with with Yakusha, after the incident that happened between that was in a Discord, right? But I had beef with him never presenting himself or showing up. You know what I'm saying? And to me, it's like I've seen that. So I had beef with him not participating. Like, what you jump in for? But anyway, before putting that aside, it's the like 2 lives or maybe 3 lives before that. It's the water's coming down. It's the 3 lives before he jumped on the Discord. It's he was saying that out of nowhere. He just out of his spirit. He's like, hey, bro, Messi over here, saying in Mexico and whatever. And we don't know how he's doing or the struggles that he's doing. So anybody want to help him out? I never asked for that. You got the recorders right there. You could go back to even before the so-called beef because it's not a beef for me. But he threw that out there. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay, and everybody has a plan. Everybody has a walk, bro. Everybody, the spirit, you know what I'm saying? The creator moves everybody to different ways. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm like, in the level I'm in, I want to do more than just talk. This guy's been talking for 4 years, and it just makes all his brothers his enemies, bro, because he gets into these female tantrums. So I'm like, okay, it's time to build. You know, so he came out of a camp. He got into the word, and blessings to that, to the creator.
Why are you talking
But
about me?
I'm talking to Job, bro.
No, shut up. See, you're talking to Job, but you're mentioning my fucking name. He asked you a direct question about money. You don't have to bring me up. Deal with the money, man. Stay within the context. Is what you said, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, then don't talk about it.
Well, stop trying to make me deviate.
I'm not deviating. Don't mention my name. When you get a chance to talk to me, you can mention my shit all the time.
Talk to you because I'm answering Job. And let me see, where was I? And then where this brother was, okay, I was talking about try to build more than just. The reason I brought you up because since you come out of camps, right? But I'm not trying to mimic BHIs or African teachings like he has been, indoctrinated and continues to be indoctrinated. And then let's try to do something on our own, bro. That comes out of our people, not Africans or BHI, influences like he has, because that's all he does.
See, there you go. There you go again. I don't understand, Meshi. What the fuck is the deal? Job asked you a question. Thank you, brother, for coming up. He asked you a direct question.
Maybe it should be a yes or no question.
There you go. That's it.
How about this? Was the land going to be given to the Latin kings? Yes or no? Once it's paid.
Okay, now for one, that's a loaded question, and you're throwing slugs just like a
no, not
would.
slugs, bro.
Yes,
I'm
it is
just
because
getting
for
down.
one,
Okay, how is the Latin kings?
Look,
what does the Latin kings have to do with our movement? What does the Latin kings have to do with our movement?
Let me answer. Oh,
okay.
I didn't know I dropped this. If you know, Yakasha, blessings to him in the sense that he never took down none of his channels. Look, the video is there. Nowhere in none of those videos has nothing of what you're asking has ever been mentioned. So that's why he is a loaded, retarded, feminine question.
So why can't you just
let me answer the other side of the. Let me answer the other part of your question. Let me answer the other part of the question.
Okay.
Land kings have never been mentioned in that. And then two, the money. What money? Okay. Now, who sent me money? Since you know so much.
Who, me? I don't know anything.
Yeah, no, but all of a sudden you got a question. You got land kings and you got money. Okay,
I was there. No, I was there when you guys talked about it, bro. You telling me I have no say so on this?
No, yeah, that's what I'm asking you.
Who sent the money? Then why are you asking me these questions?
Who sent the money?
It doesn't. You know what? The money went somewhere, and we're trying to figure out where it went.
Who sent it?
And then the huh?
Who sent the money?
We don't know. That's what we're asking.
Okay. So you don't know. That's exactly the great answer you have. You don't know.
But you're the one who's
let me answer. Let me answer for you. You know what I'm saying? Because what I wanted to do with, to get in that Discord with the brothers was I was trying to say, wait, let's get more brothers that are into the work, in the book and try to do something right that come out of a bad past, a dark past, and let's try to do something right.
So that's the Latin King.
Let me answer your question, bro. So we would try to let's build I didn't want to say a camp, a sanctuary, or a network among ourselves to be able to help each other, right? And to build. And so that was me. And I didn't know what it was. I didn't propose nothing, and it was just an open question so everybody can put in there, but nobody was. So I'm like, okay, cool. But when Yakasha put that, when he posted that, when you could see the recording, that man, out of nowhere on one of his lives, he says that Meshi over there, we don't know how third world countries, blah blah. And all of a sudden, Manny sent something, right? I'm like, okay, so we could use that maybe as a way of try to do something, maybe care packages for the homeless or go to the hospital, whatever. Is decided by whoever's going to be involved. And those that are going to be involved are the only ones that contribute. If you just babbling out your mouth every weekend like this guy does, you know what I'm saying?
There it goes again. So let me say, hold on a second. Let me say something. Jeez. This is why I was saying what I was saying. I asked you, Meshi, I said, hey man, where is this money going to go to? And you said them. And I go, do I have any say so on what the fuck the money does? And you said, no. You control your house. That's what you said. You control your house. They control their house. As long as you being righteous and shit. And I was like, Nah, bro, I don't want nothing to do with gangs. If that was the case, I would just stay in Pozole Town and shit and just fucking do what I do. I grew up with those guys. You know what I'm saying? So now, again, whenever you mention my name, I'm gonna fucking mute you. This is
And
between
I'm getting a little confused
Okay,
too.
no, check
I'm
this
getting a
out.
little
Wait,
confused,
wait,
Machine.
Just to get Joe out the way. Just to get Joe out the way.
hold on. Whenever you mention my name, Meshi, I will mute you. This is
Yeah,
between you and
okay,
him.
yeah. No, it's with you.
Really?
But I'm answering Joe's questions. I'm gonna answer his questions.
Exactly. But I have nothing to do with that.
Well, all of a sudden you said I did talk to you and then you didn't want to contribute. And all of a sudden you were part of it or you weren't. You asked me or no.
Okay, let me clear up what I
All of a
said.
sudden, see what I mean?
Hold on,
All of a sudden you're gonna contradict.
You know what? No. You know what, man? And if Yakasha is listening, hopefully you can link up.
Yeah,
he can hit the panel. He can hit the panel.
Hold on. Let me say what I gotta say. Let me say what I gotta say. Messi and I were talking, okay? You and I were talking, and we were talking about trying to generate some money to help our hand. Hold on, shut up, man. You see, you're a liar.
Okay, go ahead.
You were saying, yeah, help us out, this and that. And you know what? You're in Mexico, and I was over here. And matter of fact, I know what kind of work you do. Matter of fact, you were the one that helped me get.
I'm a tech support, bro. I work tech support, bro.
Okay,
I'm a technician, bro.
Okay, so let me say this, family, because I don't give a fuck, man. I admit it. I get help from everybody. You were the one that gave me the video to initiate my channel. Yes or no?
What do you mean, channel?
The one when it goes from the clouds to seeing Tenochtitlan over and
yeah.
Right.
I sent you many of them. I sent you the one with the BHIs putting spells on people and a lot of others. But
now pause. So you see what I'm saying? I'm establishing the fact that you and I had a relationship, meaning that we talked for some time. Right.
But then I got no personal beef with you, bro.
No,
because I don't know you like that to be able to say that I got feelings for you. I got no feelings for you. But go ahead.
Messi, you mean feelings like as in like nah, I don't like you like that, man. What the fuck you talking about?
I don't like you and dislike you, bro. I just, like this little thing.
Okay, sounds good. So let me finish what I'm saying.
You're the one that initiated all this.
Let me finish what I'm saying. So then all of a sudden you and I started talking about like, hey man, maybe we should get some people, get some money, help each other out, because people getting deported. And I was like, yeah, man, fuck yeah, fire and shit. And I remember even telling you, hey bro, I remember even telling you, I said, hey bro, I want to go to Mexico, man. Let me go visit you. You said, no, not right now. It's not a good time. You told me that shit, right?
You said you had family and you wanted to come through, but I wasn't going to be in the location. But yeah, I remember that conversation.
Who's acting like a female, bro?
Go ahead.
Let me fucking finish. So then we talk on the phone, and then you tell me, yeah, man, we should gather this money, And at first I was like, I don't know, let me think about it. It took a couple months and shit. We still chopped it up, bro. Because you definitely helped me with that video, and I appreciate you for that shit. But then remember, it's always about the last memory that matters the most, man. That's why it don't matter about how many birthdays you have or when you were born. It matters when you die, what people remember about you. So then all of a sudden, I told you, hey man, you know what? I'm ready to fucking, start doing it. I'll collect that money and shit. Let me go visit you. And you said, nah, it's not a good time. I was like, okay, that's weird. So then when you told me that, my fucking little, antennas got up. I'm like, okay, why is he trying to like do that? That's when I asked you, hey man, if we start collecting that money, where's it going to go? And you told me where it was going to go. And then I said, yo, bro, do I have any control of that shit? Do I have any say so? And you said, no. And that's when I told you I can't do that shit. And after that, you and I basically just dwindled. And we never really talked after that. Those are facts. That's my story. And if the Most High says that I'm fucking lying, well, guess what, bro? I'm ready to get destroyed because I'm not a fucking liar.
On that part, okay, if you recall, because we got so much, going on. If you say that's the last, conversation that I'm not trying to remember, but if that's what it is, I'll accept it and acknowledge it. Okay. Now, look. I'm just gonna put it in a brief, saying in as brief as I could, bro. When with churches, even camps, because that you've been in them for 4 years before you broke off. You know how they do. Look at Alizar and Sakari and all how they broke up. When it comes down to money, bro, it's definitely true that the money, is evil in many ways, and you could do lessons on it endlessly. And so I acknowledge that, but I've never. Who was it? Vlad and Jakashaw. I think it was Vlad that I sent, because there's a economic plan that I had devised where it's going to be open, transparent, and everything that I have no control. And I was never going to be the one running it ever. But we never got to that point. And I still have that material that could be useful for the brotherhood in that fashion where to me, is the most, corruption, embezzlement proof, system, because it's going to be open. It's just going to be similar to corporations, you know what I'm saying, where you got your stock, you know what you got and what you own, and it's going to be any this, up or down, you're going to see it on every monthly report, whether you invest or not. And it's a legitimate, system, but that it never got to that point. So there wasn't about, oh, hey, send money here. No. Because I even talked to the brothers, when they were saying that they're going to have accounts in the States, because I'm, saying the majority of you brothers are over there. Y'all going to manage that. And I'm going to be sending funds over there as well, because I want to be in the books. You know what I'm saying? The only brother, look, let me just finish with this, bro. Let me just finish with this, bro. Can I finish with this, bro?
That's fair. That's fair.
Look, saying it's the only brother that sent money, to that fund was Manny, bro. The only one with heart, without to me, I respected him because of that, because because of this, on game conscious shit, what's gonna happen here? No, out of the spirit, he done bam. When Yakasha said that, he said send them. So I put the motherfucking what do you call it? Because in Mexico it's PayPal. He deposited 1 month, and then he deposited another month. I gave him, and you could, if he ever gets on, I'm sure I sent him the first, receipt on what he put in when the books were open through him. And he only sent, like 1,200 pesos. I don't know what is that, like $50, $60. He sent that twice, 1 month and then the other month. And I matched it with 3,000 pesos on the first one. I got the paperwork here, and I got the recordings where I had a truck of what I do, with nothing but despensas for the hoods over here in Mexico, in Zona Rojas, with care packages. There were over 100 care packages. Una despensa. For those who don't know, the despensa is, you got maybe masa, frijol, arroz, atún, whatever. It's just, some food. The despensa de food. I got I still got the pictures and the recordings through the cameras of the trucks coming, and there were over 100 care packages. And you think 100 care packages was going to be with $50, maybe $100? Man, bro, I've been doing this before and before Yakasha and before all this came about. But I got the receipts. But I mean, why do I have to? You guys just want, I don't know, maybe YouTube. Want likes and want debates, just like the Africans and Europeans. I don't know, bro. That's not for me to try to understand, because that's
so then why are you here? Why are you here if it's not for you?
What do you mean?
Right. Why are you here? Why are you
I'm
listening?
talking about the project that we're doing. That what I'm talking about. Maybe it's not for you, bro, because saying you just want to talk and that's it.
Right. I never invited you.
Bro, you know what I'm saying? I want to. I do want to build. Yesterday I asked.
Wait, hold on. I never invited you back. I never invited you after I heard you talk about that.
It's a YouTube, bro. That's open for everybody.
Okay. So
you know what I'm saying? All of a sudden,
hold on a second. You see, let me tell you something, and be quiet for a second, Meshi. Let me be.
Go ahead.
Like, let's say Job and I were talking on the phone and shit, right? And we got to know each other, and maybe we had a disagreement. And all of a sudden, I go to a fucking live with somebody and shit, and I start talking. Hold on a second, and I start talking shit about you, Job. How are you gonna feel, brother? If you and I
I'll feel offended, and then I will confront you about it.
Right.
See if you're gonna be a man about it.
And look at Job. Job is a perfect example of that.
Hold on a second.
Go ahead.
After that, Meshi.
Go
I called you after that, Meshi Khan.
Where?
I fucking called your phone.
After what?
After you went to Yakasha's channel, you started talking all that shit.
I kind of bumped into Yakasha before you, bro. I jumped in The first time I ever went YouTube, bro, was through Yakasha. Well, no, it was it was through Vega, and then Yakasha.
You're evading the point. You see, the point being is that you and Yakasha and Vladimir got on the live and started talking shit about me, murmuring like women. And what I'm saying is this whole time.
That sounds familiar.
I mean, you're this whole time you're talking about me being that way, but I was never like that with you, man. I apologized to you when I was wrong with you, and I even called you. I called you 2 or 3 times until you picked up, and I said, "Hey, Dispensa, homie, I think I was a little bit, under the weather and shit that other night."
The second time I called you, but you went to a tantrum for like 15 minutes, bro, until you calmed down. I was like, "What the hell are we dealing?" Even at the end of the conversation, she's like, "Hey, what are we arguing?" I'm like, "I don't know."
Right.
You throw a slug, I'm gonna throw a slug.
Hold on a second. Didn't I call you the next day and I apologize? Because guess what? You were drinking and I was drinking. That's exactly what was going on that night. Yes, I do remember. You see what I'm saying? I wasn't as drunk as you are. I remember.
All of a sudden, I was drunk as you. Oh,
No,
you
no,
know,
no.
go ahead, go ahead.
No,
It's
bro,
your
because
story.
apparently, no, listen, because
Okay,
I
but check
brought
this out. Okay, check this
no,
out.
no, I'm not done. I'm not done because I brought out a lot of stuff that you keep saying, like, well, I guess that's what it is. I don't remember. So what's going on with your memory, man? Are you getting Alzheimer's or what the fuck?
No, because look. Okay, look.
Damn.
Okay, I've
No,
already
no,
answered Joe. I've
listen,
already answered Joe.
Messi, I know you did. Messi, let me just say this. And let me just say this, Messi, because I'm going to let you and him finish off. And then before you go, I want to ask you a direct question. Did you not talk shit about me on his channel? That's it. Yes or no? You can say yes or you can say no. And if whatever way to answer you answer, then we can follow it from there. But don't give me these 3 questions until you answer that one. If you're an adult like I am, I think we can do that. All right? Finish between you and Joe. I'm going to be quiet now. I'm going to be
Well, let me tell you what my grievances are with you, Meshi.
Okay.
Since you don't have any grievances with me.
I don't.
Okay. What I don't like is you talking behind people's back, and you haven't.
I'm right
You've
here.
done it. Hold on.
I'm right here.
You've done
Who's
it.
back?
You've done
I'm
it to
talking
me.
to you.
You've done it to me before. Remember when we had that
When did I
meeting?
talk behind your
When we
back?
had that meeting with Yakasha and Vlad, and then
Yeah.
my wife being extremely sick
That
next
was,
to
we were
death.
talking directly to you.
Yeah, but
You know,
what
we were talking. What do you mean behind your back?
you guys obviously had spoke behind the scenes when
Okay.
we were doing this. I think a Zoom meeting. I'm not sure what the hell the meeting was. And
Maybe it
then
was
when I
a meeting.
came in there, you
Okay.
guys had the exact same storyline, bro.
Okay.
And you
Let me
guys,
know when you're done. So I can answer.
I won't be long. I'm not long-winded. And then when I came back, try to defend myself, you guys didn't even listen to one goddamn point that I've said that my wife was close to being dead, and I had to do what I had to do to protect my wife. And you know what? I actually said this exact same thing to Meshi, and Meshi said that he would do exactly the same thing I would have done. And my wife is my everything, man. I've known her for 20 years. And there's no fucking way I will let her fucking die because I'm a fucking macho motherfucker that says, "No, woman, you're not gonna tell me what to do." Now fuck that shit, man. That's my fucking princess. That's my wife. She is the mother of my children.
Can I answer?
For her any motherfucking day, bro.
Can I answer?
Yes.
Okay. What you just said about your wife, that goes for every couple, bro. Even with me.
So why'd you
Like, well,
guys attack
let me
me?
answer, bro. Are you gonna let me answer?
Yes.
Okay, then. Look, before that conversation that was made and that call was made to you, there was a live before that Yakasha was doing. He did multiple ones on you because when you went to go preach on the street, you know, saying there was that altercation. Okay, and then you know, saying I didn't know. I don't know nothing about. When I called Yakasha and Vlad, I had something else in mind. But Yakasha was in that spirit strong that he wanted a whole court. And I'm like, what you mean whole court? It's on his brother. You know, and I didn't know nothing about your business when you went to go do that, you know, saying preach on the street, bro. Yes, but you know, I told Yakasha, look, before you know, saying you went to whole court, you know, I don't know what you're talking about, so you got to break it down. And then I told Vlad, bro, look, this is not what I'm coming in for, but this, you know, saying it's like, you know, you want to hold this conversation with this brother and just be witnesses to what's going to happen between you and Yakasha. And Vlad, yeah, let's go. And then, you know, saying, you know, Vlad is a, you know, go getter. So we called you, and then bam, he brought it up, and then y'all went at it. I can't put no words into it because I don't know what. No, I wasn't there.
Well,
But let me answer.
went along.
Let me
With the
answer.
decision.
Okay, you know what? I was listening to both of y'all. You know, and Vlad concluded the same thing. We listened,
Hilarious.
but towards the end of the conversation, bro, you know, saying you were saying that, man, bro, I'm not a mandilon. My woman don't dominate my household. You know what I'm saying? Because that's against scripture, blah blah. And all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying, your wife opens the door and tells you something. Hey, I gotta go because my wife is calling. I'm like, man, bro, like that's just like
Yeah,
crashing the
because she needs her
whole
medications.
conversation.
She needed her
Okay,
medication.
yes.
Remember, she was close to dying.
No, if it's
You
a
remember
life,
that?
if look,
You
I
see
don't want to
what I
get
mean,
into
dude?
that. I don't want to get
This is
into
the
that.
shit that fucking
But
pisses
the
me
thing
off
is,
about this
if it's
whole
a life
macho shit, bro.
situation, bro, she would have been in. You already had the ambulance. You would have been on the phone. You would have been in the hospital, bro. You know what I'm
No, you
saying?
don't know my wife, bro. How can
That's
you
what
put
I'm
yourself in my wife's
saying. It's not a
position?
life, you know what I'm saying? If she got medication, why you jump on the phone with Yakasha? Because that was
So
Yakasha's holding
that
court on
concludes
you.
that concludes that you agreed to the decision.
As
Why are
soon
you
as
acting
she
fucking
came in
stupid
like that,
for? Why are you acting
she didn't
stupid for,
sound sick
dog?
or nothing,
Wait,
bro.
hold
She
on, hold
didn't
on.
sound sick or nothing. She
Hey,
just told you something,
hey,
and I
hey,
She's
remember.
fucking
She didn't.
sick, bro.
She told you, you know what I'm saying, bro. She asked you nothing about her
Hey, you
health.
know
She
what?
told
Hey,
you.
Joe Meshi, both of you. Let me say something real quick. All right. First of all, man, I don't know if you're married, Meshi. It sounds like Job is married. Okay. So I'm gonna say this right now. Scriptures talk about don't fuck with people's homes. If you guys really believe in the Bible, it talks about leave the man in his own household. He runs it the way he runs it. Now, whatever personal situations y'all have between each other, man, remember it talks about progression as well. I don't really understand. My wife, believed in things real quick, and there's some things that I still had to work on. Now, I'm gonna tell you this about my family. My wife does not dress provocative. My wife does not do none of that weird shit. Okay, so I don't know if that may happen in Job's household or
Hell
I
no.
hold
respect
on.
that. I
Let me
respect
finish.
that.
Let me finish. I don't know if that happens in your household, Meshi or Job, but nobody, no man. I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't get involved with the marriage. Like that, stay out.
Facts.
Like that's just it, bro.
Look. What did I say when I first started answering Joe? I had something else in mind in the conversation when Yakasha wanted to hold court on him. He
Right.
brought out
And you know what
listen,
you
listen,
hold on.
listen.
No,
It
hold on.
says scripture.
No. What you should have done is you should have stopped him.
Okay, scripturally it says you deal with the person directly. If he doesn't, want to heed to the scripture. The second one is you hold court. You have two witnesses to be able to witness it, right?
Listen. Okay, I understand. Leviticus talks about correcting the brother, but listen, correcting the brother is his own household.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with what you just
Let me
said.
finish, man. Let me finish. Okay, that would have been between Yakasha and the brother Job.
No, that's between
It
Job
sounds
and his
like
wife, bro. Not
wait.
Yakasha.
Listen to what
Well,
I'm
go ahead.
saying. Listen
What do
to
you
what I'm
say?
fucking saying,
Oh
man.
my
This is
goodness.
how I know you don't know the Bible.
What are
The
you
Bible,
saying?
Oh my goodness.
the Bible talks about correct your brother and then between you and him and let him
Right?
handle
I
his
just said
household.
that.
Hold
I
on a
just said
second.
that.
But never be a fucking murmurer and an instigator while they're trying to create havoc. And that's what you guys did. And
Okay,
you should have
listen.
been, hold on. You should have been like, hey, bro, that's wrong,
Okay,
dog. And I ain't part of this
okay.
shit.
Look.
I'm sorry. I don't
Okay,
hold on.
look.
I'm almost
Look.
done, man. Shit. I'm almost done. I
Okay.
let you guys talk.
I went through a
Okay?
whole life story. Go ahead.
No. You see what I'm saying, bro?
No respect, bro. Come on,
Go
Meshi.
ahead. I love son. He saying you don't say nothing when he does it, but cool. Go ahead.
Meshi, this is
Finish
his
it. Let
channel,
him finish
brother.
it, bro.
Come
Yeah.
on, man.
Yeah. And how do you
We're just
supposed to
trying
treat
to
a guest?
we're just trying to
You don't
narrow
let him
everything
finish.
down
Let him
here.
finish. Let him
Messi,
finish.
let me ask you a question. Do you have a
Let him
wife?
finish.
Do you have a
Let him
wife?
finish.
Do you
Yes.
have a wife?
Yes.
You're married.
Yes.
Do you have a wife with kids?
I just said that. Yes.
How many
You know
years?
that. I
How
told you
many
that
years?
already.
No, I
I
don't know.
already told you
No,
that. Of course, now all of a sudden you don't remember. No, you remember
honestly,
everything but that,
I
right?
don't know.
Well, go
I
ahead.
don't know.
Go ahead.
I don't know.
Honestly, you never told me you
I
were
never
married.
called
But
you
all
directly.
praises that you're married. How long have you been married? How many years?
I don't know, maybe 15. I don't know, some 15 something years, maybe.
I've been
I
married
don't
with
know.
my wife.
I don't know the exact date.
I've
Yeah,
been
but
married with my wife 30 years.
okay. But I
30,
got out of prison. Look, I got locked up when I was 15. And I came out when I was
no,
32. Y'all had.
what does that have to do with stop? See what I'm saying? This is family. Let me tell you something about wicked ass minds. Sometimes they run fucking wild and shit. So let's stay in context because you mentioned that shit since you got here. Meshi, you're like, stay in context. Okay? It sounds to me, and I don't know your guys' relationship like that, bro. That's crazy. It sounds to me that you got personal with him,
He did.
with his wife. And you want to know something? Hold on a second, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
I that's none of my business, man. Like you don't say nothing like that. Like you don't do that. You let him handle his shit. You can be a brother and be like, hey, bro, from what you shared with me, like this is what I think you should do. But you don't go around and say, hey man, fuck this dude. Look at this woman. Look at how his dog. Yo, you don't make your brother look bad, bro. Like remember, we all have to have mercy upon each other, man. What makes you think you're doing the shit right, Meshi? What makes Yaksha feel like he's doing his marriage right? I don't know nothing about his marriage. I don't want to know nothing about his marriage. I hope his marriage is under his control.
Yeah.
That's all we can hope for.
And
But
that's all I care about.
Right. I'm sorry. I'm almost finished. But talking shit behind the back, bro. Like, nah, man, that's crazy.
Are you done now? Okay, let me answer this.
Wait, see, there you go, bro. You see, there you go.
Go ahead.
Said
You're. Let me, Messi. Listen, you sound. I'm doing this on purpose. I'm doing this on purpose because you sound. So listen.
It's in your nature.
You're very condescending. You're very condescending, like that in your nature of speaking. It's like, ¿a poco tú no sabes, güey? Que eres un pendejo, cabrón. Like, you're
Eres mandilón.
Personal, yeah. He throws a slug. I'm gonna throw a slug, bro. I ain't no Christians around here. You know what I'm saying? I'll turn no other cheek.
I don't
You know
throw
what I'm saying?
slugs, brother.
But man, you threw a slug, bro. You know, you want to
No,
start.
you
Right?
never
But
see me throw
look,
slugs.
I agree with not getting it. Since I was 15 years old, they was indoctrinated in me, bro. I don't care what goes inside indoors, bro. You know, where I grew up in the hood, bro, when you got these fools that were drunk and beating their wives out in the street, bro, we will beat them down and throw them back inside the house, bro. You know what I'm saying? We don't care, you know, we do, but we don't. At the you know, don't throw it out in public. You throw it out in public in the streets, bro, we're gonna deal with you. And so many times with these winos and these, you know what I'm saying, they always do, or maybe drug addicts, I don't know. It's that they beat on women, bro. So I grew up with that. So I don't care what goes on in this household. I called Yakashaw and we got connected with Vlad, and then we wanted to, you know, try to say let's build. And this guy just his spirit moved on, getting on to go to court or whatever. I disagree with many things, you know, saying Yakashaw did, trying to say that he holds codes, you know, that he holds his lives on.
Hold on a second. Hey, Job, do you mind if I ask a question, Job, before you say something?
Fire away.
I got a question for you.
I'm an open book.
I got a question for you, Meshi. Since you know that this dude Yakashaw moved like that, emotional, like fucking nutcase. Hold on. Let me I got a question. Since you knew that he did that, right? Not even Vladimir did that, because I talked to him. Vladimir's not like that. He's a little more controlled of himself, right? So hold on a second.
Cool.
Hold on. So even though you saw him act like that, right? All of a sudden you say, when you come up, I got no problems with none of them, but you got a problem with me because I'm the female. Yet he acted like a female in front of you. Yakashaw. That's
how would you say he was? Why would you say?
Bitching and complaining.
Okay, look, this is how I would say with Yakashaw, right? He always says he wants to do lives on full moons because he follows that moon. You know what I'm saying? All of you do, right? But they follow. You know, he does. You know, he wants a whole life. And to me, you know, after the conversation, me and Vlad kept talking, and we're like, man, bro, what was that? He's like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, the point is that it's scripturally in the laws. You know what I'm saying?
You're not answering the question. You're not answering the question. You're talking about something else. I asked you a fucking question, bro. I asked you a question. How is it that you want to judge me like that, yet you saw me personally acting like that?
Okay, with you. The question, it was directed, you know, it's now towards you. Now,
what's the problem with me? No, hold on a second. Before we move forward, Job, you got anything to say to him? Because apparently he's still got a problem.
No, sir. I don't want to fire any slugs by accident. So I'm trying to keep my mouth shut.
Hey, if you're gonna throw them, bro, we could deal with
it. Hey, bro, there's no such thing as slugs.
Right. What do you mean? What's the point of
I don't do slugs. I do
and now what?
So now let me ask you. So let me ask this question, Mexican, because I think it's important before we fucking move on, and I'll answer all three of your questions. Well, you're not in Yakashaw's channel talking shit about me.
Like I'm doing now to you, bro. I talk whatever is in the spirit for me to talk about. If you consider it talking shit to you, yes.
Meshi, I'm asking you a question. It's just a simple yes or no.
Answer.
Yes or no?
What did I just say?
You were talking behind my back, right? So
it doesn't process through your brain. I just did. Yes. If you consider it talking shit to you,
say yes. Yes. Okay.
I just said that like 3 or 4 times already.
Sounds good. You had my phone number. Why didn't you call me if you had a problem with me?
You're doing it live. You want to debate all the time. No, I'm talking to you directly before your
no.
Stop,
you know what I'm saying? Stop, man. Don't be silly, bro. We're adults here. You have my phone number.
Silly.
You have my phone number.
What?
Hold on. You have my phone number, man. If you had a problem with
all my archives, but look,
hold on a second. The Bible talks about this. Let me remind brothers and sisters, because this is the perfect moment, man. This is what perfect moment. The Bible talks about this shit right here, bro. It's Matthew 5:17. I think that's what it is, right? Or which one's Matthew 17? Which one's the one that you have a brother with a problem with a brother? Man, come with him. Let me see. Hold on a second. If you have an issue with it, there's a scripture. I believe it's this one in here. Matthew 5, 15, 17, there's a scripture that talks about if you have an issue with a brother, you come to him.
How many times did you call me?
Hey, Mexican, just stop. There's a scripture, because you say you believe in the Bible.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Oh, you're right here. You're right here. There's a scripture that talks about if you have a problem with a brother.
That's what Yakusha was doing.
No. Between you and I. We got nothing. I got nothing to say to him. Between you and I. Before
Isn't he your brother? Is he not your brother?
You're not
listening. Even after this, I'm not going to consider you my enemy.
Focus on what he's saying, Meshi.
Meshi, you're saying, bro. Meshi, I know this. I know your evading works with simpletons and shit. That ain't gonna work here. We're a higher level than what you think about. So I'm asking you a question.
Evading.
No, evading what, bro?
No,
evading what? It says the scriptures say that if you have a problem,
paying attention.
The scriptures say that if you have a problem with me, then you come talk to me. Then
and did I not talk to you?
No, you did not. You went to Yakusha.
How many times have been? How many? Who?
Hold on, Joe.
Wait, okay. Joe is throwing.
Hold on. Let me say this.
Joe, I mean, Yakusha did that. Like,
wait. I don't want it to be like a comadreando shit, and I hope Yakusha is listening because I want to say this. We're not murmuring about you, bro. The link is up here if you're listening, and somebody may tell you. So I just want to say this clearly, okay? There's no murmuring here. What I'm trying to clear up is because you know what? It's been a year since this shit occurred, bro. It's been almost a year.
I ain't trying to remember that.
Right.
How many times have you called me? How many times have you called me?
Hey, are you going to let me finish?
You don't want to answer?
You're going to let me finish?
It's simple as
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe in the Bible, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. The Bible says that if you have a problem with me, you call me personally. Did you do that?
Mm-hmm. How many times have you called me?
Meshi, did you call me personally before you started
talking? I called you multiple times.
So
how many times have you called me?
Hold on. So basically what you're saying
you don't want to answer.
Hold on. Let me finish. So basically what you're saying
That's
is
what I'm saying when you say you're fake, bro.
So basically what you're saying is that you called me to clear shit up, and since I didn't answer you,
clear what up?
To his live to
clear
talk
what
shit.
Up? Okay, give me an example of
all right, so let me pause you for a moment, Meshi, because I don't know if you really understand what you're doing or saying. And help me out here, brother Joe, because apparently I don't want to be wrong.
I don't know what to say, brother. I mean, he can't even answer the question on the scripture. He can at least try to interpret it for you.
Okay, so
his understanding.
Okay, so the scriptures talk about that if you have a misunderstanding with the brethren, you need to talk to him directly. So I'm asking you, and I don't want to keep muting you, Meshi. It's just like fuck, man. I have to mute you, bro.
You muted me. I'm in mute right now.
You're not right now. So
okay. I'm not in mute, right?
So I'm asking.
What's your question?
So you said that when you had a problem with me, you kept calling me to clear it up. Is that what you said?
No, you said when you see how you cleaned it up. What's the problem with you?
I didn't clear nothing up.
No, what's the problem you say in your mind in your spirit that I have with you? That I have not told you in your lives.
But what do you talk about?
When you be preaching, I guess, or teaching, as you say, I don't know, you're a scholar or something. When you be doing your lessons or your lives, better yet.
No. Call it my. It's entertainment.
What's when I have an issue, I see an issue, I bring it out.
Meshi, it's entertainment. It's okay. Call it entertainment. I'm not offended.
I think I know what you're talking about, but you don't want to bring it out. What's the issue you think I got with you, bro? Honestly.
Didn't you hear my question, man?
No, yeah, I heard your question, but what is the beef that you think I got with you?
Right. Why did you go?
I needed to call you.
Okay. Why did you go talk shit behind my back?
What was the shit that I was talking about?
Well, you want me to show? I mean, I'm not gonna go through this.
Just answer it, bro. You're bringing it out. What is it that you said that you heard or somebody told you? Your comadres told you?
Okay. So I'm glad that you admitted it. I'm glad because that's the whole point.
Okay, I said that already. If I said something,
Meshi, shut up for a second.
Put it on the line.
Hey, listen, shut up. I don't care about how you fucking feel about me. I'm trying to prove a point. You see what I'm saying?
I got beef with you.
Be quiet. I know I'm gonna. Hey, look. First he said he had no beef with me. Now he says he got beef with me, bro. You're like a wavering tree and shit. You are not rooted. So let me just say that.
I'm gonna answer your question. Hold on a second. Now you don't want to hear it. Because you don't want me to bring it out.
Do you want me
to bring it out?
Do you want me to continue what I'm saying?
Question, bro. You asked me the question.
Hey, all right, it's good. Sounds good. Here, family. I'm gonna. Dude.
You want me to tell you what it is that I've said about you?
Look. Okay, so Here's the problem here. Here's why, like, I'm like, it's not that I want him to like me. I don't give a fuck about this old man and shit. He can fucking dwindle in Neverland and shit. You know what I'm saying? He don't bother me. I don't give a fuck about you because I already know what kind of demon you are. What I wanted you to admit was the fact that
You make all your brothers evil, bro. You don't got the spirit of brotherhood, bro.
Really?
Get into these females because these tantrums, bro.
So let me ask you, Meshi.
I'm not gonna hate you, bro. I'm not gonna.
Does Nakasha talk to you? Does Vladimir talk to you? Do any of the people that you fucking took the money from talk to you? And you trying to say that I caused division? No, not at all. Not at all. So let me continue to one point because apparently you're not going to let me speak. Let me just say this, Joe. And for anybody that's listening, the reason I wanted for him to express that he admitted it and talk shit was because he showed up on my channel about 3 months ago with a different fucking meme and shit, whatever that shit is. And he came in sneaking and shit, making comments and blah, blah, blah. Then about a month ago, he fucking links up. And I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I'm going through my stuff and I'm listening to like, oh, I think that's MESHIACHA. But you know what? I don't know. Some people talk the same way and shit, right? That's what I noticed. And then you're here.
Am I wrong?
No, hold on. That's my point.
Okay, well, I'm gonna answer. Am I gonna be allowed to answer?
Listen. I'm not asking for an answer. You already answered me. That's all I wanted. I wanted you to admit that you did talk shit like that. And I wanted you to admit that you were here 2-3 months ago sneakily trying to act like it wasn't you. And now you just admitted because I called you. I was like, wait, hold on a second. Are you Meshi? And boom, you are. So before we continue with the class, Job, I'm not trying to like get you out, brother, because you know what I'm saying. I think
no problem, sir. I'm out.
Hold on, let me just say,
yes, sir.
before we continue with the class and all, I just want to clear this up. And I appreciate you, brother, for following this channel. But I've always said, prove a friend. You don't know people until like years, bro, like years. Mm-hmm. Because people will change on you, man. So all I wanted, hold on, let me just say, all I wanted was just to establish the fact that he said this shit. I never talked about him. You know what I mean? I might have mentioned it to some people I talked to personally, but I never did a class on that stuff. So I'm glad that finally, because I was like, bro, is this him? And I'm glad that that's the Most High, man, because guess what? The Most High told you, hey, keep watching this brother's channel. And all of a sudden, now you got your answers. So what happened to the money? Did he confirm that the money was not going to go to that fucking gang?
No, he never answered it.
Thank you.
But he said that it was never going to go there in the first place, and that's why he was laughing at why I was bringing it up. But another thing there, boss, is what I don't like, with all due respect, Meshi, is you don't respect scholarship, and that's pretty sad, bro. You know, you've had this going on forever since I've known you, bro. You don't know nothing, man. You don't know nothing. This guy thinks he knows everything. Well, you're not doing anything on your end, brother.
Wow.
So shout out to the people who are doing the research. I still love you, bro. I'm just letting you know right now. I still love you. You know, even though you have your feelings towards me, and I know you're not telling the whole truth, but I still love you, man.
So do you really think that they were fucking talking shit behind you and your wife?
Yeah, it's all good, brother. You know, I'm not tripping on it, but you know what? I'm gonna tell you this, Meshi.
Damn.
My wife, she came out of it, bro.
All praise
and what happened was
all praise to the Most High, bro.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, man.
And she's now a nurse.
Yeah.
So there you go, bro.
Hey, listen, this is why when you talk about people that are sick, I have a son that's, you guys hear me? I have a son that's autistic. He's 24 years old. He's blind. I have to brush his teeth. We have to make sure that he doesn't drop shit. Sometimes he poops on himself because he's going through some fucking problem, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys don't know me, man. You don't know nothing about me, bro.
Salute to you, bro. You're a special human being, brother. I just want to let you know that, and I'm sure I speak for a lot of people. We appreciate you, bro. We appreciate every time you come in. You put a smile on my face, man, because I could be doing other things, but I really love to hang out with familia, homie. Straight up.
Hey,
I love it.
Hey, listen, and the people here, that's what they do. They post up.
Right.
Hey, what's up, familia? What's up, bro? What's up?
That's
How you doing?
I love that camaraderie, bro. I just love it because you know you're in the right place.
So check this out. So I always say this, man, and I've always mentioned it to everybody, bro, just because I may like he goes Mexican and says, "Oh, you think you're better than everybody?" Nah, not at all. I constantly say it. I'm no better than you. I was a bottom barrel alcoholic, one sofa away from being a fucking homeless man. Just because I may understand certain shit, that just doesn't mean I'm fucking better than you. Yeah,
Right, and you should bless. That you should thank Meshi that he brought your brother out of the ashes, bro. And he's teaching the people. You should be proud that the Most High spared his life, and he has a son to take care of, and you should respect him a little bit more than what you're doing right now, bro. Because
nah,
you did give him
he
money, and
didn't.
you are part of this movement. So you should not forget where you came from.
And guess what, bro? He knew that he knows I have a son with autism. He just chose to fucking not even care. Like it didn't even comprehend with his mind. Like it didn't even register. Like like my son was never there, bro.
Right. What's the next story? Your son's telling you what to do now?
Right. That's what I was saying. Like so, it's
Fucking
like
retarded, bro.
I brushed my
Fucking
son's teeth.
retarded.
I brushed my son's teeth. So what am I, a fucking mandilon?
Right. Exactly.
I cook for my son. Sometimes I fucking have to change certain shit that he's doing. Sometimes I have to fucking talk to him and hug him and tell him I love him very much. And sometimes I have to cry with him because he's fucking crying because he can't handle the fucking spirit in himself. Am I a mandilon?
No, fuck no, bro. You're a soldier, brother.
Hey,
You're a
look,
soldier, bro.
look. Hey, man, hey, listen. He goes, now that I was going to bring out violations of biblical law.
Oh gosh. Sober up, Meshi, please.
Yeah, bro.
Sober
That's
up, bro.
crazy, bro. That's fucking crazy.
I mean, we can't even answer a question whether the Latin Kings were going to get the land or not. So it's just forget about it,
Wait,
bro.
hold on a second. He didn't even answer you that question?
No, he never did.
What? So
Yeah.
basically,
Well, he did.
yeah.
He said that it was never supposed to go there. But why would the Latin Kings even be brought up?
So they were gonna get it, and that's
Yeah.
that's why I asked. That's why I told him, like, hey, bro, like, where's that money going? Like, I said, nah, I want nothing to do with it. I don't give a fuck.
Right.
I grew up in the hood, man. If I really wanted to be gangster shit, I would have done it a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? But I cared for my mother. I didn't want to make my mother fucking stressed. That's why. Not because of my dad, because of my mom. My mom fucking took care of me a lot. My dad was there, but he was an alcoholic. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's like I just thought about my mom. Like, nah, I don't want to make more chaos. Hey, look, hold on.
And if like I was mentioning,
He's still mad, bro. I think he's not done with you.
okay.
That's the party fake on, but I don't hate you for it. I will pray. Yakasha, Blood, and Manny, and all bros to the king. Hey, look. He says, I will pray for you, Brother Joe. I will say I will pray blessings towards you and Brother Job, Yakasha, Blood. And well, the first things first, man. You need to be sincere with yourself.
Yes, sir.
That's
It all starts there. Yes, sir.
Because you've been here a couple months and you changed your name and you changed your little fucking thing, and then you clicked on my link the other time and you acted like you didn't know me for a second, and I was like, I think this is, and I go, wow, I'll keep going with it. You know what I mean? Like, and that's who you are. So now, hey, what's that scripture that talks about prove a friend? It's a rock.
Yes, sir. I mean, look.
Rock 6, right? It's a rock 6. Let's see. Oh, there it goes. Yeah. Here we go right here. Because it takes a long time to get to know people. Sirach chapter 6, verse 6. Be in peace with many, nevertheless have but one counselor of 1,000. So that means that it takes a long time for you to even trust one person. All right? If thou wouldst get a friend, prove him first. And be not hasty to credit him. Be not hasty to send him money.
That was a slug. That was a slug, by the way.
Yeah, that's a slug right there. Mexican, this is how you throw slugs with the Bible. If thou wouldst get a friend, Yakasha, if you're listening, prove him first and be not hasty to credit him. Meaning, Manny, you should have never sent your money to his ass.
Hey, Meshi, didn't we talk about something like this? Meshi.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
I can hear you now, my friend.
Yeah.
I said, didn't we talk about something like this for the people?
Yeah, you were mentioning that shit.
Yeah.
When you
And
were
we have resources, bro. And we could do it the right way. You know what I mean? We could do it in a way where no one's going to be greedy because the people who are going to be heading it already have their own land.
that's what all will be revealed.
You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
we don't need to
hold on.
dip it in anything. We
Check
got
it.
it. We got our own.
I got a brother named Rayak, and I got a brother named All Will Be Revealed that are already working on those things. And we already talked about it, bro. Like
Yes, sir.
we're mastering these things, and it's like, bro, are you trying to go that route? Like something's wrong with you, man.
And trust me, we're gonna organize it in a way where everyone will see every single penny because it's gonna be on the website. I'll make a program for it since I am a programmer. I will make a website for it, and I will make it to where everybody can contribute and everybody sees where all the money goes. And trust me, it's gonna go to a trust fund. Not even I can touch it.
Oh, hold on a second. Look what he said. Look, check it out. He says you cause too much division with Yakusha and Bro Vega too, and anyone that disagrees with you and your
He's
iOS.
probably talking about you.
Yeah, he is. Hold on. So let me show you guys. Let me show you something. Since you say you know me, and he says like, why are you talking shit about me? And you don't even know me. Look at this, my brother. I'm gonna show you something. Okay. But eso, that man, I'm glad that I'm a father. I'm glad that I'm a father, bro. I'm glad that I get a chance to leave a legacy behind.
Facts. You
You
got
know what I mean?
patience too, brother.
Right. I'm glad that I'm like, I don't hate on you guys like you guys fucking hate on me, bro. And of all the shit that you say, like, said it's falso, whatever, it doesn't matter to me, bro. You just assume something, right? Hey, look, this is Brother Vega right here, dog. Look, hey, yo, Vega, that's at 322 today. Yo, Vega, quick question. What's that scripture in Jubilees, blah, blah? Also, Jubilees 10, where it tells you da 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 da.
Hey, that's a separation there, and I hate to say that, but that's another slug.
You talk about me separating people, bro.
Hey, you just gave another slug, by the way.
You know nothing about me. No, listen, here's reconciliation, okay? Here's what reconciliation sounds like. You don't show up on my fucking channel. You call me personally, and we talk about it. And then when you come to the channel, we don't talk about it. That's the way it works. That's what men do. I don't bring my problems to the national TV because something personal, man. You created it. So I brought it up to realization. You're saying I got a problem with Jose Vega. You see? You have no idea who I am. At all. You're full of assumptions. So you're like, I think you said he's either drinking or you're on drugs because you're forgetting everything that I'm saying to you.
And he's going in circles too.
He goes, show lives with you helping our people. Shit, you guys want me to? I'll do it. I do it all the time. Anyways, so what's up, Joe? Do you want to say anything else before I continue with the class? I think we got another hour and shit. And then
No, sir. I will be a student as always, and I appreciate you being on and giving the class to the people, bro.
Man, you know what, bro? We're all students.
Yes, sir.
None of us understand completely. Everything's in part, bro. That's why.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, bro, I'm gonna here. I'm gonna put my phone number here. So in case you want to call me, because since you don't know, because you forgot my number, I don't hide for nobody. You could have done that. You chose not to.
Well,
Hey,
I'm gonna conclude my visit.
Dispensa, brother. He says Tlaquel keeps saying BHI doctrine, but what doctrine do you go by?
Yeah, that would be a nice little.
Look, he goes, nomás eres un pocho perdido. Hey, pendejo mamón, güey. I was born in Guadalajara, Jalisco, puto. Yeah, I'll show you. Oh my God, dude. See what I'm saying, dog? Like, damn it, bro. Like, damn it. Here, I'll show you where I'm from. I'll show you where I'm from.
And you must have a lot of money, Meshi. I mean, to give a lot of money and get money for a video and then talk shit after. Wow, that's interesting.
Look, that's where I was born. Guadalajara, Jalisco, Colonia Miravalle, homie. That's where I was born. Okay? That's where I was born. And in the middle of Guadalajara, Jalisco. I was 15 minutes away from downtown San Diego way. like about 15 minutes away, 20 minutes away from San Juan de Dios, because downtown El Centro, and then you have San Juan de Dios right next to it. That's where I'm from.
Nice.
Matter of fact, I'll even show you. What's it? 42, 47, hold on a second. Hermenegildos, something like that. You see where it's taking me? Look at that right there. Okay, so now, here's where I was born. Before you call me a fucking pocho. By the way, my best friend lived there. And guess what? That right there, like, okay, that's El Oxo, cabrón. I grew up right here. I grew up right there in that fucking street right there, bro.
Nice.
That street right there. Hold on, let me go back, because I don't think people believe, dog. I don't think they believe in shit. They don't believe. Calling me a pocho. And guess what? We still own the house right there. Hold on. Let me say this, because I don't think you actually understand the value of this word.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
Because based on your hate, bro, I think you're more of an Edomite. You're more of an Edomite, man. You're an Edomite, Canaanite, trying to hide like one of our people and shit.
Remember the spirit of Esau. Remember the contentious spirit of Esau.
So let me ask you, Meshi, were you born in Mexico? Did you say I was a chopo? You say I was a chopo and shit. That's Oxo right there. And guess what? Look, I even remember we used to play video games up in this street right there. This house right there. That house right there. They had video games right here. Look. You see what I'm saying, dog? Come on, dog. I don't bullshit about who I am. Everything that I share on my channel is true and legit. Facts.
I conclude, sir. I'm gonna be listening in the background.
Hey, look. He goes, you don't even know Mexican history with your white sours. I'm white now. So now, first he said I was black. Now he says I'm white.
Right. I don't know, man. He needs to be sober down a little bit.
Maybe he needs to fucking let go of that Latin King shit.
Oh, damn. Facts.
That's the deal.
You should do that.
Which one? What?
Do that. Bing, 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 bing. That thing you always do when you say, "Oh yeah, this is so and so," you do that little noise.
Which one?
The bing, 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 bing. I forgot that.
Oh, wait, hold on. This one?
No, not the other one. Not that one.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, you mean the chick? Wee and chick?
No. It has that horn. The horn sound.
Oh, I know which one. This one. Is that the one you're talking about?
Fuck that puto.
No, the horn one. Remember the one we played?
Oh, you talk about this one. No, I know. Isaiah, chapter 58.
No.
Oh,
man. We're on the road, bro.
Listen, you got my number, bro. Stay in touch. You got my number, dog. Stay in touch.
All right, bro. I'm going to be listening in the background.
Oh, all praises, brother. All right, let's go.
Later.
Big question mark, because there is a fear that technology, robot, legal implications, and we have to be prepared for it, and that's what we want to do in Davos next year.
Talk about technology and how the ways it can be deployed, that contribute to growth rather than exacerbate unemployment. How will that implement itself?
It's a big question mark, because there is a fear that technology, robots, just to take one.
Yeah, you gain productivity from machines.
Exactly, and it replaces maybe the workforce or jobs faster than we can replace them.
Humans are now hackable animals. You know, the whole idea that humans have, you know, they have this soul or spirit and they have free will and nobody knows what's happening inside me. So whatever I choose, whether in the election or whether in the supermarket, this is my free will, that's over. Free will, that's over.
That's over.
Over. Today, we have the technology to hack human beings on a massive scale. Yeah, I mean, everything is being digitalized. Everything is being monitored. In this time of crisis, you have to follow science. It's often said that you should never allow a good crisis to go to waste, because a crisis is an opportunity to also do good reforms that in normal times people will never agree to. But in a crisis, you see, we have no chance. So let's do it.
Vaccine won't help us go
the
to
vaccine
the test, of course.
will help us, of course. It will make things, you know, more manageable. Surveillance. People could look back in 100 years and identify the coronavirus epidemic as the moment when a new regime of surveillance took over, especially surveillance under the skin, which I think is maybe the most important development of the 21st century, is this ability to hack human beings, to go under the skin, collect biometric data, analyze it, and understand people better than they understand themselves. This, I believe, is maybe the most important event of the 21st century. So does the data about my DNA, my brain, my body, my life, does it belong to me or to some corporation or to the government or perhaps to the human collective?
Wow. You guys all been predisposed to this particular type of doctrine. So-called manifest destiny, so-called, we're better than y'all. Isn't that what white folks have told us for so long? That's why they came here and tried to civilize that. Supposedly civilize us, right? That's what they said. And the elitists that are, of their nation, obviously did it in order for them to feel good about themselves. The fact remains is that we are very aware that we've been going through this for centuries. Now, for the first time, you people here are starting to figure it out. Well, hell yeah, but it's too late for that. Let's continue.
Mr. President, Vladimir Putin may be a liar and a demagogue, but it is hypocritical for the United States to insist that we, as a nation, do not accept the principle of spheres of influence. Hostility to early NATO expansion is almost universally felt across the domestic political spectrum here, end quote. For the last 200 years, our country has operated under the Monroe Doctrine, embracing the principle that as the dominant power in the Western Hemisphere, the United States has the right, according to the United States, to intervene against any country that might threaten our alleged interests. That's United States policy. And under this doctrine, the United States has undermined and overthrown at least a dozen countries throughout Latin America, Central America, and the Caribbean. As many might recall, in 1962, we came to the brink of nuclear war with the Soviet Union. Now, why was that? Why did we almost come to the brink of nuclear war with the Soviet Union? Well, we did that in response to the placement of Soviet missiles in Cuba, 90 miles from our shore.
You guys that were born just yesterday and are not aware of what the Monroe Doctrine is, excuse me, it was written in 1823 by, what's his name? Something Monroe. Anyhow, check this out. Velasquez leads colleagues in introducing resolution for calling an end to the Monroe Doctrine. Today, the Rep. Nidia Velasquez introduced a resolution calling for the annulment of the Monroe Doctrine. The bill's introduction coincides with the 200-year anniversary of the Monroe Doctrine. which has been used to justify American intervention in Latin America's affairs throughout the political history. The 200th anniversary of Monroe Doctrine represents the U.S. and the hemisphere with a chance to move past an undated, ineffective foreign policy strategy. Remember what it says. Do not expect these people to really change it for you. What's that? Is it Proverbs, I think? Man, I haven't gone to that in a while. I think Proverbs 3:31. No. Which one is it? I can't remember. Let's move on for now. Okay. Again, I'm just trying to go with the speed of the class. Not trying to lag on anything. Now, in case you guys are not aware a little bit about this Monroe Doctrine, I would highly suggest to look into it. Okay? I would highly suggest to look into it. Check this out. Look at this.
If you've ever voted for Father, I'm asking you to chip in $5, $10, or even $25 to his campaign.
Not this cocaine. Check this out. So remember, this is why you got to be mindful with the things that people say regarding political parties, political ideas, blah, 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 blah. All that stuff, right? Let me see. The Russians are back currently in Caribbean, Mexico, Venezuela doing drills. Creak, creak, crack, right? Exactly. So, well, again, you're going to see where it's going to go, sis. It's going to hurt some feelings. And it didn't hurt my feelings, but I was like, yeah, I expected it. But it's okay. Remember, like the video I had showed earlier, if you're into this research, you don't stop. You keep going. Let's continue.
So, as president, would you support sending U.S. Special Forces over the border into Mexico to take out fentanyl labs, to take out drug cartel operations? Would you support that kind of American military use?
Yes, and I will do it on day one. Here's the thing. The cartels are killing tens of thousands of our... You want to talk about a country in decline? You have a lot of part of your southern border. We have to reestablish the rule of law, and we have to defend our people. The President of the United States has got to use all available powers as Commander-in-Chief to protect our country and to protect the people. So when they're coming across, yes, we're going to use lethal force. Yes, we reserve the right to operate. How many more tens of thousands are we going to let to die? I am sick. I've met angel moms throughout this country. I met a lady in Texas named Tracy, and her son took one Percocet that was laced with fentanyl, immediately died. That is happening all across this country because of the poison that they are bringing in. So as president, would I use force? Would I treat him as foreign?
I'm not sure what is happening.
Terrorist organizations? You're darn right I would.
You're darn right I would. Yeah, well, I'm going to show you where you guys are actually about.
So I'm going to use tonight
to another one of these damn idiots, but let's continue. Like I said, man, I call this fool out. If I see you in the street, I'm going to kick your ass.
as an opportunity to lay out. So I'm going to use tonight as an opportunity to lay out my foreign policy vision for where we're going in the next generation of our engagement on the global stage, and it will revive that spirit of Nixonian realism. It is why it was important for me to be here in person today, to make this announcement here in the Nixon Library where much of that wisdom resides. We live in a moment right now where actually the worst ideas in Washington are bipartisan. Our engagement in the Ukraine war continues to prove that, if you ask me. But which says that if you're a foreign nation, you do of their own national security. I agree with that. We will revive that, and I combine that. The Nixon doctrine was that other nations have to be the first protectors of their own national security. I agree with that. We will revive that, and I combine that with the modern Monroe Doctrine, a doctrine that we will re-implement under my watch as U.S. President.
Hear what he said? The Monroe Doctrine, which he will revive when he becomes president. You see, when we walk and ignore these statements, you don't even realize what they're saying to you. They're saying that they're your daddy, and you're going to do what they say.
With the modern Monroe Doctrine, a doctrine that we will re-implement under my watch as U.S. President, which says that if you're a foreign nation,
You do not mess with the United States of America on our own home soil. You do not test us on our waters or in the Western Hemisphere. And if you do, you will have hell to pay for it. No Chinese spy balloons flying over half the United States.
See, and these idiots, these white folks, these dumb white folks, I'm going to call you that because you guys are. I'm just gonna call you for what you are because you're dumb. You don't realize what's going on here. You think you've been spoon fed for so long that you were some superior nation, and you weren't. Hey, look, hey, look what he put. Look what he put. He said, hold on a second. No, this one. He said, este vato miente mucho con la Biblia en su boca, and then he says, I hope he don't ever beat his kid, his wife or kids. We will pray for him. Hey, remember if you're listening to Brother Job, how he like interfered with your fucking relationship with your wife? There you go. There you go. You got no fucking backbone, man. Like you were telling him, like, oh, I didn't agree with that. You know, I don't get involved with family, and like you just did that right now. My wife and kids are happy, man. They're very happy, man. They're very happy. When you can get your kids in order, then maybe you can actually talk like that. There you go. Look. I never bro. You've been here for like. You've been here since the fucking life started, dude. You're weak, bro. Just matter of fact. I'll let you keep posting. Let's continue, family. You just had a couple wicked ass damn demons who worship devils, and that's how they got ahead. I'm going to show you something real quick, family. This is from, I believe that's what I'm looking for. Is it this one? Let's see if it's this one. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm looking for it right now. Nope. Right here, I believe. Yes, this is it. All right, so let's get it started, man. Check this out. Let's learn a little bit here. Let's learn some history here, okay? Check this out. East Texas Historical Journal, a publication of East Texas Historical Association, the secret adversary, Henry George Ward, and Texas, 1825 to 1827. Remember what we read earlier regarding when the Bible was printed in 1810, right? Okay. We're going to start seeing a lot of these dates. But I want to show you something real quick. Let me read this for y'all. We're going to read about a few, let me see how far. Yeah, a few pages so I can show you a little history. Very interesting how it all occurred. Check this out. It says, the years 1825 and 1827 were a period of salutary neglect in Texas history. Guadalupe Victoria, the first president of Mexico, believed so earnestly in a policy of non-intervention in state and colonial affairs that his government attempted little interference in the management of Stephen Austin. We don't know if he's white or swarthy, but we know that this bastard had a lot to do with the problems. And the other empresarios, you see this? None of the Texas colonists ever met their first president. These are white and black folks who live in Mexico, are allowed to be there as immigrants, illegals. No papers yet, mofos. Okay? You don't even know the president. It says, none of the Texas colonists ever met their first president. Any business pertaining to the colony was settled in the state capital, Saltillo, not the national capital, Mexico City. The cliche, absence makes the heart grow fonder, may explain the fond memories that Texans have of their first president. Imperceptibly, an anti-Texas feeling began to blossom in the national capital, affecting Victoria himself to the point where the president decided to tighten the Mexican grip on Texas and limit the number of Anglo-American immigrants. Let me just say illegal immigrants, okay? So you white folks and black folks that were going to Texas right now, you're fucking illegals. That's what you are. I don't care if you guys get upset because I'm cussing right now, okay? I don't care anymore. But I'm not going to cuss the whole time, by the way. I'm just saying. Look at this here. How many times, what did Trump say? You're murderers. You guys, we tamed the country. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what do you guys don't care? Or I'm sorry, this is not the channel that only bashes white folks. Is this what you guys are bothered by? Because these are facts. What you want me to tell you? As they are styled, this decision had been characterized as the opening gambit in the match that led to the checkmate of San Jacinto. Historians have advanced numerous reasons for the change of the official attitude of Mexico to Stephen Austin. So when you see that stupid-ass wrestler, think about that. But none, so far as the writers are aware, has paid sufficient attention to the activities Henry George Ward, the British, charged the affairs in Mexico during the years 1825 and 1827. See, nobody talked about this guy and what was he trying to do? Let's continue. The son of Robin Plummer Ward, one of the most popular British nobilists of the period, a dedicated and able young careerist of 27, well-versed in Mexican and Latin American affairs, backed by the mining interests of England. Henry George Ward was admirably equipped for his new position. He was directed by George Cannon, British Foreign Secretary, to achieve three objectives: to secure a treaty with Mexico, granting the most favored nation clause to England. Second, obtain religious toleration for British subjects in New Mexico. Third, protect and advance the commercial interests of British subjects, especially in the mining community. Okay? Follow me here. Ward, on his own initiative, intended to accomplish two other policies. First, he intended to be so successful that he would be appointed the first British minister to Mexico. And second, he intended to counteract and eliminate all vestige of American influence in Mexico, at the time being promoted by American Minister Joel Poinsett.
Gotcha, bitch.
But you're going to find out.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Who is this mofo right here? Huh? Who is this guy?
Bruh.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
All right. The deadly mutually destructive rivalry between Poinsett and Ward can only be mentioned in passing, as it is a story of itself or in itself. Suffice to say, Ward held a number of trump cards. He was a personal friend of Victoria, the president, Guadalupe Victoria, and was only the envoy who had a weekly interview with the president. So this Ward from Britain had a pretty good pull with the president of Mexico. Check this out. Poinsett was handicapped because the U.S. wanted all the territory north of El Rio Grande. You see this in 1823. When did the war begin? 1846. When did it end? 1848. This is already being planned in 1820. Oh, I'm going to show you, I'm going to show you that it started in 1810. We're going to go deep into this Freemasonry stuff too. British investments in British prestige. I'm sorry, hold on a second. Wanted all the territory north of Rio Grande, and he was constantly pressured to purchase Texas at any price. British investment, see? So Mexico wasn't going to sell Texas. So what do Anglos typically do? Oh, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. What do people of this country here typically do when they don't get what they want? They cheat, lie, and steal. Black and white. You are what you are. Anyhow, let's continue. It says here, and see, my family, this is why I'm not slicing them separately. You guys like to. No. They came together. Black and white conquistadors came to this land in 1492, and they're still doing it on y'all. And you're just stupid. You're just dumb. You want to be liked instead of learning your history. British investments in British prestige considerably exceeded those of the United States and Latin America. You see that? Britain had a much more investment opportunity for Mexico. We don't know what could have happened, but I'm telling you some history here. And Mexico and Colombia wanted to launch a joint naval expedition against the Spanish-held island of Cuba. Once again, Mexico and Colombia are talking again. But, that's another topic. Cuba, which was a very real threat to the new Latin American republics. But the U.S. policy, January 25, and self-interest dictated that Cuba be retained by weak Spain. You see that? So they interfered in the way of Mexico and Colombia. Hence, President John Quincy Adams had opposed joint intervention, a decision which irked both Simon Bolivar and Guadalupe Victoria. Do you understand these things? Why these white folks in America, if they say they're so superior, why are they stopping us at every game to get better? You got to start asking yourselves that question. Why did they keep the Bible away from you, raza? You got to start asking yourself that question. Why the hell all of a sudden white folks want to be like us, or they want us to be them, or they want us to be the same tribe? You got to ask yourself that damn question. Within a matter of days after his arrival in Mexico in 1825, remember the year? Remember the war started in 1846, ended 1848. They took the whole land, right? 1825, Ward realized that the elimination of Stephen Austin's colony in Texas and the substitution of the British colony headed by General Arthur Tyrrell, or an Indian confederation led by pro-British chief would, as Ward wrote, effectively eliminate all the chances of the Americans obtaining control of the Gulf of Mexico area. To that goal, he bent all his considerable skills and efforts. From the very beginning of Anglo-American colonization in Texas, Mexican governments, both imperial and republican, had insisted that all immigrants become Roman Catholics. You see this? They were telling the gringos. So don't go by Anglo thinking they're white, because we see white folks that they're supposedly they're white, but they're not. They're actually fucking like negros and shit. I'm sorry to say, but you know what I'm saying? I'll give you an example. For example, these guys right here. What's his name? This guy right here. Right here. You see this right here, family? This guy's right here. These guys are
a true story. I was 21 years of age. This is not long ago. 21 years of age. Yesterday was my birthday.
Years of age. Oh my God. Totally fine. Yeah. Whatever. Look, family, these are not white folks. Their dad is black. If you believe in the Bible, then you know that this is of the seed, right? You telling me these are widows? But you know what? When they come from a foreign land, you
in my car.
Right?
And you couldn't ever eat anyone's leftover food if they ever had their mouth on.
Think about that. Think about them getting off think about them 1492 coming over here, bro. What are you going to say? You think they're going to look African? You think they're going to say, oh, they're Africans? No, they're going to say they're fucking white. Esta gente es negra, hermanos. El papá de ellos son negros. Y la mamá es güera. Start waking up. From the very beginning of Anglo-American colonization in Texas, Mexican government, both imperial and republican, had insisted that all immigrants, you beaners, you damn illegal aliens, white folks, this is what you guys are, illegal aliens. So shut your asses up. And that no settler be permitted within 20 leagues of the sea. Ward found both these restrictions adverse to the interests he represented. Therefore, one of his duties was to persuade the government to enforce the loosely administered law in the American settlements in Texas. You see, Mexico wasn't trying to make you guys like, hey, you know, you got to be like, you guys, you better assimilate, you beaners. Oh, we're going to shoot you guys at the border because you don't assimilate. Yo, why don't you guys go back to your country, huh? What's his name? The stupid ass dude with the funky ears and shit. He thinks he's MMA greatest. He's not. He's a dumbass. He's lost his mindset. And didn't they tell us to go back to your country while you're here? Isn't this the same thing? The same thing. And ignored it whenever it was pertained to the British settlers. Let me continue. Ward was also confronted with the fanaticism of the small-town Mexican. This was a two-edged weapon which Ward, to give him credit, hated to employ. Nonetheless, while Ward hoped that that tolerance would replace his fanaticism, he would not want the national government to be tolerant of Texans. You see this? He's like, yo, listen, don't trust these people. Why? Here's why. When an unknown cowboy, very likely a Texan, came to Mexico City, demonstrating a secret trick to break the most refractory horses, he was also lynched as a sorcerer. Ward did nothing to help him. Indeed, Ward appears to have inflamed deliberately the national government against both Texans and Americans, promising, as he had told Cannon, to make sure his influence would be used only in secret. Now we're going to go deep into this, and here's the actual best part. Ward wrote Cannon a letter in September 1825, enclosing a manuscript of a map of Texas showing Sabine River as the present United States boundaries, which eliminated the shadowy claim of the Americans to the Rio Grande. He mentioned that the Americans, you mean the illegals, right? The ones that are calling us illegals. Yeah. Estos gringos, estos pinches gringos, right? These illegal Europeans were still pushing their claim to the Rio Bravo and offering to pay Mexico for additional territory. To make matters worse for the Mexicans, they had not enforced their authority in the area between Sabine and the Rio Bravo. You're going to find out why pretty soon. As a result, American settlers, backwoodsmen, lawless and scornful of all restraint, Oh, I see. But you call us savages. Let's continue. You so-called Christians, right? You Christmas Christians. This is who you guys are. American Christmas Christian settlers, backwoods men, lawless and scornful of all restraint, like the old West, where you had your daughters do some funny stuff to the dads. Yeah, I heard about that. We're pouring in. 6,000 families were there already, pretending to recognize the authority of Mexico. But everyone knew that in case of a rupture between the U.S. and Mexico, these bad subjects and inconvenient neighbors would side with the former. And then you're kind of wondering if we're going to do that to you, huh?
Bruh.
Here's the best part. Ward reported that he had already warned Victoria and his cabinet member, Jose Ignacio Esteva. Who the hell is this guy? We're going to find out. Jorge Ignacio Esteva and Lucas Alaman. But Esteva had retorted that the Texans were all good Catholics and couldn't be trusted. That's what he said, right? Why would Ignacio Esteva say that? Ward scoffed at this naive statement, like, you stupid, retorting to the American backwoods men, as everyone knew, had no particular religion. Damn paganists, and their creed would be affected by circumstances. Furthermore, these interlopers, damn rapists, murderers, and God knows what else you are. Oh, that's right, you're terrorists. You're right-wing terrorists, right? That's what you are. Exactly, the ones that don't wipe their butts. Furthermore, these interlopers would practice smuggling. What? Bro, do you see the family? They're projecting all the time. They're calling you names and they're projecting who they are. Hence, if Mexico thought she was gaining any real advantage from these people, she was wrong. So we see now a lot. But the question is this. Who's that guy right there? Well, I'm going to show you something, family. In this channel, we've been talking about Freemasonry. You know what I'm saying? We've been kind of talking about particular things and how some people are part of the group, right? All right, check this out, fam. Remember, this is from the book that I have. It's called The New and Revised Edition and Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, and it's Kindred Science. Okay, I'll take you here real quick. Check this out. It's gonna blow your mind. You remember the guy's name? Jose Esteva, right? Okay. Check this out. All right, hold on. Relax, Turbo. Hey, relax. Okay, that's it. Check this out, family. Remember what it says here. Ward reported that he had already warned Victoria and his cabinet member, Jose Ignacio Esteva. But Esteva retorted that the Texans were all good Catholics. They're all good Catholics, Holmes, and they could be trusted, eh? Pendejo. No, not really, family. He knew what was up. Check this out. Masonry, Mexico, was introduced in Mexico in the Scottish Rites sometime prior to 1810. Holy shit. Remember the Lutheran newsletter in 1900, right? That it said that in between 1539 and 1810, there was no printing involved. But all of a sudden now, there's some changes. Well, here we go. Sometime prior to 1810, by the civil and military officers of Spain. So we understand now these Spaniards, okay, these Latinos, which some of you guys think they're your people, y'all stupid. And no, we're not Sephardic, dumbass. By the civil and military officers of Spain, but the exact period of its introduction is unknown. Okay, so here we go. The first work charters were granted for a lodge at Veracruz in 1816. Here we go. 1. And 1 in Campeche, 1817. 2. By the Grand Lodge of Louisiana, followed by the charter of the Lodge of Veracruz, 1823. 3. By the City Grand Lodge of New York, and 1 by in the same city in 1824 from the Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania. 4. February 10th, 1826, 5 charters were granted for lodges in the city of Mexico by the Country Grand Lodge of New York. Country, meaning in parentheses, somebody in power. On the recommendation of Joel Poinsett. What? You see that name came up again, but it's not even over yet. Past Deputy Grand Master of South Carolina. At that time, United States minister to Mexico, who constituted the lodge and organized them into a Grand Lodge with Jose Ignacio Esteva as Grand Master.
Bruh.
For real, as Grand Master. So this guy here, a cabinet member of the president of Mexico, War told him, listen, these fools are going to turn on you. And he said, oh no, they're good Catholics. They're people to be trusted. Really? You can trust these damn heathens? This guy here that soils on his diaper, you can trust someone like him? His dad was a German. What are you talking about? I mean, I don't understand at what point are we really going to accept these things? This guy right here?
They 100%. Do I need media, liberal media?
Is he Chinese? He's got a f***ing umbrella. Is he Chinese?
Oh, my puppy also.
Parasol, do you? Oh, parasol. Sorry.
Let's all together.
I'm Swedish, bro. I get.
Let's.
Oh, you're Swedish? You're white? The entire country knows this is nonsense. What did he say? And I cannot wait for the day that we win. We will. We're white. We're white. We're white. The entire country knows this is nonsense. What did he say? And I cannot wait for the day that we win. We will. We're white. We're white. We're white. The entire
Jesus the Lord. Thank you. Bible, only Bible. Yeah. Jesus.
We need you. You need your help, God. We need your help.
Welcome to another day in paradise, okay? I'd like to testify. In fact, I always testify. I've never not once not testified. It's a mistrial, okay? I missed most of it. I was resting my eyes, okay? They got nothing, and every legal expert says so. You got Jonathan Turner, very respected. He says Trump is innocent. And anyway, probably Stormy liked it. You got Janine, the Dersh, Saul Goodman, Ally McBeal, the Lincoln lawyer, and you got Storm and Norman. She says, I banged her in the missionaries. Fake. She's more like Fort Knox in there. No one can get in for 3 blocks. Buttoned up tighter than Tom Fitton. You can't prove it, so none of it happened. But if it did, yeah. But if it did, she came up to me with tears in her eyes and she says, sir, you have to be the most virile golf champion since Dorf on Golf. And now she's saying it was over very quickly, which, by the way, totally fake, okay? Oh. In fact, she faked the entire thing very quickly. No, I don't think so. They don't call me the 3-term president for nothing, if you catch me.
That was too funny, man. Oh, shoot. Hey, I forgot about that last part. He said, the Lincoln lawyer, Ally McBeal, she was talking about. That was a show, bro. That was a show. I mean, it's funny, but it's not funny because, quite frankly, this is deeper than it gets. You see, we not know that ever since this time. Hey, let me say something. Meshi, my wife don't work. I provide for my family. And you probably have no idea how much money I make, and I don't ever boast about it. You're very assumptive, bro. Talking about dominatrix. I guess you're assuming people are gay and they like to get pegged like Sakari. We're not the ones bringing that up, man. You're the one that's very enticed by that fucking terminology, man. I guess Sakari might have actually made you feel a certain way. You're assuming that Sakari actions like go all across the board and shit. I don't know why you still you assume this is a BHI channel. Apparently, you still assume that, right? Nah, he ain't married to a dude. There's no need for that shit. It's just you can just tell, man, that he has a uncontrollable spirit. He doesn't know who he is yet. That's what happens. So let me see if I can find this video here for you guys. Matter of fact, let me continue. These Freemasons were involved, and this Freemason here is the cabinet member for Mexico when it came time to protect this particular region. So now do you understand how important it is to consider facts? This is actually a good link here. For the first time in digital format through the internet, documents for the study of relations between Mexico and United States that are under custody of the General Estrada Historical Archives or Diplomatic Historical Archives of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Mexico. These are 51 books that contain data, details, and circumstances that reveal in light of the correspondence between the protagonists and key figures who participated in two historical events that changed the territory, foreign relations, and the economy of Mexico and its neighbors. During the first half of the 19th century, the Texas War of 1835 and the Mexican-American War of 1846. So you see that this here gets really into the details as to what occurred. That's why I had found that information out. But see, I wouldn't have known if I wouldn't read. And that's why it's your job, our job, to make sure that we study these things. Because if we don't, then guess what? You're not going to realize who was part of this game. I'll give you an example. Let me see this real quick. He's talking about this right here. Let me see if this guy still showed it.
That doesn't make any sense, but let's keep going. Instead, here's who he really is. A man with no true remorse for what he did. No, here's who you really are. A man that wants me out of the way so you can be the main Israelite in the spotlight. We all know that's what's going on. Everybody sees it, Captain Azariak. You don't have to admit it, but everybody knows.
Gorilla wants her to get a Tinder account. Get the Tinder account to specifically target white men. This man said the white man is the devil, but he wants his wife to target white men and then get a shirt saying, I love white people. That brother has 3 charges on him that he has yet to respond to. They're going to see his gay friend instead of staying at the feast day, adultery for taking his closest friend's woman, and beating a woman.
Let me play it again real quick.
That doesn't make any sense, but let's keep going. Instead, here's who he really is. A man with no true remorse for what he did. No, here's who you really are. A man that wants me out of the way so you can be the main Israelite in the spotlight. We all know that's what's going on. Everybody sees it, Captain Azariak. You don't have to admit it, but everybody knows.
Gorilla wants her to get a Tinder account. Get the Tinder account to specifically target white men. This man said the white man is the devil, but he wants his wife to target white men and then get a shirt saying, I love white people. That brother has 3 charges on him that he has yet to respond to. They're going to see his gay friend instead of staying at the feast day, adultery for taking his closest friend's woman, and beating a woman. And on Clubhouse yesterday, that woman that got beat by him came on the app and said that he beat her, which is why I say Sakari got to go.
I guess he thinks that this is this channel and shit. Hold on a second. What's going on? Oh, you can't hear it? Anyhow, let's just ignore Mesh. He's a mess, yeah. Yeah, shit's sad, bro. Look, this IUSC brings out our. You were talking about getting pegged, man. That's what I was saying, that you're confusing us with BHI Sakari shit. I think, quite frankly, bro. Matter of fact, let me let you. I'll let you speak. I'm gonna notice a pattern of what you're saying.
Go back to your own.
Here, right here. All right. Let's continue. Let's continue because we're moving. Hold on. No, don't move. Check this out. He says his daddy was Jake the Snake, even though I created that shit. That's funny. Let's continue. So we see this here, right? We heard about this. Let's go.
Country
what else? Come on. See?
Yeah, go back to Mexico.
You know, my very first video on this account was in response to this type of behavior. And in that video, I stated this, that the difference between indigenous people of these lands and foreigners is that your ancestors either met the boat or they came over on it. Now, I know that rubbed more than a few people the wrong way, but not a single person has been able to dispute that one basic truth. And to that truth, I'd like to add one more. Now, this applies whether you're first-generation immigrant or 25th generation, whether your family came over on the Mayflower or wrote the Declaration of Independence itself. On behalf of my ancestors and the indigenous blood that runs through my veins, as long as there is one single drop of indigenous blood on these lands, you, your ancestors, and your descendants to that blood, you will always be foreign.
Hey, you know, Brother Joe, when you guys were over here talking about this, he did tell you or ask you, if you really are adamant about that, how come you don't go teach and create a channel? Why do you show up to other people's channels to create your fucking movement when you could technically start your own channel and create your movement? And yet you're here talking about being led by, like, spitting fire to the sheep. So now you insulted everybody that's listening because apparently you think you're fucking smarter than everybody. Listen, brother, you got deported. How smart are you really? You were once in these states and your ass got deported. And you're going to have to deal with that sin. So don't try to bring that fucking issue that you have personally with yourself upon other people. That just shows what kind of spirit you move with. You got deported for a reason. And the Most High is going to ask you for fucking answers. And here you are talking shit. You haven't even paid for that shit. You see what I'm talking about, man? You're in a conundrum and you really are not helping your spirit. You got a lot to owe. You owe something, man. You know what I'm talking about. You owe something. I don't know that. I got other demons to deal with. You owe something else. So don't bring your fucking anger of the fact that you fucked up and try to make everybody feel like how you feel. Because that's what it is.
I did not stutter.
That's right, brother. That is so true, bro. Let's continue. Because if you really think about who's involved in this here, now we know that who had something to do with this particular fire here? Jose Ignacio Esteva, the Grand Master, a Masonic body, both New York and Scottish rites, however, soon degenerated into the rival politics club, and better functionalism became so strong that in 1833, the authority issued an edict suppressing all secret. Do you want to know something, man? I think I just realized what you are about. You're an abusive individual to whoever you have around you. You said that I was doing this to my kids. I understand now. You do this shit to your family. You create chaos. You insult them. And then you want them to forget of the fact that you did that shit. As if nothing ever occurred. You probably, I don't know. I'm not going to get into that. But now I see your spirit. You do stuff. You insult people. And then you want everybody to forget. And you're like, I just wanted to break down 3 scripts, but this bro went left. No. I didn't go left. I went straight at you. Straight at you. I don't bullshit this crap, man. I wanted to know. And I wanted you to admit that you did what you did. And you did. So, you know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, before you can get any answers, I think the first one was very clear. Can I trust you? And you made it clear that I can't. So you don't deserve no answers. Go ask some motherfucking place. Go ask somebody else that you think may give you the right answer. Or unless you're just here to give an answer so you can argue. But I believe now that that's why you wanted 3 answers, because you wanted to argue about those answers. It wasn't about you getting educated. It was just about you fucking having a difference between you and I. That's what it was. You got a lot of growing up to do, Meshi. You may be an older man in flesh, man, but your spirit and mind is very fucking young. Good societies. The bodies met, however, secretly in about 1834. The National Mexican Rights was organized in 9 degrees. So again, remember, family, look, this is from Park Ethnography Program. African explorers of Spanish America. The first Africans from Spain were known as Ladinos, Sephardic, so to speak, or Hispanizados Africans, and were soldiers, servants, and settlers and slaves. Soldiers, servants, settlers, and indentured servants. Rephrase that. They began to arrive in America as early as 15th century, many as auxiliaries to the Spanish and Portuguese explorers, meaning help. Matthew Bristol states, from the very first onset of Spanish activity in America, Africans were both present in voluntary expeditions and involuntary colonists. Many people of African descent initially saw the passage of the New World as a means of bettering their social and economic positions. You see this? Given their numbers and roles in Spanish port cities like Seville, and in their generally depressed economic conditions, it is not surprising that both free and enslaved Africans hoped to improve their lots by crossing the Atlantic in early voyages of exploration and conquest. You have to know the truth, because these are facts. African men and women are part of the number of Spanish expeditions. The Pamphilo de Narvaez, a black conquistador who you can find in the Dogs of Conquest, who used dogs against our gente. I think this is important right now because you have to understand what that means. Pamphilo de Narvaez expedition of 1528 from Cuba to Florida is one such example. If you read the book called the Dogs of Conquest, you're going to understand what that means. Okay? It's going to make sense to you because once you get the book or download the book or go on the what do you call it? Archives.org, you'll see what this means. Let's go. That sink in. Do not ever forget that ever. African men and women were part of the number of Spanish expeditions. The Pamphilo de Narvaez expedition of 1528 from Cuba to Florida is one example. As you can see, family, and again, every now and then I'll look at it, but this is where you got people being very offended. This is where they actually get offended. Like, I don't like what you're saying. Oh, well, you don't like truth. This expedition included Esteban, perhaps the most notable African male to aid the exploration of North Africa. Juan Guerra. Family, I just want to say something. This guy here, right here, Meshi, right? He talks about that supposedly I'm over here causing division. Look who he's arguing with. VT, Job, me, Shibalba, Yasharala. Like, who the fuck is here causing division? You're doing it. This is what the brother said earlier. You're projecting, man. It's like either you don't understand what you're doing or you're really drunk today. Maybe I think Job is right. I think you really are drunk today, bro. You've had a lot of drinks. And your mind is so driven because you're drunk that you want to keep saying some shit. Look what you just said. Mastermind, no, bro. I just know Anahuac history, más que tú, Google searches from the land, not Gringolandia. You have no idea who this brother is right here, bro. You have no idea who he is. Because I actually talked to him. You see what I'm saying? Who's causing division? With your assumptions. With your belief like that people want to listen to this channel, not because they totally 100% believe, because maybe there's some information here that may pertain to what they need to know. 15, 16 people are watching this right now, right? That doesn't mean that every single one of them absorbs everything that I say. Everyone is individual to their own understanding. I cannot manipulate no one. You have to fucking manipulate yourself to believe. No one can do it. There's no word that I can say, no verse, no history, nothing to make you believe. You have to be your own influence. Scriptures say that. So who is really causing division? You're projecting, Meshi, and I think you either need to stop or stop drinking. Because Job is right, bro. You are fucking drunk. Juan Garrido, just example. Esteban, the black man. Conquistadors, militant men. These are the routes that they took. You see this here? You see that big dude right there? Look at that big dude right there, family. He's as big as a horse. This football player, this 6'7" dude. He's sitting on a horse, and the guy's almost as tall as the actual Spaniard. See what I mean? They're coming with armor. We're not. You need to know your history. Because this is not just a one-sided affair. There is something called black nobility. The majority of black slave owners were members of the mulatto class, and in some cases were the sons and daughters of white slave masters. Many of the mulatto slave owners separated themselves from the masses of black people and attempted to establish a caste system based on color, wealth, and free status. According to Martin Delina, the colored community of Charleston City clung to the assumption of the superiority of white blood and brown skin complexion. Why do you think they're trying to say they're the people of this land? These mulattoes of the old free black elite. Connecticut Church with dark-skinned blacks of Charleston City. They not only formed congregations which excluded freed men of dark complexion, but they also married among other mulattoes to keep the color in the family. Large number of free blacks owned black slaves and large number of free blacks owned black slaves in numbers disproportionate to their representation in society. According to the federal census, which I showed you the book, free blacks own more than 10,000 slaves in Louisiana. Hold on, let me say that again. Maryland, South Carolina, and Virginia. The majority of black slave owners lived in Louisiana, planted sugar canes. You still believe you're from this land? Or you still believe you're the people of the book? No. Stop the cap. Because we know now how they took nations, like Psalms 83 said, to take over this land. And now we see that even in this masonry thing has a very deep root. This is the reason why some of you guys don't understand what these books are saying. This is the Harold Wallace Rosenthal interview. Look what he says. Okay? Check this out. I read a few things and then I'm going to read a statement. This book, it contains the text of most revealing and shocking interviews of a Jew by the name of Harold Rosenthal, which was conducted in 1976 by a concerned patriot, a Walter White. And Rosenthal, an influential Jew, learned the Jewish ways, involved the working of the government in Washington, D.C., explained the Jewish involvement and cause of major problems we face today. He says, Rosenthal, in exposing certain aspects of inner invisible world of Jewry, revealed the modes and tactics Jews use as in destroying Christian civilization and covertly attaining control of our lives and governments. That's what that other guy was saying. That is a so-called Jewish person. That scientist that says they're going to control the minds. And this is what I'm saying, family. When you start listening to this esoteric teachings, you're opening your spirit to be governed by those particular things. The result has been hidden tyranny upon us, like the tyranny waged against the saints by the red beast system of revelation referred to the mystery Babylon. Let me read this real quick. This is interesting. Luke 16:8 says, for the children of this world are in their generation wiser than the children of light, which we see. Why do you think those guys are trying to come up with computer systems that can manipulate your thought process? You see, it's interesting. Watch what this says. In a highly confidential interview with a Jewish administrative assistant, one of his nation's ranking senators, he said, it is a marvel that the American people do not rise up and drive every Jew out of his country. The Jew, Mr. Harold Wallace Rosenthal, made the statement after admitting Jewish dominance in all significant national governments. He said, we Jews continue to be amazed with the ease by which Christian Americans have fallen into our hands. While the naive Americans wait for Khrushchev to bury them, some Russian, we have taught them to submit to our every demand. Ask how a nation could be captured without knowing it. Rosenthal attributed this victory to absolute control of the media. He boasted of Jewish control over all news. Any newspaper which refused to acquiesce to control the news was brought to its knees by withdrawing advertisement, meaning through money. You see this here. You see this here. It's an interesting thing. He says, and I quote, the hidden tyranny. Most Jews do not like to admit it, but our God is Lucifer.
Are you?
Let's kind of finish this out real quick.
Even while he was still alive, his wisdom reached across continents. The earliest Egyptians named him the scribe of the gods. He was deified by the Greeks as the god of wisdom. The ancient Romans named him Mercury. Hermes discovered alchemy, which developed into chemistry. He created the concept of astrology, which became astronomy. For his wisdom, he is known as the Master of Masters. The Kabbalion is premised on the theory that there is an intelligent, thinking substance that pervades all space and time. Even while
That's the thinking that I'm talking about, family. You see, this is the teachings that are going on right now through Buddhists and yoga and all these self-healing, meditation, frequency sounds. You know, like the dude 432 drop, hey, yahoo, or whatever the fuck is, whatever he says. We're seeing this teaching. And you see, when you open yourself up to this type of teaching, now I understand why that scientist said, there's no God. We can control you now. Because if you are not saturated with the word, what are you going to be saturated and controlled by? If your spirit is independent from your brain, imagine how, like I said, your brain is like a computer. You can be manipulated, which is why you have to guard it. This helmet of salvation. It's not a joke. This is serious stuff. Listen to this again.
While he was still alive, his wisdom reached across continents. The earliest Egyptians named him the scribe of the gods. He was deified by the Greeks as the god of wisdom. The ancient Romans named him Mercury. Hermes discovered alchemy, which developed into chemistry. He created the concept of astrology, which became astronomy. For his wisdom, he is known as the Master of Masters. The Kabbalion is premised on the theory that there is an intelligent, thinking substance that
Master of Masters. I found that so interesting. Remember the class I did on the who Saint Germain is? Remember that? Check this out.
1845, a mysterious man was arrested in London and charged with spying. He called himself the Count of Saint Germain. And for almost 200 years, the Count of Saint Germain was present at every significant political event in the world and always looked the same age. Some say he walked the earth during the time of Christ. Some say he walks the earth still. This is his story. 1845 was a difficult time in England. The Jacobites, propped up by the French monarchy, had seized Edinburgh that summer. England was capturing, imprisoning, and executing spies everywhere. The man who called himself the Count of Saint Germain was arrested in a coffee shop under suspicion of espionage and was taken in for questioning. The Count's captors quickly learned that he was fluent in every European language and other languages from around the world. Still, he wouldn't tell them where he was from or what his name was. Horace Walpole, the Prime Minister's son, wrote that Saint Germain could sing, compose, and play the violin so well that one would have thought he was a famous musician. Though he appeared about 45 years old, nobody had seen him before. While in custody, he gave details about historical events that only an eyewitness would know. Saint Germain's jailers found him extremely odd. And during this time of rebellion, foreigners in England were imprisoned simply for being foreign. Yet somehow, without giving his real name, age, or place of birth, the Count of Saint Germain was set free. In Saint Germain's secret documents, she actually had a copy of a memoir written a few years earlier. And the memoir didn't contain mystical knowledge, just biographical information and stories about a charming man who was good at talking people's ears off. Eventually, Blavatsky was exposed as a fraud by a whistleblower in her movement. But plenty of occultists were fans of the Count. Look, maybe Guy Ballard really did meet Saint Germain on Mount Shasta. I don't know, I wasn't there. But I do know that Ballard plagiarized a lot of his material from science fiction books and was found guilty of fraud, so you be the judge.
So what do we know?
Yeah, so check this out, family. I found this very interesting because yes, you're right. You're right regarding the Canaanite god. I'm gonna show you this real quick. Excuse me. Here it goes right here. Hold on. Here it goes right here. So we know of this here. We know of that, right? We know of that right there. Regarding the Canaanite, the Pharaoh, the king of Babylon, Judea, Roman, Vatican, Templar, Khazars, Switzerland, Masons, Illuminati, Jesuits, USA. So this is basically considered the Sephiroth, and this is where they get the teachings of thought. I'm telling you, family, it's all Talmudic, Kabbalist, Torah build up, very wicked as hell. Now, you know, I find it so interesting because it looks like this. Check this out. Remember he mentioned alchemy, right? The god of Thoth. Okay. Well, that's why y'all need to be careful. These people that supposedly they believe in Kemet. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, you're right. This is wicked as hell. That's why you got to be mindful. You see the Sephiroth right there? I'm telling you. Check this out. I'm telling you right now. Check this out. See, this is distinction. These are paths of so-called wisdom that they want you to understand. You see this here? The concept of man, and now we see this here. Boom, boom. Look at that. Let me save this. Hold on a second. Egyptian tree of life. Because that's what it is. Egyptian tree of life. So check this out. Look at this right here. See? Now look at this right here. Ein Sof. Remember, brothers, I told you that in the Kabbalah, the actual book, this right here, I showed you in this book, it talks. Hold on. Oh, okay, you're getting a little intense for this, huh? You're getting a little intense for this. The background went blank. Give me a second. Let me fix this. Hold on. Here it goes. Weird. But it's all good. It's all good. You're not going to confuse me, bro. I know you're trying to be demonish. I know you're trying to be demonish. Demonish. Check this out. It goes right there. I showed you guys this before. You know, here it goes right here. You see this? That is the Sephiroth. Okay. And it stands for Ein Sof. Okay. So you can actually see it right here. If you go to the because it's alphabetically. Let's see, A B C D E F G H I A B C D E. Where are you? H I. Here it goes. Ein Sof. This does cover on. It's probably gonna try to hide from me. Nah, I'll find it. Check it. I may not be able to find it, so let me do what I typically do. I'm just gonna go here, stick to the point, because I cannot. Here it goes right here. Okay, so we get into the whole concept of that fucking demonhood and shit. I think there's a demon right here, and I really want to call him out. In case you don't know this, MESHIACHA, you can hide from the fact that you are that MESHIACHA. You were hiding in this channel for like a couple months and shit, posting randomly stuff and shit, thinking that we wouldn't recognize you. This brother right here, this is why you need to understand exactly what's going on with this channel, man, because everybody's in what I guess what you would say synergy. You know what I mean? Understanding. Because guess what? You want to talk about like, oh, well, I had 3 questions, you know what I'm saying? If you could post a link. Look, let me say something to you, because you don't know the Bible. It's obvious that you don't know the Bible. It's very clear. So let's tackle the verse that the brother just posted right now, because I think that you guys are going to be fucking completely surprised, or at least I would assume, of the simple fact that, you know, there are structures and steps into how you should conduct yourself, man. And you had the chance to do your shit. You came up here. The thing about, I think what people are noticing about you is that you just have a problem admitting your faults. And you want to know something? If that's your problem, if that's the sin that you have to deal with, hey brother, you know what, dude? We're here to help you. But man, you've developed a lot of enemies. Yakusha don't want to talk to you no more. Vladimir definitely don't, because you took their shit. You tell me if they're still your friends. I don't talk to them, but I'm not their enemy. I don't have enemy hate towards them. They do what they do. Hey man, it is what it is, bro. If they don't believe anymore, then so be it. Because I've heard about a channel that just got fucking shut down. And you're gonna go back to that channel, you're gonna find out that he ain't there no more, bro. He ain't there no more. So let me tell you something about who I am and what I stand for and how I raise my family and how I'm not afraid to admit when I'm fucking wrong. Because, you know, that's the problem with you, bro. You don't know when you're wrong. Let me hear what you got to say. See that? Titus 3:10. A man that is a heretic after the first or second admonition, reject. That's it. I let you on. I gave you a chance to fucking explain yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I tried, bro. And then when I posted my phone number for Job to save it, you called me. And then you say, you're a coward because you didn't answer. What the fuck makes you think I want to talk to your fucking untrustworthy ass? You got a wicked spirit on you, bro. That's why the scriptures talk about a man that is a heretic, meaning you confused, you talking about all kinds of shit. Give him a chance here, there, first, second nomination. After that, reject the motherfucker straight up. You know what I'm saying? That is such a subvertive and sinned, being condemned of himself. Shit. So we gave you several chances. Matter of fact, bro, I'm glad that I got a chance to. I'm glad that I'm gonna get a chance to communicate with this brother right here. Because you know what? I didn't really know that deafness of the fucking bullshit that you did. You tried to create that shit on my channel, and you didn't do that here. Because I was like, nah, hell no. So you went to Yakuza's channel and you created that shit in Yakuza's channel. You involved him, Vladimir, that brother Manny, which by the way, that brother Manny, bro, like he was a sincere brother, man. Like, fuck, man. Y'all fucked him up, man. You guys really fucking damaged him because I think he was like one of the most sincere brothers out of all that fucking funky group that you guys had. The guy was really trying, bro. And you guys destroyed his ass. And then all of a sudden you show up out of nowhere and shit, like you think you're like a cloud, like a disappearing cloud, like no one's gonna remember you. No one's gonna like notice that you are who you are. And then we call you out and shit, and you're like, well, making excuses. Nah, bro, you wanna know something, man? I know what you know because you shared what you told me that you deal with. And you know what happens? For you to sin like that, Meshi, that means that you have not let go of what light led you to that point. Because here's how I'm going to say it, bro. Us that provide knowledge and information, you know what you say? You take it away and say, it doesn't matter. My shit matters more. And then you kill it. And you kill it. And you think in your mind, you kill it and destroy it. What do you think that means? I know what you know, and I will never fucking say whatever you told me, brother. But you got a lot to work towards. And I think what you're doing is that you're still dealing with that shit. Because that was our gente, homie. And you did that to our gente. And you have to live with that. And this is why I see your anger, your hate, your frustration. Like you want to be heard, but you're being misunderstood because at the same time, what you did, you wanted to be heard, but you got misunderstood, and then actions took over. And now you're going to pay for it. And then you want us to pay for it with you. Nah, I ain't paying for you. I ain't paying that shit with you, bro. You need to pay for that shit. The kingdom of God dwelleth in you, brother. Souls matter. Scriptures say, don't be afraid of him that takes the flesh. Be afraid of him that takes the flesh and the spirit. So I wonder, if you had the choice, would you have taken my spirit and my flesh away out of your anger? That's something to really think about, man. Because I don't bullshit with my scriptures. I know who I am. This ain't no BHI channel. This ain't none of that crap. None of it. And by the way, I take care of my family. And I take care of my mom. And she's 87 years old. And I take care of her. I was selfish at once in my life. You're right. I'm glad that I'm not like that no more. But apparently you think I am. So you continue with that thought process. Hey, Meshi, what makes you think that I eat pork, bro? I mean, I don't understand. You want me to bring my wife to this live and shit so she could say, "No, we don't eat pork. I don't cook pork. Like, we don't know. We haven't had pork since 2018. That's how long it's been." He goes, "All these remote viewers hope to possesses by demons, powerless, lies, or remote viewers, evil. Either way, bro. Like, damn, dude, you got a lot of enemies. These people are real, man." Meshi, you had the chance to like explain yourself. You could even do it with Job, bro. This brother right here. I mean, again, I wasn't involved with none of that. I watched that shit from the sideline, bro. And you know what I'm saying? And I noticed that Job was watching my channel, and I was like, hey, praises and shit, whatever, And then all of a sudden, you start showing up the last couple months, and I'm like, bro, what the fuck, man? So I didn't know what the hell was going on, but you admitted it. You created that chaos. You created the chaos. You said, hey, let's go do it. And he said, hey, man, so where's that money going? You never answered him. You never said where the money was going. And you never gave the money back. I'm not involved with that. That's between you guys. Hey, there he goes. No, wow. Joshua made me a real... I never said I was a prophet. But apparently you think you are, because you think everybody is wrong and you're all right. From what I noticed about you, man, that you think everybody's incorrect, bro, and then you just have the whole fucking understanding. So then do yourself a favor, bro. Stop posting shit here, because we don't need you. Go create your channel. If you're that ballsy, I will tell you right now. Matter of fact, do this, Meshi. If you're this ballsy and you really think you're going to make a change, create your channel and stop posting here from now on. Don't post nothing no more. Go create your channel. Go start working on it. I'll promote it if you got some real shit. But if you post anything again, it just shows how weak you are. Go create your channel. Go create your channel. I'll bow down, bro. Like, I don't need bow downs, bro. I just needed respect, homie. I don't need you to bow down. I just needed respeto, cabrón. Que me respetaras, güey. Not to be less than me. Just respect me. And you didn't do that. And I'll say the same shit to Yakasha, and I'll say the same shit to Vladimir if they fucking showed up. But you know what? They never did. We never talked, so that's it. I had the chance to say it to you. So I don't need you to bow down. I don't need that shit. Nah, bro. Like, I don't need to be better than anybody, man. I just wish that you could you should have respected me, man. I got a family, bro. I got a son that's autistic, that he's blind, and he almost killed himself. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I really know I really walk what I feel. I may be wrong, but I'm still doing it. And when I say I may be wrong, it's because nobody can guarantee 100% that we all know this shit. Bro, we don't need to block them. You want to know why we don't need to block them? Because this reminds us at least how things work. See, then he still wants to say BHI, whatever. See, this is what I'm talking about, bro. Like, this is not Israelite only. Listen, once again, if you want to teach our people, then create a channel and drive them to understand what you're saying. Do your fucking work instead of being a fucking hater. Don't be a hater in this channel and claiming that you want to do something good for the gente. Nobody wants to believe that. So do yourself a favor. Shut the fuck up and do your shit. By the way, we did say today, after 6 hours, that all will be revealed. This is crazy. Matter of fact, here's what I'm going to do, family. I'm going to try to turn off this radio, and I'm gonna come right back because I don't hear my sound. Okay, hold on. Testing, testing. One, two, three, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, here we go. Hold on a second. You still can't hear it. Hold on, fam. I'm gonna have to come back, man. I apologize. I'm gonna disappear for a second. Testing. Okay. All right, so we got a little bit of sound back. That shit is crazy, man. You're a demon, bro. You brought demonhood in your shit. You really fucking. It's like you. It's all good. It doesn't matter. It's all good. Let's continue, family. Let's continue with this play because it's good. Video makes more sense.
One of the features of this fourth industrial revolution is that it doesn't change what we are doing, but it changes us.
The difference of this fourth industrial revolution is it doesn't change what you are doing. It changes you. If you take genetic editing, just as an example, it's you who are changed. And of course, this has a big impact on your identity.
Yeah. And offers certain kinds of possibilities that have to be careful about. You know, when you began to do that kind of gene editing, some people worry that you are changing what it means to be human.
That's the problem. Of course, the new industrial revolution offers us many opportunities, but it raises manifold questions on the ethical, but even legal implications. And we have to be prepared for it, and that's what we want to do in Davos next year.
Talk about technology and how the ways it can be deployed, that contribute to growth rather than exacerbate unemployment. How will that implement itself?
It's a big question mark because there is a fear that technology, robots, just to take one,
you gain productivity from machines.
Exactly. And it replaces maybe the workforce or jobs faster than we can replace them.
Humans are now hackable animals.
Let that sink in for a moment. Humans are hackable animals. What does the Talmud say? What does the Mishnah say? It's in here too. In case you don't know, let's look for it real quick. Check this out. Check. Oh, you're gonna play games with me now, huh? Okay, I see. Yep, I can see a little bit of issues going on in the back end here, but it's okay. Check this out, family. Let's get a little idea of what this Talmud is. That's why when people say certain Testing 1, 2, 3, testing. Hey, look, listen. I don't know exactly what it is that you're trying to fix within yourself, man. Nothing that you're gonna say makes a fucking difference. It doesn't matter what you say. We're all fighting for lifelong war, but this and that. Bro, listen, you embarrass yourself. And that's the fucking problem. That you don't even realize that you look so fucking stupid in front of a lot of people. You admitted that you're a deceiver. You admitted that you stole money. You admitted that you deceived Yakasha and all that group. You admitted that you lied about the fact that you were sharing information with me. You admitted that I was not lying when you gave me the, Latin Kings manifesto. You admitted all that shit. You admitted that you were talking shit. You admitted everything. And then you want to sit here and say, I'm trying to gather my people, bro. Never did you even fucking say, hey, man, I was wrong. Let me just be quiet for a moment. No, bro, you keep talking shit. You think because you have some fucking years on you, you know anything? That wrinkly-ass skin that you have only should remind you that you're Benjamin Button, bro. You're the opposite of growth. You're a young fucking man. You have nothing in you, bro. Hey, look. So he resorts to I'm a mandilon. You don't know nothing about my family, bro. My wife will tell you, I ain't no mandilon, homie. I run my home. I pay all the bills. I take care of my family. I don't know how you could say that I'm a mandilon. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck are you talking about? Checa el mandilón. First you... Sí, dude. Eres un estúpido, cabrón. Qué tristeza, güey. Qué tristeza, güey. De que por un momento que pensé que eres un adulto, cabrón, y eres un pendejo, güey. Eres un pendejo, cabrón. Vales verga, güey. And you want to know something? I realize now that you are the 2/3, and this is what I want my family to know. 2/3 are gonna be dicks like you, bro, that don't want to admit when you've done wrong. If you don't admit with us that you've done wrong, I can already imagine what you do to your fucking family. You treat them like shit, bro. You never admit that you're wrong with them. You always probably blame them for all your fucking problems. Like, oh, it's because of you that I did this. It's because of you that I did that. You're a sad case, Meshi. So I would advise you, man. I would advise you. Listen, here goes. Look. You with your Jewish, you're trying to, you're like throwing shit that can. You're trying to fucking figure out what can stick to the wall, huh? That's the. You know what that is, bro? That's an Edomite spirit. Hey, don't. Let me ask you a question, bro. Like, don't you have like, what's your color of your eyes, man? What's the color of your eyes, bro? Are they brown or are they gray or are they green? Oh, this fake Hebrew, not what? Meshi, you can simply fucking disappear and never post nothing here. And you would be okay. And you know what? Since everybody's going to fall into destruction, then let us fall into destruction. Which means that you have the truth. So then go raise your angels and shit. Go tell them how wrong we are. How confused we are. Because you have the truth. Yeah, you go tell them fucking Latin kings and shit how great they are. You keep sending them money. You already stole from Yakasha's channel. Are you trying to steal from us too and shit? I think that's what it is, bro. You trying to steal from our channel and shit. That ain't gonna happen, bro. Hey, look. They don't. I'm on the path. Bros should praise the Q. No, what the fuck? Okay, that's good. I tell you what, family. Here's what I'm gonna do. Forever and ever, bro. Forever and ever. You'll never be able to post shit here ever again. Ever. Whatever issues you have going on, bro, go to some other channel and go fucking express how you feel. Matter of fact, if I was you, bro, I'd go back to Yakasha's channel. Go to Yakasha's channel and ask him like for forgiveness and shit. Go to Yakasha's channel and like post stuff on his channel. See how he feels about what you fucking did, you piece of shit. Certain people are your people, and you're like, well, they study this shit. What are you talking about? How in the world could they be the people of the book, like succeed and be on the right side with the Most High, if they're over here teaching all this stuff that has nothing to do with the Bible? They created their own books, their own understanding, their own teachings. The Talmud, the Mishnah, the Zohar, and you're nah, bro. You can be that shit. You are, not me. And if that don't make me a Hebrew, then it don't make me one, bro. And I'm good with that. Check this out, fam. What is the understanding of this book here? Talmud, Hebrew, signifying doctrine. The Jews say that Moses received on Mount Sinai not only the written law, which is contained in the Pentateuch, but an oral law, which was first communicated by him in to Aaron, then by them to the 70 elders, and finally by these people, and thus transmitted by memory from generation to generation. Supposedly oral law. This oral law was never committed to writing until about the beginning of the 3rd century. What a coincidence, right? When Rabbi Yehuda, the holy, finding that there were a possibility of it being laws from the decrees of the student of law, collected all the traditional laws into one book and called it the Mishnah, a word signifying repetition, because it is, as it were, a repetition of the written law. Then the Mishnah was once received with great veneration. Blah, 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 blah. We see this here. The Talmud, right, was not written from the get-go. This, what I believe, and at least from my understanding or findings, is Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
¡Que alguien me explique!
Are you?
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Is that this is the Babylonian teachings of Zoroastrianism. That's where it comes from, family. That's what I'm noticing regarding how they're dividing the actual explanations. They all base it on mathematics. They think that they're going to understand the Most High based on mathematics, which is based human intellect. We understand this, that it doesn't work that way. Let's continue. Remember, you're the animals.
Now hackable animals. You know, the whole idea that humans have, you know, this, they have this soul or spirit and they have free will and nobody knows what's happening inside me. So whatever I choose, whether in the election or whether in the supermarket, this is my free will, that's over. Free will, that's over.
That's over.
Over. Today, we have the technology to hack human beings on a massive scale. Yeah, I mean, everything is being digitalized. Everything is being monitored. In this time of crisis, you have to follow science. It's often said that you should never allow a good crisis to go to waste, because a crisis is an opportunity to also do good reforms that in normal times people will never agree to. But in a crisis, you see, we have no chance.
All will be revealed. All will be revealed.
Are you?
See what I'm saying? Everything. People, their attitudes, you know what I'm saying? Their secrecy. I'm going to tell you something, family. I smelled him. Matter of fact, I assumed that it was him, like, I think 3 lives ago. But I didn't want to say nothing. I was like, man, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. So I just started noticing this pattern of posting shit. And then I said, oh, yeah, you are Mexican. And the worst part is that you were talking shit about me, and then you come to my channel like it's never happened. Like, who's the real fucking comadre, güey? Like, damn, bro, you really don't understand what that means, man.
So let's do it.
Vaccine won't help us go
the
to
vaccine
the test, of course.
will help us, of course. It will make things, more manageable. Surveillance. People could look back in 100 years and identify the coronavirus epidemic as the moment when a new regime of surveillance took over, especially surveillance under the skin.
You know what? That's true, bro, because he kept using words to make you submissive to him. Like, you're a bitch, you're a girl, or fuck you. Like he said words that made you seem like you were submissive to him. I wonder what the fuck you were doing in that pinto over there, homie. But that's what you were sounding like. That you constantly use terminologies to submit people so they can feel less than you. That's why I agree with what he said. You have a colonizer mind. And you're saying that I'm one of them. I don't talk to my gente like that at all. Nor to my kids. At all. When your root is very rooted, I guess you could say that. When the root of the tree is very planted and well rooted, it don't matter what people say. It just kind of comes off your shoulders and shit. Be like, hey, it's all good, bro. It's all good, man. Say what you want to say. It's all good. It's all good. Because guess what? You're exposing yourself. I didn't have to. All I wanted to know was like, bro, one answer. That's it. And that's it. That's it. And I'm glad that Joe, bro. Thank you, bro. Man. I'm gonna look forward to get to know you, brother. Thank you for bringing this shit out, because a lot of us were kind of wondering, like, what the fuck happened with that shit, bro? And he admitted it. He took the fucking money, bro. Hey, don't let the black guys touch you. That's funny. That's wrong, guy. I don't think that's the case. Let's continue.
Which I think is maybe the most important development of the 21st century, is this ability to hack human beings, to go under the skin, collect biometric data, analyze it, and understand people better than they understand themselves. This, I believe.
You notice that RSK was about, you ain't pushing 12-type chart, and Mexican saying you're pushing 12-type chart. So what am I doing? Am I pushing 12-type chart? Am I pushing BHI shit? I'm kind of wondering, bro. Like, there's absolutely nothing about me that does that shit. But let's continue.
Is maybe the most important event of the 21st century. So does the data about my DNA, my brain, my body, my life...
Now, the question is this. Why does he have that picture in the back? I mean, I'm asking that question. I'm going to read this in the meantime. Hey, humans are... Hold on. So I blocked them from my shit, right? But, you know, here, I'll show you. Here, look. Like on... there's two ways to connect, in case you guys really want to know, right? So, for example, you can use Restream, right, to create your channel. And then once you create the link, YouTube picks it up, right? Now, some of these people are going to be here, and then you have the choice to let them hear. You know what I'm saying? Like, for example, that right there, right? I know you see a lot of screens. So one thing that I noticed is, hey, this guy's still here. Look, he's still here. Look. And he goes, my spirit's too strong for you. He said, my spirit is too strong for you. Lame. You're still here, dog. What the fuck's wrong with you, man? Bro, let it go, bro. You're an adult. You're like fucking 56 or 54, dude. Like, ya cálmala, güey. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're funny, man. Like, listen, I got a brother that's a lot older than you, a lot bigger than you, man. And my older brother was a good boxer. We have boxer bloodline in my family. Okay? Two sports I did. Boxing and soccer. That's it. And I was very good at soccer. but I was way much better at boxing. Okay? I ran a 4.6 or 4.5 in high school. I had people in wrestling that wanted me to wrestle with them. Like, they knew that I was very athletic, okay? So there's absolutely no insecurities about me regarding, like, you know, measuring up to other people. Like, I have no problem with that shit. But it's like, bro, do you really fucking believe the shit that you're saying? Look, here he goes. Nothing biblical or spiritual about your perception. There he goes. Percepticon. He called me Percepticon. That's Yakasha. Yakasha said that once. So now you're using Yakasha's terminology, even though he shut down his channel. Did you not know that? Yakasha just shut down his own channel, bro. Why don't you go run down back to Yakasha's channel, bro? Because he just closed it. Yakasha got rid of all his videos. That Northern Kingdom prophet motherfucking expert and shit, the one that you were glorifying and making it seem like you cool with him, guess what? He ain't even around no more. Go talk to him. Hackable animals. That's why they refer to herd immunization during that jab distribution, thus calling us the sheeps. Farm animals equals pharma animals. Pharma. Remember that scripture? Pharmasuka. What is it? Revelation 18, I believe. Pharmakia. They call it, right? And through their that shit is gone, bro. That shit is gone. He shut it down. Shut. They'll never find it again. You look up whatever, Northern Kingdom, whatever. He shut his shit down. It's gone, bro. So, Meshi, go talk to him. Go talk to him. You see, this is why the Most High tells you, motherfuckers, and says, do not murmur against your brethren. From the least to the greatest, it doesn't matter. Don't murmur against your brethren, because he will take the spirit away from you. Well, you took it from him. He took it from Vladimir a long time ago. You're next. And you're showing how he's taking it away from you, because you're here today and we expose you. See what I'm saying? He's out, bro. You see that right there? The brother just confirmed it. He's out. He's out. You see what I mean? You're next, Meshi. You're next, bro. You may talk to people, but your understanding is going to be gone. This is why I never did no video against you guys. I never talked shit about you guys. I never fucking said, oh, I'm going to make a video and I'm going to be like, hey, Mexican and Yakasha and Vladimir. Nah, bro, I just stay quiet, man. I was more offended, to be honest. I was more offended. I'll be real. It hurt my feelings. Yeah. As a man, I'll admit it. Me lastimaron mi corazón, güey, because I did care about you guys. And you didn't choose to fucking talk to me. You chose just to get in the group. And guess what? Yakasha don't got no channel no more. Vladimir don't want to hear this shit no more. Vladimir admitted it like 6, 7, 8 months ago. It's just like for motivational purposes. Mexican, you're next. No, you're next. The Most High is going to take that understanding from your fucking head. And I know what you did to our gente. And you're not repenting. Because the way that you talk to us is the way that you talk to that brother that you took his soul from. And that's something that you have to deal with. We ain't going to deal with it, bro. I don't take my brother's souls. I love my gente. I love my brethren. I love my mom. I love my dad. I love my brothers. I love my sisters. I know that they are always, sometimes misunderstand me, but it's okay. I will never take somebody's soul, bro. Nah, bro. The Most High is coming after you, man. He came after Vladimir. He just destroyed Yakasha's channel. And you're part of that 3 group, bro. You're next. You're next. The scriptures talk about you murmur against a brother like that, he's going to punish you for what the fuck you did. You see how it's decimating, bro? Like script, listen, man, the spirit is powerful, bro. That's why you need to be afraid all the time. Hey, look, you evil vermin. I'm not, bro. I'm not. I'm just calling it for what it is, bro. Remember, keep in mind, you were talking shit about me. You didn't have to. You could have avoided it. And then the brother Job said, you didn't have to talk shit about his wife. You could have avoided it. But you didn't. You participated in that shit. You didn't say like, hey, bro, that's wrong, bro. I don't want to be part of that. No, you joined. No excuses. You're next. Enjoy your misery. Pharmakia. I think it's this one. To their enchantments, they call it. I cannot remember. If you guys know the scripture, please, by all means, let me know. But again, why do they have this picture up here? Let me show you something. This is interesting. Okay, this is from that book I was showing you earlier. All right, here it goes. All right, hold on a second. I don't want to lose the page. Page 8. Okay, let me show you something. Harold Wallace Rosenthal interview, 1976. All right, we're going to go to page 8. Check this out. It says here, we have castrated society through fear and intimidation. Its manhood exists only in combination with a feminine outward appearance. Isn't that what they're doing now? Androgynous concepts. Being so neutered, the populace has become docile and easily ruled. As all geldings in nature, their thoughts are not involved with the concerns of future or their prosperity, but only with the present toil and next meal. Think about that for a moment. Let me go to page 2 real quick. Where are you at? Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Is it in here? Yep. Hold on a second here. Can't do. There it goes. Here it goes. Right here. No more will you ever post on this channel. No more. No more. 2 or 3 times omniscient. We just read that shit. We just literally read it. I was talking to a brother before I came back, you know what I'm saying? Because like, you know what I'm saying? I was like, bro, am I wrong, man? Am I wrong? Please let me know if I'm wrong, bro. Because if I'm wrong, then I'll back down. He's like, no, fuck no, man. Titus 3:10. A man that is a heretic after the first or second admonition, reject. Knowing that he is such is I'm sorry, let me matter of fact, let me read it this way. It'll be easier. And give at least 2 warnings to those who cause division. And then have nothing more to do with them. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Come on, dog. Come on, man. Come on. You know that such people are corrupt. And their sins prove that they are wrong. You see what I'm saying? That's what I was talking about. Meshi, you got some shit to answer to, bro. You took a man's life. I'm going to say it now. You took a man's life. You took our gente's life. And you want us to live with it. Nah, bro. You need to answer that shit on your own. And I try to keep it quiet. And I was trying to be passive and conservative and like, nah, bro, I don't want to be that way. But no, after your hate, I'm going to say it. You killed one of our gente. And now you need to live with it. And now you want us to feel your fucking pain? I don't do that shit, homie. You think that I never had a chance to do that shit? Yeah, I'm assuming that you probably think like, nah, I'm weak. You don't know nothing about me. You just embarrassed yourself, bro. You proved the fact that you robbed from Yakasha, that you couldn't answer this brother Job right here. He was asking you like, hey, where the fuck is that going? You couldn't answer none of that. So you went to me and I said no. You went to him and you took their money. You took Manny's money. You took Yakasha's, maybe Vladimir. I don't know, bro. But what you ended up doing was you caused chaos in that group. And then guess what? Yakasha shut his channel down. And that brother had that channel for a while. He gave up. Vladimir don't want nothing to do with the Bible no more. Think about who was there and who is here trying to do the same fucking things. Fuck no, bro. You ain't doing that shit in my fucking house. I protect my family. I protect my family. That means my children. That means my wife. That means my mom, my dad, my brothers and sisters in real bloodline and in spirit. In spirit. He wanted to come here and destroy this fucking channel just like you destroyed Yakashaw's channel, bro. He shut that shit down, homie. And it's funny that it happened right around the time that you showed up to my fucking channel, bro. You a wicked ass demon, homie. I'm gonna tell you what now. Hey, listen. Meshi. I'm gonna say this to you right now, bro. I'm gonna say this to you right now. You should have never done that to that brother, bro. You should have never taken his life. That's why you got deported, because you killed a man. I don't want to deal with your sin. You deal with it yourself. Because I would have dealt with your sin. But now that I know that you're a hater, fuck no. Live with it on your own. Check this out. This is what I didn't read at the end. And I should have. It says here, where are you at? Hold on a second. This submission. You got the link up. You got the new video. Okay. So listen, family, after this, we're going to show up the new link. I'm sure you heard it already. But we're going to do it anyways, man. You know what I'm saying? Because this is what we do, bro. I'm here to help my gente. That's it. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I'm no better than you, bro. I'm no better than you. All of you guys are intelligent individuals, bro. All you guys have the spirit. But some of us are a little bit more asleep. Some of us are a little bit more insecure. Or some of us have a little more doubt within ourselves, which is why we don't want to fucking say certain things. But some of us are like, we kind of broke to that stuff. And we want to say more things, okay? So what I'm saying is, brother, listen to me, man. We got family here. We got family here, bro. And I even posted my phone number. So from now on, y'all want to talk to me? You want to text me? Fucking send a text. Let's get to know each other. Let's talk. Because I'm going to talk to Brother Joe right here. I already talked to Brother, we revealed. I talked to VTC already. You know what I'm saying? Like, I do listen, bro. Like, this guy saying that I cause division. Not at all, bro. I chop it up with brothers all the time. I'm not trying to do that, man. I'm trying to show you guys some love and shit. Because guess what? I'm not perfect. Not at all, man. Like, sometimes I lose sleep. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes, like, shit gets chaotic here in my family household, bro. Because, you know, just the way the things are. But say no hate, bro. This is mad love, bro. And this is not teaching BHI shit because we don't fall under that 12 tribe stupid charge. Matter of fact, I'm going to say this. We went to the store a little earlier. And there was this guy, the Samoan guy was like, hey, you a 12 tribe chart pusher? Because I guess he believed in it. And he goes, no, hold on. He said, you believe in the 12 tribe chart? I said, yeah. So you're a Hebrew? You're an Israelite? I said, yeah, fuck yeah. He goes, yeah, man. Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. I said, nah, hell no, fuck no, bro. I don't believe in that shit. He goes, what do you mean? I said, let me ask you a question. Who brought smallpox to America? He goes, the white man. I said, nah, bro. The black man. They brought smallpox to America. And he had a black dude next to him. He looked at him, grabbed his chin, and the black guy, you know what he said? He said nothing. He stayed quiet. It's not time to be quiet no more, family. It's time to wake the fuck up. Is it in here? Give me a second, family. Not in here. Okay, maybe it's on this page. Is it different? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, page 2. Check this out. So let me go into the... Where is it at? Give me a second. Let me find it here real quick. Okay, here it goes right here, okay? The Jew, Mr. Harold Wallace Rosenthal, made the statement after admitting Jewish dominance in all significant... It was the day that he shut it off, bro. Straight up, he shut it off.
Who are you?
Do not... And I remember that he used to say, don't fuck with me, man, because, you know, the Most High deal with me. And I remember I used to be like, bro, don't say stuff like that, man, because there's like, you can't say stuff like that, dude. You know what I mean? Like, there's no guarantee that he chooses us. Like, you know, he may use us even for the moment, and then he fucking destroys us and shit. So, like, just be cautious, bro. Like, why are you saying that stuff? Nah, bro, like, this guy felt that way. Well, whatever. You know, it is what it is, man. National programs. He said, we Jews continue to be amazed with the ease which Christian Americans have fallen into our hands, while the naive Americans wait for Khrushchev to bury them, taught them to bury them, taught them to submit to our every command. You see, while the naive Americans wait for Khrushchev to bury them, taught them to submit to every command. This submission must be made possible. The gradual adoption of Talmudic concepts as being Christian.
Gotcha, bitch.
I told you. That's why you guys need to be mindful, thus producing a Jewry society. And it is what Rabbi Martin Siegel calls the Judaization of Christianity. Family, do not be fooled. This is literally going on right now. And people are complaining, but guess what? Don't feel sorry for them, because we've been getting this shit for years. They're just trying to figure it out now. Revelation 18:33. Thank you, sis. Revelation 18:23. And it says, and the light of a candle shall shine no more at all in you, and the voice of the bridegroom and all the bride shall be heard no more at all in you. For your merchants were the great men of the earth, for by your sorceries were all nations deceived. By your sorceries, right? Verse 23. Let me see what it says here. By your, hold on, move out the way, yo. By your pharmakia. Let's continue.
Does it belong to me, or to some corporation, or to the government, or perhaps to the human collective?
Now, I'm going to show you something that some of you guys probably would not accept. I know that this person was liked a lot. I did too, like him. But then you got to do what you got to do to bring it out, family.
¿Por qué AMLO?
You got to do what you got to do to bring it out, family. This is about this guy here. Let's go.
Dice, viva la fraternidad universal en sus gritos de independencia. ¿A qué se refiere? Mucho se puede especular sobre a quién o quiénes le dedica AMLO ese viva. Incluso hay quienes lo relacionan directamente con sociedades iniciáticas como la masonería.
Manuel Jiménez Guzmán, soberano, gran comendador del Supremo Consejo del Rito Escocés Antiguo de...
By the way, this is exactly what I was trying to show Meshi. That I understand the background of what the fuck's going on. Like, I knew that. I mean, I know that AMLO has to work with a certain way. Now, he says that he's a foreigner. I don't know what. But I kind of question on certain things that really claimed for him to be a foreigner, because how can a foreigner change the government dynamics to favor the people, and yet he's still a foreigner? Because the foreigners were the ones that are absorbing all the fucking resources of these people. But yet you're saying that he's an enemy. But yet he gave these resources to the people. So at what point should we accept that he's an enemy? Considering that you, with your attitude, were never our friend. You were acting like an enemy the entire fucking time. Deceiving us. Assuming that you were never in this channel. Matter of fact, I'm gonna play this channel right now, and I'm gonna find the fact that you were on my channel before and making comments and posting shit. So if you're saying to me, I shouldn't trust these people. Why the fuck should I trust you? if you're no different? When I tell you and I called you out and you just couldn't admit it. What? Why would I trust you? Why would I trust you when they're doing the same shit? So I should be cautious of you and them, right? No seas pendejo, güey. Mira, te voy a decir, hermano, tú no eres de México, cabrón. Te deportaron de México porque hablabas español, güey. Pero tú no eres mexicano, no eres raza, no eres mexica. You're those other ones that sold our gente. Because I can tell right now. I'll say it like this, bro. You know how you would tell me to be quiet? Well, Jack Shock, it don't matter. He shut his channel down. You should have gave that money back to him.
De México.
Hizo la viva el presidente a la gran fraternidad universal, le tupieron.
Hey, don't cheer, brother. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it after this, man, because you know that's what I do. I play reruns and shit. Remember, what's his name? Michigan's like, yeah, you play reruns all the time. Yeah, I fucking play reruns all the time. I don't give a fuck. So what? Because people need to remember what the hell was going on.
De que era masón.
I'll play it for you, brother. Don't even trip.
Es masón, se inició en la logia, tengo entendido, por la gran logia de Tabasco, Restauración.
Ok.
Yo llevé una excelente relación con el señor presidente López Obrador cuando fui ya por tercera vez diputado local, antes asambleísta y el jefe de gobierno.
Ok.
Hacemos una reunión masónica que no puede negarse, está grabada ahí mismo, en el Salón Juárez del gobierno de la ciudad.
Okay.
Y le entregamos una espada flamígera, que es la espada de la virtud, del poder que castiga o que premia.
Okay, now you heard him say all will be revealed. Remember that shit. You understand what I'm saying? All will be revealed. Let's listen to this, because I don't fuck around with nobody and I don't run from facts. I understand my situation. Meshi, you fucked up, bro. Hopefully you and your family are doing well, man, because the Most High is coming after you now. Flaming sword, they call it. Bro, it blew my mind when I read that. The flaming sword, they call it. Give me a second. Is it flaming, I believe? Where's it at? There it goes. You see this? Let me play it again, because he said it. Okay, let's listen to it again.
Del gobierno de la ciudad.
Okay.
Y le entregamos una espada flamígera.
He says that que le entregaron una espada flamígera, a flaming sword. So it says here that a flaming sword whose blade is of a spiral or twisted form is called by their heralds a flaming sword. Now, I want to show this to you. Not for any particular reason, but I find it so funny that this would be of a particular topic. I want to show you this real quick. This is from the Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids. And here we see like a type of, I don't know, but that's what they mean the sword is like. It's swirling like that. It's spiraling around, and that looks kind of like the sword that they're talking about, except it's not like just smooth. It's got shapes on every corner. Here, sharpness. Here it goes. A sword whose blade is of a spiral or twisted form is called by the heralds a flaming sword, like a snake, for its resemblance to the ascending curvature of a flame of fire. Until very recently, this was the form of a Tyler's sword, Careless and ignorance has now in many lodges substituted it for a common sword of any form. The flaming sword of the tiller refers to the flaming sword which guarded the entrance to paradise, as described by Genesis 3:24. Let's read that real quick, in case you guys don't know. Genesis 3:24. And let's read it in the Sefer 3:24, and it reads, So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the garden Eden cherubims and a flaming sword, which turned away the guard of the way of the tree of life. Gotcha, bitch. Do you see what I'm saying? There's some deepness in this. So he drove out the man, and he placed the east of the garden of Eden cherubims and a flaming sword, which turned every way to keep the way of the tree of life. And as Rafal has translated it, the flaming sword which revolveth to guard the way of the tree of life. Its former times where symbols and ceremonies were more respected than they are now, when collars were worn, and not ribbons in the buttonholes, and when the standing column of the senior warden and a recumbent one of the junior during the labor to be reversed during refreshments were deemed necessary for the complete furniture of the lodge. The cavalry sword was unknown as a Masonic implement, and the tillers always bore a flaming sword. It were better if he could get back the old custom, which again we see it right here.
Okay. Que es la espada de la virtud, del poder que castiga o que premia, y que solo el jefe de la masonería puede mantenerla. Y está en el libro de la ley. La espada flamígera tiene un significado. Entramos a su oficina y dijo, esta espada estará en mi credenza, para que siempre recuerde que soy liberal.
Es una secta secreta que ha sido sin duda la más influyente y de más larga historia en Occidente, como mínimo, ¿no? Con una enorme repercusión en la política, pero sobre todo lo que yo siempre destaco es la repercusión que ha tenido en el pensamiento occidental, en el cambio de valores sistemático que ha ido buscando desde que existe en el siglo XVIII hasta la fecha. Así que esa transformación de la civilización occidental, en primer lugar, sobre todo ese cambio de paradigma, de valores, de creencias, en buena medida se debe a la acción de la secta. En grados hay 33, según en cuales las connotaciones religiosas anticristianas están muy claras. He puesto el ejemplo de uno que conozco bien y que he solido llevar lo publico en mi libro sobre el tema también, tomado, insisto, de don Manuel Guerra.
See this, family? It's not a joke. It's difficult to know and find things like these that cause us to really reflect on how far this goes. How deep is this rabbit hole? You know what I'm saying? Like, how deep is it really? Like, where are we going with this stuff, man? It's pretty amazing that we're getting to this particular part of this life of ours. And there's some history to this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Check this out. Brother VTC showed it real quick. Let's go.
There's been estimates today by some researchers who have studied that we've lost 90+% of everything ancient in terms of writings and artifacts and describing their story from that region. They literally stole or burned everything. Do you know where they are? They still exist.
Where?
The Vatican.
How do we know that?
Because there have been whistleblowers that have talked about what's down there. I'm not going to name any names. Let's just say the library has an entire collection of Maya, Aztec, Egyptian, as well as ancient Sumerian tablets. When archaeologists and researchers look into when they conquered that region, and then when they brought everything back, they discussed how it went back to Spain first.
How do we know that it ended up at the Vatican?
Because the Vatican was the head of the Catholic Church. The Vatican is the powerhouse behind why they went and conquered the Americas. Because in the Maya and the Aztec, there's been estimates today by some researchers who have studied that we've lost 90+% of.
See this, fam? It's pretty crazy. What to believe, right? What to believe? Well, you know, it's in your hands. It's technically in your hands at this point to try to understand, man, what your history is about. Some of us come with some kind of message, and a lot of times we don't really know what the message is. You know, those are just facts. Sometimes we just don't know. Sometimes it's just kind of confusing, even for someone like myself that okay, so check it out. Check it out. Okay, I'm gonna do this right now. For the last time, like I'm gonna say it right now. Okay, sounds good. So who you want to give your grievance out, bro, before we finish? Hit the link. If you really feel gripey and upset and whatever, and I would like to have Job, you, if you can hit the link, and all will be revealed if you can hit the link, and then VTC if you can hit the link, and then obviously Meshi, because I want you to answer questions to them. Because you attacked all of them, bro. I don't think you didn't attack this guy, but you attacked him. You definitely attacked him. So you know, there's a link, bro. There's a link. Let's see if you feel froggy. Like if you really want to fucking express how you feel. I won't hold you back. I just want to know exactly what the fuck's going on. Because I noticed that in that channel that just shut down completely, he likes to, well, let me say this. He doesn't really like to do that. You know who used to like to do that? Hey, no offense to you, Vega, but you used to like to do that in your channels. You used to like to bring people and shit to your channel and argue with each other, right? That's what Jose Vega used to like to do. That's what I noticed. I may be wrong, right? Now, him and I can always talk about it and shit. You know, it's no big problem. But what I do know is this. If you really want to clear this up, the link is there. The link is there. Before we finish, no chances? I mean, because I see you, Meshi, on the other side. I know you watch this shit. Yeah, they are starting to do that. That's why when it comes to material books, it's important to have them. I mean, you can have the PDFs, but eventually they're going to shut that shit down too, you know? So no. All right, so cool. Sounds good. By the way, I'm going to play the brother's video again because, you know what I'm saying? I got love for this brother, man. Thank you very much, brother, for fucking sticking around and shit. You've been watching it. You know, you've been watching the channel since 2022 and shit. You know what I'm saying? That's heavy, bro. I appreciate that shit. Thank you, bro. Because a lot of people thought that I was fucking nuts. They're like, why, this guy's crazy. The loco way. The loco way. Hold on. So he updated his video. So I would like to watch it again. And now you're going to see exactly what he's talking about. Okay. Hold on, let me choose this real quick. Let me shut this shit down. Bam. So here's what it is, family. This is the brother all will be revealed. Let's finish it with this. 30 minutes, I think. 30 minutes?
Good morning,
Oh, 40,
good afternoon.
oh, hold on. 40 minutes. Damn, you added some more shit, huh? Good morning, good afternoon. Okay, so now he's going to make it clear. The Puritans also burned books. All right, so here we go, Pamela. And by the way, if you guys ever want to deal with people, don't ever talk shit behind their back and then think that they're just going to ignore it. And then you think it's going to be cool. If you think like that, then that means that you are a very weak individual. And you're selfish and you're a psychopath. And that means that you're an Edomite. So, I think you're an Edomite, bro. You're a white man disguised in a tan. Let's go.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Now, this particular video is a topic that I've been wanting to talk about for a few months now. The topic is about a false flag and the high possibility of a false flag, and with everything the way it is going around the world, it might come to pass. I'm not sure, I don't want to say anything, but looking at the past in 9/11, everything that happened then and the parallels today, I'm just seeing the history and the patterns. Now, this will affect a lot of people. This, if it does happen, but I believe it will. But this video is particularly made for my people who are tied to the Americas. You could say, indigenous people to the Americas. Let's go ahead and start with the with the subject. From El Salvador's mega prison, or at least for now, so it might be prison soon enough. The immigrant registry, the Alien Enemy Act, the ICE raids, and the so-called LA riots, California riots at the moment, and now with what's happening right now with Israel attacking Iran, things are speeding up quickly. But also, let's not forget a few months back, the United States said they would consider droning Mexico, at least sending drones into Mexico to bomb cartels, since they are not considered a terrorist organization. And what do we hear now? What do we hear in the news lately? The past few months, the propaganda, the ideas, suggestions being repeated over and over again. Through your movies, through your news, and through your leaders. Let's listen to a few clips, a few video clips from the millennial group themselves.
So let me ask you about the cartels. They've made a clear warning to you and to the United States that, we're going to escalate our violence. So now we're seeing not only Mexican troops after this deal that Trump made with Mexico's president, and also U.S. troops headed to the border. How are you going to utilize the military? We know what the military can and can't do domestically, but in a scenario like this, how do you plan on using the military? Could they get involved in the violence if the cartels strike?
Yes. And we expect them to. But the Mexican military, President Trump's able to get Mexico, put military on their northern border. That will certainly help.
All right, let's go ahead and pause that right there. I wanted to ask you, you got to start asking simple questions, logical questions. Like, so who are these cartels? So who gave you that source that they're about to attack? Who are they? I mean, supposedly the United States and all these intelligence agencies, they have all the eyes and ears everywhere. So who are they? So go ahead and bring them in. You got to protect the American people, right? Cooperate with the Mexican government. Bring them in. Take them out. Or is it just another psychological warfare game?
America is in a new war with China over this issue, and cartel terrorists have been helping them fight it. And terrorists have been helping them, and we are going to fight back with every tool that we have.
See, out of their own mouth, they're building the narrative to something. And I'm telling you right now, be prepared for a major attack. And it won't be some Chinese, Iranian, Islamic cartel alliances they're trying to push or create, whatever fictitious enemy they want to build up to. And it will be those behind the New World Order, the NWO, the Novus Ordo Seclorum.
The golden age of America begins right now.
The golden age of Saturn. Those who wish to bring about a 1,000-year reign of so-called peace, a Christian utopia. See Revelation chapter 20, verse 4. And Hitler himself wanted to bring about a millennial reign. And I believe this has always been the agenda from the First Reich, the Holy Roman Empire, the Second Reich, which was the German Empire, the Third Reich, which was Nazi Germany, and now the Fourth Reich, which is the United States of America. So about this false flag, now ask yourself this question. Do any of you actually believe that anyone is stupid enough to attack the United States of America? And I really doubt it. I believe no. And this is what is happening now is basically the same thing that happened before the 9/11 attacks, the September 11, 2001 attacks on the Twin Towers. And at that time, we were being fed the narrative for months that Osama bin Laden was going to attack the United States and Israel. And this goes credit to Bill Cooper. He's the one who predicted the 9/11 attacks before they happened. And at that time, before the 9/11 attacks, you had all the intelligence agencies like the FBI under Louis Freeh, the NSA, the CIA, and even the Israeli Mossad, with all their funding, budget, advanced equipment, and their overall cooperation. And these agencies couldn't even find Osama bin Laden. But you know who found him? Some CNN reporter did. And all it is psychological warfare, And Osama bin Laden himself was trained and funded by the CIA.
We also have a history of kind of moving in and out of Pakistan. I mean, let's remember here, the people we are fighting today, we funded 20 years ago. And we did it because we were locked in this struggle with the Soviet Union. They invaded Afghanistan, and we did not want to see them control Central Asia. And we went to work. And it was President Reagan, in partnership with the Congress, led by Democrats, who said, you know what, sounds like a pretty good idea. Let's deal with the ISI and the Pakistani military, and let's go recruit these mujahideen. And let's get some to come from Saudi Arabia and other places, importing their Wahhabi brand of Islam so that we can go beat the Soviet Union. And guess what? They retreated. They lost billions of dollars, and it led to the collapse of the Soviet Union. So there's a very strong argument, which wasn't a bad investment to end the Soviet Union, but let's be careful what we sow because we will harvest. So we then left Pakistan. We said, okay, fine, you deal with the stingers that we've left all over your country. You deal with the mines that are along the border. And by the way, we don't want to have anything to do with you. In fact, we're sanctioning you. So we stopped dealing with the Pakistani military and with ISI, and we now are making up for a lot of lost time.
And what are we seeing in the news lately? What's being normalized? That's calling certain people terrorists now. When they say cartels, it will eventually be a people who are indigenous to the Americas, who have a certain look to them. And that's what's happening now. It's being normalized.
President Bukele weigh in on this? Do you plan to return him?
Well, I'm suppose you're not suggesting that I smuggle a terrorist into the United States, right? How can I return him to the United States? Like, I smuggle him into the United States, or what?
And it's the same story that's always told over and over again. It's the same little rhetoric, the same propaganda. And like as I said, I do expect a major attack, and I don't want to put a date or anything on it, but these people always tell you what exactly they're gonna do. And let me just put two possible dates. I'm not saying it will happen, but just to put them out there. 3/22, March 22nd. And you could read Genesis 3:22, Genesis chapter 3, verse 22. And another possible date could be July 4, 2026. If anyone else has a potential date or other targets, let me know. Post it below and I'll read your comment. And I believe their target, will be the city-state of Washington, D.C. And just like the attacks on the Twin Towers, after that happened, I remember that they had so many compilation videos of the Twin Towers and movies and cartoons and everything being shown, like years after it happened. But lately, for decades now, you could say decades, they've been telling us that Washington D.C. is always being attacked. You know, in the movies, in the video games, and documentaries. And usually the target that is usually attacked in these movies or games is always the House of Representatives, the Congress. You know, the funny thing is, let me quote Hitler here. He said, quote, "Hitler could not come to absolute power without the Reichstag fire," end quote. And the Reichstag is pretty much the equivalent of the House of Representatives, the Congress. Can you imagine the implications of this if it does come to pass, not only in the United States but worldwide? And the United States, definitely national martial law. You know what's funny about this is that Bill Cooper believed that his time when the Twin Towers were attacked on September 11, 2001, for those of you who don't know or are younger, he believed that at that time martial law would be implemented nationwide. And if it does happen, you know, as I said, it will be those behind the NWO. But you're free to believe whatever you want. And this isn't about the left or the right. It's about these mystery religions of so-called Babylon, you could say, who have been planning world religion and government for centuries. You can even say thousands of years back. And some people even believe since the Tower of Babel, since it fell. See Genesis 11 for that. And please look into the mystery religions. I would recommend the Bill Cooper Mystery Babylon series, which I have on my playlist. I think it should be available for the public. And it should take you about 40 hours to get the basics of it at least. But once you do listen to that and learn about these mystery religions, you will know exactly where we are heading, or where they want to take us, what their overall agenda is. And again, about this false flag, you know, I really believe they must do something horrible in order to suspend the Constitution. And you still believe in the Constitution, as I call it, the Constitution. Declare national martial law, throws into at least throw certain people, their political enemies, into concentration camps, and hunt us like animals as they did during La Matanza. And again, I'm talking about my people, because I'm seeing everything on the parallels happening. So we are the primary targets, and they'll use this as an excuse to this attack as an excuse to invade Mexico. So yeah, we need to call these people out, these damn devils out, because if we don't, you can expect the same destruction in Mexico as you've seen in Palestine and other countries that have been invaded by the United States military in the past decades. So yeah, these people, they're ahead of us in everything, planning. So if you're concerned about the United States Constitution being suspended, you know, this was brought up way back, as you know, as early as even the Iran-Contra hearing.
Colonel North, in your work at the NSC, were you not assigned at one time to work on plans for the continuity of government in the event of a major disaster? Mr. Chairman.
I believe that question touches upon a highly sensitive and classified area, so may I request that you not touch upon that, sir.
I would.
Doesn't understand what he's talking about. You notice that when he asked that fucking question, he said, "No, I don't really believe that you should be questioning that shit." And this is what I Will Be Real is talking about. So listen to this.
Sensitive and classified area, so may I request that you not touch upon that, sir.
I was particularly concerned, Mr. Chairman, because I read in Miami papers and several others that there had been a plan developed by that same agency a contingency plan in the event of emergency that would suspend the American Constitution. And I was deeply concerned about it and wondered if that was the area in which he had worked. I believe that it was.
May I most respectfully request that that matter not be touched upon at this stage. If we wish to get into this, I'm certain arrangements can be made for an executive session.
And they even have their own clergy response teams ready to pacify and bring people into submission. Basically is a priest class that are they're basically going to open the Bible up to Romans 13 and tell you to calm down and not do a damn thing.
Law ever become a reality in America? Some fear any nuclear, biological, or chemical attack on U.S. territory might trigger just that. And as KSLA News 12 Jeff Farrell discovered, the clergy would help the government with potentially their biggest problem, us.
From my cold, dead hands.
Charlton Heston's famous declaration captures a truly American value, the overarching desire to protect our freedoms. But gun confiscation is exactly what happened during the state of emergency following Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans. U.S. troops also arrived, something far easier to do even now thanks to last year's elimination of the 1878 Posse Comitatus Act. That forbid U.S. troops from policing on American soil. If martial law were enacted here at home, like depicted in the movie The Siege, easing public fears and quelling dissent would be critical. And that's exactly what the Clergy Response Team, as it's called, helped accomplish in New Orleans.
Jeff, the primary thing that we say to anybody is let's cooperate and get this thing over with, and then we'll settle the differences once the crisis is over.
Such clergy response teams would walk a tightrope between the needs of the government versus the wishes of the public.
In a lot of cases, these clergy would already be known in the neighborhoods in which they're helping to defuse that situation.
For the clergy, one of the biggest tools that they will have in helping calm the public down or obey the law is the Bible itself, specifically Romans 13.
Because the government is established by the Lord, you know, and that's what we believe in the Christian faith. That's what's stated in the Scripture.
Civil rights advocates believe the amount of public cooperation may depend largely on how long they expect a suspension of their rights might last. Jeff Farrell, KSLA News 12 reporting.
And I'm not saying you should or shouldn't, but you know, you do have the right to defend yourself, even though this isn't a physical, you know, war. It's really a spiritual battle. And really anybody who's talking about physical revolution, you know, to me is an agent or just straight up ignorant. Because this isn't our house, fam. It's not our system. This Roman system that they set up is not ours. It's foreign to us. You know, and they have all the ancient knowledge and understanding of this beast system, as you call it. You can call it. Yeah, so you could have, you know, as I said this before, you could have 1,000 revolutions and you'll still be in the same place as you are now. The same system, the same, everything will be the same Greco-Roman system. So yeah, it's not ours. There is no solution in revolution. But one of the real solutions is, it's easy. It's separation is the key. All we have to do is walk away from this system when everything starts going down the fucking toilet. Now let's go over this individual called Cain. Let's go over some points and questions to finish this off right here, because this video really was about the false flag, upcoming false flag. But let's talk a little bit about Cain and other topics as well. Who is Cain? At least according to the craft to Freemasonry, Cain was fathered by the serpent. At least by the Freemason legend or myth. Cain was fathered by the serpent or one of the Elohim. And coincidentally, you know, some of the Gnostics, they believe that the serpent is Jesus. And Freemasons themselves, at least I'm guessing some of the higher level guys, they believe that they come from Cain, and the rest of us are the how they call ungrateful sons of Seth. And I would tell you to please look into the widow's son. there's a video on. I should add to my playlist that it's a pretty good video.
I think I showed that one time, but look at it. It's called Widow's Son. Check it out. Widow's. Hold on. Widow's Son. And it was Freemasonry. You see that at the end? There you go. So that name right there, follow that name, and it will take you through a fucking whole loop of things. Okay? The brother ain't off. Let's continue.
That will go over that topic, which is about an hour. But I would recommend you listen to that as well, on top of the Bill Cooper's Mystery Religion series. And you see, it really doesn't matter what you want to believe.
Second, he showed Adam and Eve, and let me say something to you, that these Kabbalists believe Adam and Eve, and there's a Lilith in that belief. Okay, so let's continue.
You see, it really doesn't matter what you want to believe, fam, out there, people, because these people are in power, and you're not. Again, these people are in power. They are in rulership, and if this is what they believe, it's going to affect you one way or another. And you know, that's the truth. You know, I'm sorry, but that's the way it is, and you can't do anything about it.
Want you razas to be stupid and weak and fucking dumb. They want these negatives to tell you, like, for example, the video that I showed you earlier. Hold on, let me go back to it. I think it's a perfect time to fucking bring this shit up. And this is why I know that you guys are weak. You weak motherfuckers that sold out. You're weak. Like, really? Really, man? Really? Like you're just such a coward and shit that you're not willing to fucking bring out the facts and shit. All of a sudden, like, you think you know what you're talking about? Really? Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. I'm gonna show you, man. I'm gonna show you. Because this is exactly what we were dealing with, man. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it. This right here. Not that. Hold on. Not that. Okay. Well, let me play this right here while I look for the video. Matter of fact, it's perfect. Perfect time, bro. Perfect time that I show this right here. Because I'm about to show you some shit right here. Let's go. Hold on. Hold on.
Ocurre un fenómeno. Y entonces ocurre un fenómeno. Se descubre América. Los primeros esclavos que van al Nuevo Mundo son blancos. Sí, señor, blancos. Y los primeros negros que van al Nuevo Mundo son esos que tenían ya 50 años o más de presencia renovada y que eran negros ladinos y preparados militarmente para la conquista. En la capitulación de Toledo, que firma Francisco Pizarro en Toledo con la reina Juana, en el 29º, otro sí, pide 50 esclavos, entre los cuales debe haber un tercio de hembras. Y entonces se aprobó. Esos eran negros ladinos. Y estos negros ladinos ayudaron a la conquista y recibieron los mismos honores o los mismos castigos cuando los indios vencieron que los españoles. Pero los primeros esclavos fueron blancos, porque la esclavitud no reconocía color hasta esa época. Y la prueba está que en el siglo XIII, cuando Alfonso X el Sabio redacta las 7 partidas, en una de ellas, tomando quizá algo del Código Justiniano, dice que no es de natura esclavizar a otro hombre. Entonces la esclavitud casi estaba abolida. Revive con el descubrimiento de América y sin noción de lo que iba a hacer esto se mandan blancos. Ahora, no vamos a decir que los blancos llegaron encadenados. Se mandaba a los blancos por castigos, se sacaban de las cárceles, porque estaban en la inopia y iban en una forma de contratos temporales que ellos mismos pudieran manumitirse. Y 1000 formas diferentes para esclavitud.
Let me share this to you. I think this is fucking wonderful. Honestly, you know, because this right here. Okay. And I'm going to show you this right now. So I had a link to one of the videos, which I posted on this shit. And he said that we should be worshiping Negroes because they were the first ones that woke us up. He's like, you should be worshiping Negroes. That's what he said. And check it out. I put it on my, because I track my shit, right? So this is it, right? Okay, so this is one of them. And I pulled out this one, right? So yeah, that's not them. But yet this is them. And guess what? Guess what occurred? Watch it. I'll show you. Look. They took it off. They took it off, family. Now, I'm going to tell you this right now. This was today. I posted some shit on their shit. I'm like, bro, like, come on. I started pushing back. And then guess what? All of a sudden now, like, what the hell, bro? What are you saying, man? And this is why I told the brother, too, here, that Canaan is losing their spirit. They don't want none of this. They don't want this fire. They don't fucking want this fire, homie. You know damn well they don't want this fire. If they wanted this fire, they would have came at us like real quick with fire and shit, like blah, 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 and tried to destroy this channel, but they don't even fuck around with this channel. You guys walk around and shit, get around this shit. I've proven to all of you, this is Canaan right here. This is Canaan. Let's go.
We are slaves to Rome. We are indigenous to this land, but foreigners to this Roman entity. And this system right here, this Roman system has been here before any of us. And we have been under occupation since 1492. And you can even say that the Crusades never left.
Today, millions of Americans mourned and prayed, and tomorrow we go back to work. This.
He said, today we mourn and pray. Tomorrow we go back to work. Bro, you guys have no emotions whatsoever. That's why Esau was just like giving up his heritage, like his birthright. Like he didn't give a fuck because it's not emotional. It's all about, I don't know, man. If you never cared about your heritage, what does that call you? Let's continue.
This crusade, this war on terrorism, is going to take a while. I will keep my focus to make sure that not only are these brought to justice, but anybody who's been associated will be brought to justice.
That's a good question. I think it's time. Let's go.
It is time for us to win the first war of the 21st century decisively.
Their job is to transform the military and the militaries of the world into this version of this weaponized Christianity. Jerry Boykin, former three-star general, made it clear that when Jesus comes back, he'll be carrying an AR-15. It's not a veneer. I mean, these are true believers.
The Lord is a warrior. The Lord is his name. And in Revelation 19, it says when he comes back, he's coming back as a warrior.
Somebody give me a scripture about Esau. Let's remind Esau who the fuck he is. Somebody give me a scripture about Esau, man. I don't care. I want you, brothers or sisters, that whoever's watching, give me a scripture about Esau for his stupidity, thinking that he knows his Bible. Somebody give me something. Somebody give me something. I mean, let's not get to the simple one, man. Give me that fucking difficult one. Anybody? Anybody know what's going to happen to Esau? Does anybody know what's going to happen to Esau, bro? Or do you want me to give you like, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. You guys should be watching this shit, bro. It should be like automatic, saying it out of your spirit. Like, this is what's going to happen to these motherfuckers. Fine, man. I'll show you, bro. Like, shit, man. You guys really, oh, my dear Jesus. Obadiah 6:1, it says, how are things of Esau searched out? How are these hidden? How are his hidden things sought up? Let me read it again. How are the things of Esau searched up? How are his hidden things sought up? All the men of thy confederacy had brought thee even to the borders. What are they saying? Close the borders. Put walls. What does that take? It takes white people, black people, Asians, Arabs. I even saw some Samoans in there and shit. You know, it's pretty fucking nuts, bro. You Samoans are in there fucking, man, you guys are that broke? Really? For real, bro? You really, really willing to do that? Because I remember when I grew up in the hood, bro, we had like Samoans, blacks, and all that shit. Samoans are usually bloods where I grew up. Damn, bro. You guys are really selling out your spirit like that, bro? I hope your mama forgives you. I don't think she will, though. Because, you know what I'm saying? If you guys were really fucking any closeness to, like, being tribal, you should have never fucking done that. I heard some of you guys actually do that shit. A goddamn fucking Samoan and shit going in there trying to arrest our people, bro, with an accent, bro. A dude with an accent trying to arrest our people, bro. Hey, bless me with an RA. Fuck him. That's what I say. But I have made, I'm sorry, how are the things of Esau searched out? How are his hidden things sought out? All the men of thy confederacy have brought thee even to the border. The men that were at peace with thee have deceived thee and prevailed against thee. They that eat thy bread have laid a wound unto thee. There is none understanding in him. You see what I'm saying? That's what I was saying, bro. You got a bunch of nationalities now all of a sudden trying to fucking do the due diligence of a white man. Asians, blacks, Samoans, Filipinos, fucking Arabs. Supposedly are Latinos. Y'all ain't indigenous, homie. If you were indigenous, you would never do that. I'm sorry. That's just the way things are. Not in this time. It just shows that you know there's a lot of demonhood in this shit. Jeremiah 49:10. But I have made Esau bare, meaning like we are exploiting who you are. And I have uncovered his secret places. You're not deporting our people because, like, supposedly we're breaking the law. You're deporting our people because you fucking hate us. You're a racist piece of shit. And everybody that's joining with you, every single one of them, is going to feel the fire. And he shall not be able to hide himself. None of you either. What was that video that we saw the other day? The Morena was like, oh, you see, Tario, the problem is internal. The problem is not with us. You know, you Hispanics are arguing with blacks. No, Tario is a Negro. He's a Negro Cuban B, okay? And let me remind you, Negroes, that Latino applies to Ladino. So Tario don't belong to us indigenous motherfuckers. He belongs to Negro motherfuckers like you. And that's the reality of who you guys have always been. This is why I love teaching my channel, man, because you know what? There's nothing that get away from me from the stuff that you guys say. 1619 is fake. Willie Lynch letter is fake. All of that shit is fake. Matter of fact, I talked to a gentleman out there in the street the other day, not like earlier today, because he believes in the Church chart. He's a security guard, right? So as I'm leaving, he's like, yeah, you an Israelite? I said, hell yeah. He goes, oh man, so you in the Church chart? I said, yeah, nah, I don't believe that shit. He's like, what you mean, brother? I said, let me ask you a question, bro. Who brought smallpox to America? And he says, oh, the white man. I said, fuck the fuck no, bro. The black man brought smallpox to America. And there was a black man standing next to him. And he looked at him, and he looked at me, and he looked at him, and he looked like I wasn't brown. Now, remember, but all will be revealed. Now, I'm not done with your video, bro. Remember how that dude from Europe, he was bringing out information about these guys being part of like Freemasonry and shit, and like we didn't know that, And they were even admitting it themselves, like, yeah, well, our families were involved in that, but I'm sure they didn't understand that they were like all in that Freemasonry shit. Remember that dude that was bringing out all that shit, right? It's the same concept, man. So it's like when you put shit in perspective, be like, whoa. Because they know exactly what the fuck they're involved in. Smallpox was not brought from the white man. Smallpox was brought from the black man, Africans, in 1492. French pox was brought from the white man. Okay? So let's stop lying. Now let's read it. Jeremiah 49:10. But I have made Esau bare, and everybody that worked with him. And I have uncovered his secret places, and everybody that worked with him. And he shall not be able to hide himself, and everybody that worked with him. His seed is spoiled. It said the same shit about Canaan. Didn't it say that in Jubilees 22, right? And his brethren and his neighbors, he is not. Stop lying, man. We know the facts.
Riding a white horse with a blood-stained white robe, carrying a sword. And I believe that sword he'll be carrying when he comes back is an AR-15.
You know, in the media, we've seen images of crusader symbols, of Christian symbols, of, you know, units deployed in Iraq and Afghanistan.
We had 138 U.S. Marines that came to us in Helmand province in Afghanistan. They were walking into the villages out there, and the village elders, most of them hadn't even heard of 9/11, but they'd heard of what I ended up calling the Jesus rifle. A company called Trigicon, based out of Michigan. They had about a $2 billion contract to make rifle scopes for our military. On the scopes, if you look closely, were biblical citations from the book of Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Revelation. It was burned into the scope. Now think of the optics of American soldiers shooting Muslims in Afghanistan through the scopes that have the New Testament citations. These are Air Force fighters that can carry nuclear weapons. Complete Crusader iconography, complete with the helmet, the 3 cross-shaped stars, of course the sword and the crucifix. All stuff like this does is completely motivate the recruiting efforts of Boko Haram, Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, ISIS, the Mujahideen, and the Taliban. How do they refer to America? The Crusaders. This doesn't help.
And now some people will point out and say, you know, it's the Jews, it's the bankers, the Zionists, which is true. But when you start looking into these mystery religions, they all go back to Rome and even further back to Babylon and so forth. The Jesuits, Illuminati, Masons, the Rosencrantz, all these when you start looking into these mystery religions, they all go back to Rome and even further back to Babylon and
Testing. Yeah, you're right. I was on mute. That shit is funny. You see how you see what's going on, bro? Anyway, so the reason I paused it right here, thank you, bro, for letting me know. Yeah, I know. Okay, cool. So I got the book. So the book is hold on a second real quick. Hold on, let me go here. Que alguien me escuche. Que alguien me escuche. Que alguien me explique, güey. Hey, man, I don't know why this system is fucking around with me, man. You know what I mean? But whatever, it's all good. You know, anyway, so the reason okay, so let me show you. That picture right there, cross, you can find it in this book. Because we don't fuck around here. We go scientific. We provide everything. We have sources. We ain't bullshitting here. It's called A New and Revised Edition Encyclopedia of Freemasonry and Its Kindred, Science, Compromising, and blah, blah, blah by Albert Mackey, Volume 1. Okay? So, remember. Now, I could post a link, but it won't help you because you still have to download it from the original link. Let's go.
So forth. The Jesuits, Illuminati, Masons, the Rosencross, all these religions, they all go back to the mystery religions of Babylon, as Bill Cooper will call it. Even the Wailing Wall, even which many like to point out to this and say, look, they're under Jew influence. You have all these world leaders going to the Wailing Wall and praying to it. But when you look at when you actually look into the Wailing Wall, you will find out that it's actually another Roman structure, and this structure is called the Antonia Fortress. And what are my thoughts on the state of Israel and Zionism? I really believe that the state of Israel, these people were set up as a scapegoat. And with everything that's happening now around the world, maybe the world will come against the state of Israel. They will be blamed for everything. And this will lead to the unification, world religion, world government. Cause for peace, unity, and a world religion will be caught upon by political and religious leaders as a solution. And what that means is that all religions will unify, and they will, and they will unify under the papacy. And please look into the ecumenical movement for that. And that's one of the reasons I also don't blame the Jews entirely, which is really more of a conspiracy. And the conspiracy is two or more people working together to hurt another group of people. And if they do manage to blame the Jews, everything on the Jews, well then, if they do manage to do that, I really believe they'll wipe clean all of Rome's history, all the white man's history. And that's what they want to do, They will blame the Jews. So everything that America has done since its foundation, the United States, will be swiped clean. After that, you can't blame anyone else. And I believe this is the goal. And the papacy will be given authority over the secular and spiritual world. And from that, you can expect Sunday worship. Sunday laws will be enforced, as they are working toward that right now, as it is in the United States. And then you have another group of people. Other people believe that a third Jewish temple will be rebuilt, and this world leader that they are expecting will be the Antichrist, the anti-Messiah, and he will be the one that will deceive the world. And so just take your pick from that, the papacy or the Jewish temple. And this isn't the first time that world unity or government has existed. Well, at least according to the Bible, look into Genesis chapter 11 and 1 Maccabees chapter 1 verse 41 through 42. And what's funny about this is that I hear a lot of people crying about, we gotta unite against the elite. And what the thing is, these ideas, are they really yours, or is it something that's been given to you through movies? Because whenever I hear unity, I see it through the movies, all these damn movies like Battle of Los Angeles, Independence Day, all these movies about people uniting and saving the world and all this other nonsense. So we will have a world government, but to me, unity never works. You know it, I know it. And some of us here, especially in the Americas, we will never truly assimilate to this Greco-Roman system. And that right there is a problem, fams. And that right there is a problem. Because if they do bring about this world government, anybody who doesn't go along with it, well, you know what's going to happen. And as I keep saying, they will have the world government.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
Give me a second real quick. Chris, what you want to send me, bro? He called Tio Vicky. He says Tio Vicky. Yeah, he's older than us, so yeah, I understand. Tio Vicky, I'm going to send a video to MESHIACHA to send to you. Send it to me, bro. I'm waiting for you. Oh, there you go. You send it to me. Hey, bro, listen, you know what? When not today, but tomorrow, I'm going to put you guys on a 3-way so you can get his number, bro. Because BTC is a cool-ass motherfucker, bro. I got a lot of respect for that, brother. He has more understanding of the scriptures than a lot of these fucking PHI idiots. And you don't even read it as much. That's why it's like, bro, us people, man, we just have that shit in our word. We have it in our spirit. It's yeah, it is what it is, bro. People can understand it. Hell, they won't. Let's see. This is you know what I'll do? When he finishes this, because I think I have some time, I'll play it after. Eso, güey. Así, chido, güey. Claro que sí, hermano. I'll play it after. I promise you. Okay? I will not forget. Because I did this shit to fucking Be Real last night. I told him, I'm going to play your video after, and I fucking forgot, bro. So I'm going to remember to play your video after this. Okay, thank you, brother.
And if they do, it will be short-lived. So, as I keep saying again, separate from these people, separate from this entity, this Roman Greco-Babylonian entity that these people brought. And I want you to remember this day, fam. Remember who your enemies are, because we truly are the stumbling block to this world government that they have planned. So, yeah, separate and let their Christian Tower of Babel, as I call it, let it fall. Fuck these people, especially the.
Let's understand what the brother means about separating. Okay, let me say this to you. The scriptures talk about 2 commandments. Love the Most High and love your brethren. And what that means is love your family. So what it's saying is focus on your family. Focus on your brethren. Focus on the things that we have to do every single day. Stay in communication who you're building with. Like Malachi 3:16 says, always stay in communication. If you guys can get together, then get together. That's what we're doing, bro. Make sure that you understand that you need to teach your children. That's the most motherfucking important thing right there. You need to teach your children. Fuck teaching strangers. Look, strangers show up in my channel all the time and they don't even fucking listen to me. I got kids I believe, bro. You think I have any fucking... That's why it don't bother me, man. Whatever people say to me, because I understand I have kids that believe. And literally, I have kids that believe. Like, I don't even have to stress it. I know they don't have kids that believe. None of their kids believe. They believe, maybe, but their kids don't believe. So it's like, bro, ¿te vas a comparar conmigo, güey? Nah, bro. I don't have the same spirit as you do. I don't know who I am, but I sure as hell was not that low-level spirit. I'm going to tell you that right now. Hold on, let me say this. I'm going to give it this way. ¡Viva México, cabrones! It's kind of like we say, low level. What was that rap song? Low level in the game. Nah, bro. I'm not low level, bro. I'm on another level. I have a good household. I have a beautiful wife. Like, we understand each other and shit. She understands the scriptures. I have kids that believe. I have a daughter that's 22 and she ain't hoeing around, you know what I'm saying? like I am actually walking the scriptures. I don't think a lot of you motherfuckers that hate me can do that. So let's continue with the fuckery. And thank you. Hey, all will be revealed, bro. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for what you fucking do, bro. And this is why I'm saying, hey, VTC, bro, he has a channel and he's been pushing that shit for a while. Y'all need to start like following our people, bro. Like start listening to what our people are saying. And yo, hey, La Meshi, when are you gonna get your channel going? Start doing it, sister. Get your style. Get your style going. Get your mindset. Like start following what we're doing and create that shit. Bring it out. We'll bring your shit out. Let's go.
The white man. And you hear that, children of Cain, you are going to fall. You know, your God, your creator, whoever it is, your God made the nations fall, as they say it, to stumble. And now your judgment is coming back at you. And, you know, even to your children. And I don't feel one bit of sorry for y'all. Not one bit.
Should we? Why should we? Psalms 137. Let me just show you. And like I told the sister, and listen, sis, I appreciate you following this channel, but you just have to fucking deal with it. Israelites are going to have slaves. That's just going to happen. Psalms 137:7. Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom. Oh, shit. He's speaking about them, right? Because they commanded the fucking power. The children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even unto the foundation thereof. Remember that Bartolomé de las Casas was saying like, hey, man, I don't understand why they killing our, like the natives like that. They're not that, like, they're not evil. Like, what's going on? Like, he had the nerve to say, bro, don't raise it. Meaning raise it in this case means not like raise it, meaning like continue, fucking push more. O daughter of Babylon. That's not back in the day no more. This is the future prophet talked about, who are to be destroyed. Happy shall he be that rewarded thee as thou hast served us. What does that mean? Happy shall he be that take it and dash it his little ones against the stones. That's what they did to our children. Now, let me remind you that this wasn't just white people family. We had white and black colonizers. Black colonizers did this shit, and white colonizers did this shit. So if you that angry about what the fuck people did to our people, stop being fucking cowards. Stop being cowards. Bring out the truth. Be plain. Because apparently it was okay when the gringo was doing this shit, but now all of a sudden, now that you understand that it wasn't just him, now it's a problem. Isaiah 2:4, it says, and he shall judge among the nations, and he shall rebuke many people, and he shall beat their swords onto plowshares, and their spears unto pruning hooks. Nations shall not lift up swords against nation, neither shall they hear war anymore. So I ask you, are you guys willing to bring up this fact? That we had black and white colonizers? Or is everybody afraid now? It was okay when the white man was a colonizer, but now it's not okay anymore? Listen, I'm going to tell you something, man. When BHI started bringing this shit out, and I fucking called all these people out, and I called Fopi out, none of them won any battle with this shit. None want no battle with my channel. Because I don't fucking lie. I bring facts. Let's continue. We're not done. We're not done. Oh, we'll be real.
Because everything is being revealed, and you will be exposed to the world. You know, and you as people, you're miserable. You know, you're hateful. You're deceitful people who will you will never do good or be at peace with yourselves. And a lot of our people will fall for you. You know, they will fall for your fucking lies. But hopefully, some of us are, you know, become woke, or, you know, wake up from your fucking lies. Because when the dust settles, you know, everyone will look upon you and just laugh at you and see how pathetic you are, how naked and fearful you really are as a people. You know, and the whole world will say, you know, is this the man?
Sorry to cut you off. Sorry to cut it off real quick, bro. That's the spirit, Metsitli. I think that's how I say it. Metsitli. From what I understand, that's how you pronounce it when it comes to the T and the L and the I. Once you see the spirit of the nations, it changed my whole world. I'm glad you said that. People come to my channel and say I'm a fucking hater and I'm just angry and shit and, you know, fuck whatever, fuckity fuck, right? Like, nah. What it did, it changed my attitude toward my people. The guy showed up and said, like, how do we know that you're helping people? I don't have to. I do it everywhere. I do it all the time. What are you talking about? It's like, as soon as I started understanding how much hate we had towards each other and who created this stuff, and I said, oh no, hold on a second. And then even in my fucking 8-year walk, I remember I was doing a lot of classes, and I was just angry and shit. And my wife was the one that said, hey, you're just fucking angry. You know what I'm saying? You need to chill. And then I fucking reflected. I remember I paused for like a month and a half, and I said, whoa, man, I was getting angry. That's not who I am. That's not who we are. Yeah, we can get mad. Fuck yeah, we can get mad. But like hate, like to destroy the household, to be angry at my wife, my kids, you know, I'm arguing with everybody because I'm just finding out this whole shit and I'm mad. Nah, that's not who we are. I'm glad all will be revealed is doing this, bro. And I'm glad that what's his name? MESHIACHA showed up, bro, because guess what, bro? You finally admitted that you were a thief and that you're a liar and that you're not honest and that you need to give the money back to Manny, bro. Give them, hey, look, I'm gonna tell you this right now, bro. I don't like Yakasha because the way that he is. Vladimir, bro, I don't have a problem with you, but you could have talked to me. But fuck, bro. Out of all the people you guys had in your little group, Manny was like the one that I was like, bro, that guy got a good spirit, man. I hope you lead him well. I hope you lead him well. Because he seemed like he tried to like really understand. And it almost seemed like you guys destroyed his ass, bro. You didn't help him. You made it worse, man. It's like the scriptures say, the Pharisees, like, bro, you try to convert people, man. You're fucking worse than that conversion, man. You guys are fucking nasty, bro. Sad. Hey, so Manny, if you're listening, man, I'm not saying come try to watch my channel. No, none of that. You stick to your shit. Just stay strong, my brother. Stay strong, because this is the walk.
And we feared. Is this the man that made the world tremble? And know this, sons of Cain. That's what I call you, sons of Cain. Cain, or the Romans, or whatever you want to be called. You know, some of you believe that you're spiritual Israel for some reason. That you're the good guys here to bring light to the nations. But I'll let you know something right now, that you will never be loved or approved by the Creator. And you are just like Loki. And what I meant by that, about these people trying to be like Loki or are like Loki, is if you have seen the movies about Loki, you will see that he believes that humans are incapable of governing themselves. So in a way, he is trying to force them to his will, basically taking their rights and their free will, you can say. He wants to be king. And the thing about Loki is, if you have seen the Loki series, he becomes he is the Ouroboros. He becomes Saturn. He becomes Father Time. symbolism of the occult is all over your entertainment, being given to you through your television. So that's for the white man, you know. So when I say white man, you know, a lot of you, if you're gonna have hate for the white man, or you know, you want to separate from the white man, I say separate from other people too, because this isn't just a white man thing. And we'll get to that in a moment right now. And the next subject is African Americans. You know, another group that we have to.
Hey, guess what? We have about 11 people watching right now. Let's guess how many are gonna leave. Just watch, bro. Look, listen. I'm gonna tell you something, bro. Canaan don't like being talk shit to. Listen, Canaanites, you're gonna have to learn who the fuck we are, bro. We ain't fake, man. We real. We bring facts. We don't bring fictions. We tell people, we tell everyone how it is, and at the same time, we'll still serve you tacos.
Separate ourselves from. And I know this is it might be a little touchy subject for some of you, but we're gonna talk about it regardless. And you know, let's stop kidding ourselves, fam. There won't ever be a true black and brown unity, because we don't have the same spirit. You know, let's be straight. We don't have the same spirit. And if you want to talk about unity with the blacks, you know, don't talk to me about anything indigenous if you're gonna be holding hands with these people. And some of these African Americans, they have the same agenda as the white man, like the Puritans. You know, they see you as Canaan and believe that the Americas is their promised land. And the Africans, the earliest that they arrived in America was in 1492 as the black conquistadors, who helped the Spanish, and they helped colonize the Americas. And to me, to tell you the truth, I think that the black man is a secret weapon for the white man. And when you start looking at African American history, you come to find out about that these people had thousands upon thousands of black slave owners. Then you look into the black Buffalo Soldiers, and these people, they had Prince Hall masonry since the founding of the United States. They had colleges probably since the 1800s. And everything's a lie about these people. Rosa Parks was a lie.
Show the video because a brother. Oh, by the way, let me say this: a brother from Ethiopia, which I was in communication with, and I agreed that he was our brother because he considered himself a Cushite, but because that's all he understood. Okay, look what he says.
American OG bringing you that hidden truth, because LeBron James and Jesse Jackson will not give it to you like this, you see. Mr. Spook Lee will never make movies about this, and I wonder why. So, you know, I'm here learning about the Buffalo Soldiers, Geronimo, and the Wounded Knee Massacre. And I must say, the more I learn about these Black Americans and their history, the more I understand why things are happening the way they are now in the USA. Just look at the type of things these people were doing to the Native Americans, all the while crying about, you know, the Black Wall Street Massacre, the Rosewood Massacre, boo-hoo-hoo, you know. But look at the nonsense they were doing to the Native Americans. They will not tell you that these Black Americans massacred over 200 innocent men, women, and children for absolutely no reason. And they are here proud afterwards. To make matters even worse, you know, these Black Americans have the nerve to claim to be the Native Americans. in year
Hey,
2023.
hold on. We showed a video earlier, but from the dude, what's his name, the IUIC guy, right? He's like, you're supposed to worship the Negro because the Negro suffered everything that we didn't suffer before. He's like, hey, he went through the dog spit his legs and shit, and fucking everybody did all kinds of shit to him and shit, and that's why you guys should fucking galore to Negroes, because like apparently they were the first ones to suffer, and then we find out that you motherfuckers never suffered like that. You never suffered like that, Negroes. You never suffered like that. We did up until 1922 or 23, after Pancho Villa fought for us to understand some kind of fucking language. That's when the schools were starting to be built. That's when they started teaching us how to read and write. We only have learned how to read and write in the last 70 fucking years. We have nothing in common with you. You've been slavers like them since the fucking get-go. And I will never forget this shit. And as long as I have the chance to fucking voice my shit, I'm going to continue to do it. I'm going to continue to do it. Because guess what? I'm going to tell you something right now. And I love the fact that this brother said this shit right here, man. Because you want to know something? FBA, BHI, listen, specifically FBA. I would love for you to invite me to any debate. Any fucking debate. Sakari, GMS, IUIC, ISUPK. Matter of fact, ISUPK's leader came to my channel one time about 6 months ago. What's his name? General Yohana. Yeah, he came to my channel. He posted some shit, and he said, "Oh, the truth is in the real truth is in our school, whatever." You realize that he didn't fucking send his Captain Tazariak? He didn't send his Captain Tazariak. The General Yohana came to my channel. They knew who the fuck I am. We will never destroy our people. I'm glad the Most High woke me the fuck up. We are the Israelites. We understand who the fuck we are. There's no way that you're going to bring this shit down no more. Hey, General Yohana, I know that you know what I'm talking about. You showed up to my channel and you said something like, hey, this is the truth is in our channel. Okay, give me that guy. Let me debate your Tazaria, Taserface. Let me debate Taserface. I know that you don't want me to debate him because I will fucking destroy him. So then you and I, General Yohana, since you came over here, invite me to your channel. We're not fucking around no more, bro. We're at the end of those times. Let's continue.
Los Angeles is the heart of the Mexican and Central American community here in the United States. And so they think that if they can break us, they can break anyone in the country. And that's what we know. We cannot afford to fail. The resistance will continue. Whether they keep threatening us or not, we will continue. We're fighting for the righteous, the right to live and to exist and to work and to feed our families. There's nothing extreme about that. We just simply want to work, we want to live, and we want to have a dignified life like anyone else deserves. So we're seeing resistance right now from the people in Gaza resisting and fighting for their lives to us right here on our own historic homeland, our indigenous land here. We're fighting for our lives as well. And we're going to continue to do so, whether it's the police, the National Guard. You know, we don't want violence. We don't want violence. But we also aren't going to sit by and see our people be kidnapped and see our community be attacked by any federal agency or local law enforcement.
Attack the heart of the raza, because the raza is in like in LA 100%, bro. 100%. Raza is in LA 100%, bro. My shit is whack, man. That you guys don't even understand your own fucking history, and then all of a sudden you're saying like, oh, hold on, what's that script? What are black people saying right now? Like, oh, this is not a black business. Nah, it's not. We've been deported for years. We don't need your fucking help. We don't need your fucking help. We don't need your assistance. You never helped us anyways. 1917, when we were getting fumigated, were you there to help us, Negroes? No. Retribution Act, were you there to help us, Negroes? No. Wetback operation, were you there to help us, Negroes? No. Shut the fuck up.
Innocent men, women, and children for absolutely no reason. And they are here proud afterwards. To make matters even worse, these black Americans have the nerve to claim to be the Native Americans in year 2023. What these black Americans did to the natives is equivalent to going up to a person that you see choking, and then you sneak up behind them and you proceed to strangle them. You see, that is pure evil right there. And there's no way you can get out of this. You cannot play the blame the white man card on this at all. You see? All I know is I will say this and I will end this vid because if I keep talking, these black Americans are going to report because they cannot handle the funk.
By the way, they actually got him blocked and shit, and he couldn't share none of the stuff that he was sharing. It was like that. Anyways, let's continue, man, because you know what, bro? I still have to show your video. Let's continue with this stuff right here. Hold on. Let me get out of here real quick.
And our people...
My bad. There you go, my bad. Let's continue.
As you want to call them, Latinos or whatever you want to go with. Especially in the United States, they've been brainwashed and influenced by the fake black history, the rap, the sports, entertainment, to feel sorry for these people, to elevate them above ourselves, really, when you look at it, to follow their leadership and their ways, the way they behave, the way they act, the way they talk, everything about these people. And it really has been destructive to us, to our people. And now we are demoralized following these people, be it white or black. And is that racist? Have everything that I said so far, is that racist? I mean, I want y'all to comment and let me know if that was racist, because
you're a racist, bro.
I'll say this: good. No, good. If it's racist, good. Fuck y'all. Because I bet it wasn't racist when I was talking shit about the white man, huh? Right? And I'll let you know this: I'm against both these people, the whites and the blacks, because to me they are the Masonic board, and we need to stop playing this black and white game. Question for you, African Americans that claim.
Let me say something beautiful to our sisters that are here. This is why I say, and I'm not saying it to diminish you, to make you feel less. Not at all. I hope you understand exactly what I mean by this, because you know what? I have two beautiful daughters, man. I love my daughters. Man, they're so special. Like, seriously. I have two sons too, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, I love them the same way, but I always say this, and this always stays to me, man. Because I come from a good father and a good mom. My dad and my mom made mistakes. They made mistakes. I'm not saying they never did, but they were good people. They had a good spirit. They had good intentions. Sirach 26:14 says, "A silent and loving woman is a gift of the Lord, and there is nothing so much more worth as a world mind instructed. So you sisters that have been here, you know what I'm saying? You make some comments and shit. You say stuff like that. Like, for example, I believe that we can overcome one day. I believe that the Most High will be on our side. You know, that's exactly what the spiritual good woman says. Like, I just, you know, we don't want to fight, right? Of course we don't want to fight. We don't want to fight. We don't want to fight. But if I'm protecting my gente, we have to fight. So that's what I say. Like, don't ever forget, because everybody wants to come after our women. Like, I don't give a fuck who you are. That's why when you believe in BHI and Christianity, none of them understand that, you know what? You will never recreate what we are. You can never fake who we are. You mix with our people because you thought that you would continue to be living long, but you don't understand that you don't have the spirit, nor the actual soul, nor the DNA to even fucking survive. Sirach 26:14, a silent woman and a loving, a silent with a loving woman is a gift of the Lord. And there's nothing so much worth as a mind well instructed. The only way that a mind is well instructed is if you have good leadership. So what I say, when I say it to you, is that create the leadership. Or maybe you have the good leadership. Because the way that you say what you say, I believe that maybe it's something in your father that might have said what you said and said, you know what, I believe that, Dad. A wicked woman is given to the portion of a wicked man. Remember that stuff. See, this scripture is for us. Because we don't have to battle with this stuff. A silent woman and a silent and a loving woman is a gift of the Lord. Now, Rasa understands what that means. That doesn't mean like, oh, your woman's always silent. Fuck no, man. They're not always silent. You know what I'm saying? They're not always quiet. Of course they're not always doing that shit. But we understand each other. And there's nothing so much worth as a mind well instructed, because we understand each other. I'm not going to hate you. You're not going to hate me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to say that, oh, you fucking Latinos ain't shit, or so-called Hispanics, or also so-called indigenous. Nah, I don't believe that shit. I love my women. And I'm going to tell you something. Two things that I battle with: alcohol and women. Alcohol and women. I was a womanizer and I was an alcoholic. That's what I battle with. Okay? And I'm going to tell you that I would be the first one. They used to say that I had the fucking 100% better one shit. I don't know what that meant. I know what that meant. But I'm saying, like, I knew how to pull game. But I understand now that don't work like that. It don't work like that no more. So I say it again. I say it again and again and again. A silent woman and a loving... a silent and loving woman is a gift of the Lord, and there is nothing so much worth as a mind well instructed. Let me remind you, Negroes always complaining about black women. You guys are not our people. We proved it already. We had black padres. We had Sumarraga teaching us how not to fucking understand the Bible and shit. Come on, bro. Yeah, you need to stop, man. You guys need to stop. Nate the Snake, bro, you need to stop. You know what I'm saying? I understand that you got a bunch of like morenos and shit that were sucking on your cock and shit, you know, whatever, bro. You need to stop, bro. You need to stop, because guess what? IUIC, hold on. Sakari fell, right? Sakari fell. I believe that ISUPK is next, and then IUIC is next, and then GMX is next. Because I tell you what, GMS is the only ones that kind of were backing off. Like, they weren't really like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they weren't like as forceful as ISUPK and GM and ISIC. But guess what? Those two are coming down. I'm telling you right now. Prove me wrong. Let's continue. We're not done. We're not done, bro.
That you aren't from Africa. Now, why is it that Leo?
Hold on a second. Let me read some of your scriptures and shit. So let me understand what you're talking about. Proverbs 31. Now let me go to Proverbs 14 and 1 because I'm not going to read the whole thing. Proverbs 14 and 1, it says, "If every wise woman builded her house, but the foolish pluck it down with her hands." Oh man, that's good. It goes back to the whole concept of like, you know, a wicked woman is given to a portion of a wicked man. A wicked woman is given to a portion of a wicked man. So if you're complaining about your woman, is because you're fucking wicked. Pinche Canaanite. Yeah, y'all are wicked, bro. Just let it go, man. You guys are Canaan. Just let it go. If I were you, I would just be like, just let it go.
Africanus description of Africans is 100% description of you. And when I mean that is, if you read his book called Geographical History of Africa, you go to page 41 and 42. Let me go ahead and read a few lines from his book. Quote, "The inhabitants are somewhat needy and covetous, being also very proud and high-minded, and wonderfully addicted unto wrath, void of good manners. You shall see commonly 2 or 3 of them together. They speak always with an angry and loud voice. Their mind are perpetually possessed with vexation and strife." End quote. Now, if anybody wants to read that, is the Leo Africanus Geographical History of Africa, page 41 and 42. And to me, that's...
And by the way, like, this is not the only book. There's other books called the okay. Let me continue.
That's you, African Americans. That's your spirit. Just like twerking is...
Troll Tribes of Myth. The book is called A Troll Tribes of Myth. So let me show you something real quick. A Troll Tribes of Myth. A Troll Tribes of Myth. Remember that. A Troll Tribes of Myth. Look, I'll show you this right now. Page, let me see. Right there. So now we know that Nate the Snake would always show this picture. But he never showed this stuff right here. I'm not going to read this. I want you to take a picture of it. Please, brothers and sisters, I'm not going to read it. Take a picture of it, okay? I know you guys are smart. Take a picture of this too. Take a picture of this as well. 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 And this too. Sometimes I don't have to read shit. Sometimes it's just so fucking obvious, man. We've been lied to for so fucking long. We let these people tell us like who the fuck we were, making it seem like we were so fucking evil. Or hold on a second. What did they call us? Murderers, spicks, and wetbacks. When I came in 1984, I was very proud of who I was. And when I came here, they reminded me, bro, they called me a fucking beaner. The moment I went into my school, the first year, and it wasn't a white dude, bro. It wasn't like just random people. They were I remember walking into my first grade, was it fourth grade? Because I was walking in, and there were some people sitting by the bench. I don't know what the fuck was going on, bro. And they were like, hey, there goes that beaner. In the 3rd grade. And you know who was sitting in that table? Black, white, and some other fucking kids. I don't know who said that. So I say, fuck you. I don't trust you. I trust my people. I trust my people with the struggle, with the emotional understanding, with the fact that they love their moms, their dads, and they say to themselves, fuck birthdays. The day that I die, that's the day that I want to be remembered.
You know, it's what you do. Twerking when you look into twerking, it's an African tradition called, going back to centuries, called Mapuka, Mapouka. And that's in your spirit. And now, now you have people twerking all over the world. You know, you got grannies twerking, you got children twerking. Even in China, you have people twerking. When you go into the Red Note app, you see all these Chinese women twerking as well. You know, it has demoralized the world. So that's your spirit, and you know. And I'm tired of feeling sorry for you people all the time. I'm tired of you people trying to always shame guilt us, trying to cause division within our people, because you know we don't kiss up to you. Especially now, you know, you're taking advantage of what's happening now in the United States. So, you know, those days are coming to an end too. You know, all your little tactics and all your fuckery against our people, it's coming to an end. And you like to point out the racism and colorism within the Latino community, as you call it. But you're just as bad, or, you know, even worse when it comes to the real Africans and within your own community as well. Oh, that's right. You're not Africans, right? Yeah, that's right. And I say real Africans because you African Americans are a new being, you know, as you like to call us, Spaniards and mixed mutts. You know, you're a new being as well. Because when you look at it, you're a Thomas Jefferson baby. You came from Thomas Jefferson's nutsack. So you're the newer being, as you want to call it. And prove me wrong, you know. Take a DNA test. Oh, that's right, you don't believe in DNA testing. Except when you're trying to prove that you're not the daddy. You're not the papa. So you're always crying, complaining about everything. You like to tell the world that, you know, Latinos are racist and we don't want you to date our daughters. And damn right. Because you black man, you have this damn spirit on you. That you don't even love or respect your own women. What makes you think you're going to respect our daughters? You know, from the BHIs, the Kevin Samuel types, that Myron guy from Fresh and Fit, the Red Pill type guys. You guys are always talking shit about black women all the time. So keep blaming the black woman all you want. But it's in your spirit, Mr. Black Man. That's who you are. And this is true because any woman who isn't black that marries onto you, they start picking up your own behavior. It's that behavior. So it's you, Mr. Black Man. It's not the black woman. Let's go ahead and finish this off. And you know, we don't need you, Mr. Black Man, Mr. Black people. We don't need you. You don't need us. And I'll leave it at that. And let me go back to this false flag. And I wanted to say this because people, they know, I guess you could say they feel, they see something, even if you're religious or not, they know that something is coming, they feel that something is wrong. And whether you're spiritual or not, religious or not. And let me just finish saying this. I really believe that America will be invaded. You are going to see a massive, and I mean massive foreign invasion, like never anything seen in the history of mankind, come down on the United States of America. And I'm telling you right now, to my people, walk away. Don't be part of this. Don't defend this goddamn satanic country. Let the white man and let the black man fight for it, because they did bring it over here. This is their system. You know, as the some of these BHI out of their own mouths, they say that they ruled Europe, and if they did, it was under the same system. They came here in 1492 and they colonized the Americas together, and that's what it is. That's how it went. And now everything that has happened, everything's being exposed, the veil is being removed. You know, you are going to see war, hell, like you've never seen before. And troops are coming here, foreign troops en masse. And I mean, you probably can't imagine it right now, but it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And yeah, that's all I have to say. And, you know, just get right with your people, I guess I could say that.
Hey, hold on. He goes, that's all I have to say after he scared everybody and shit. Like, hey, freaking, gee, I'll be real, though. It's crazy. Let me share something with you guys before we finish it off. Hold on a second. All right, let me go do a shit right here. I want to share with these pictures that a brother sent to me, man. He thought it was very special. Look. He sent that stuff to me. I don't know. I don't know. But this is important. Read this right here. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me make it smaller. So, the legendary badass warrior in the 1500s, Machupe warrior Galvanido had both hands cut off as a punishment for defying the Spaniards. You know, those Negroes, colonizers and shit, you know what I'm saying? And the white ones too. No, hell no. The Negro colonizers. So our people were like fighting with you Negroes, motherfuckers, since the beginning of time. And we're going to do it still this very day. He then returned home, raised an army, and fought the Spanish conquistadors, black and white, with his blade tied to the stubs of his hand, bro. Like, you bastards. I know that it's very difficult for you guys to understand what the fuck that means. Let me see if you got any more. Okay, sounds good. Let me say this right here. Hold on a second real quick. Hold on. What are the plans that I have? Sounds good. Hey, you know what, Barrett? That's it. I guess we're done. By the way, I'll say this right now. I will let a couple of people come on the live. If you guys want to talk about a little bit of what we learned. If anybody wants to say some shit and, you know, show like appreciation or remind our people like, hey man, we need to stay strong in the Lord, or maybe we can just, you know. Anyhow, while you guys try to figure that out, I am going to play some music. Matter of fact, hold on a second. Oh, no, hold on. No, I'm not done yet. Check this out.
hours after Israel launched one of the most aggressive airstrikes on strategic sites in Iran.
So yeah. Listen, family. I'm just gonna say to you, like, man, you guys can start protecting your family. Collect your money. Make sure that the banks or wherever you have money saved in the banks, like maybe you need to start pulling it out. I don't know, bro. I'm not one to say that shit to you because you know apparently people listen to me. You need to really check what the fuck's going on. Let's continue.
The world wondered how Tehran would respond. It didn't take long to get the answer. That night, Israel's air defense system was forced to work beyond its limits. From western Iran, hundreds of missiles and drones were launched simultaneously towards the heart of Israel. Tel Aviv, a city that has long been considered a symbol of economic strength and stability, became one of the main targets that surprised not only the number of projectiles fired, but also the speed and scale of the coordinated attacks. The radar signal was full, in just a matter of minutes. Thousands of civilians rushed to shelters. What happened that night not only shook Israel, but also sent a sharp message to the world. This conflict has entered a new phase. Tensions between Israel and Iran.
I believe that they're trying to get. I think I understand what you're saying. They're trying to get rid of people because they know that we're not going to fight for them and shit. They're excluding everybody that is not going to fight for them, and they're going to seclude everybody that's going to fight for them. This is the big ass picture, Pamela. It's time. Repent. Take care of your family. Love your family. Love your mom. Love your dad. Like, remember, if you really did really bad, let it go. It's time. Let's continue.
Iran are nothing new. However, the latest escalation began when Israel, with the tacit support of the United States.
Right there, it's true. The president, apparently, she's telling people without really telling people, we need to go back home. That's what they're saying. That's what they're actually saying. They're saying, go back home. I'm not lying, man. I'm telling you right now. They're saying, go back home. The scriptures talk about, like, get out of Babylon.
And its allies launched air operations into several areas in Iran. Nuclear facilities, military headquarters, and strategic communications centers were targeted. A number of Iranian scientists and officials were reportedly also victims. The reason given was that Iran was suspected of accelerating the development of nuclear weapons. But until the attack was launched, there was no concrete evidence. Even the EO World Nuclear Organization has not issued an...
I'm going to go back home, family. I'm telling you right now. I'm already planning myself. I already been talking about my family. We're already planning on some shit. This is not going to be overnight. It's not going to be like, oh my God, in 6 months. No. You need to start planning. I'm telling you, please trust me. Trust me. Time to move on.
Official statement about the serious violations committed by Iran. In other words, these accusations do not stand on a solid foundation. Many observers call this Israeli move a form of unilateral provocation and not a preventive measure. This attack was carried out without the approval of the international community. The tyrants also called it open aggression. And responding to it is their right to defend their sovereignty.
Why I believe that what this is going on is because of this right here. So in case you guys don't understand, because this is what I do, bro. I always teach facts, okay? So you guys that don't understand who the fuck we are, maybe, just maybe you'll understand who the fuck we are. But I didn't say wait. Listen to this right here real quick, okay? Here it goes.
Es un criminal sionista, lo digo abiertamente, él apoyó a Trump y es íntimo de Netanyahu. Entonces, cuando llegó Netanyahu a Dallas, Texas, que había un grupo de judíos o israelíes, no sé cómo se diga ya eso, le decían, oye, ¿por qué persigues tanto a los palestinos? Y les dice, los palestinos son para nosotros los israelíes lo que los mexicanos son para ustedes en Estados Unidos. Entonces, yo veo la palestinización de los mexicanos en Estados Unidos.
Con todos
Lo
los
adelanto.
componentes.
¿Cómo?
Con todos los componentes, porque primero Estados Unidos le roba el territorio a México, después le termina de construir un muro, después los ataques xenófobos y racistas por un componente étnico y religioso también. ¿Qué falta?
Bueno, falta el último capítulo. Vamos a empezar a ver, hay que tenerlo en el escenario, una gran discriminación sobre los mexicanos. Eso a mí me queda muy claro. Y Estados Unidos, porque aquí la pureza blanca del WASP, del racismo, supremacismo, es igual que la pureza inventada de los nuevos judíos del siglo XXI, que ni son semitas. Lo digo con responsabilidad. Hoy uno llega a Tel Aviv y el 25% habla ruso. Son de origen házaro. Los házaros, lo digo también con definiciones puntuales, son mongoles centroasiáticos. No son semitas. En Estados Unidos, que es un criminal,
These names and family stories have been killed. These names and family stories have been killed. We even do this. I just lost it. I don't want to be politically correct. No, every human matters. Alice in Bethlehem matters. Yasmin, every single girl that is being killed, Mariam that is still surviving, and every day I check her father's Instagram to make sure that Mariam and her father and her brother are still alive and giving us that feed from Gaza. These people are not only equal. I'm done with being politically correct. We are more important. We are the indigenous people. These are the indigenous people. These are the Semites of the world. These are the people who are directly and genetically related to Jesus Christ. The ones that are being massacred by people coming from Poland and most recently from Brazil, from the United States of America. These people are invading Palestine, this holy land, and killing the indigenous people. And if you want to talk about racism, and if you want to talk about superiority and supremacy, I think people who have survived 76 years of all kinds of persecution, they are way more important than myself, George, and anybody who's been entitled and have dual passports and have been, spoiled all their lives. They are.
Yeah, and what we say is that we migrated from over there. Some people get offended by me saying that. They say that we might. Okay, sounds good. Listen to this real quick. I appreciate you, brother, for doing this. Look at this. It's nice. And then this is important too. Read it. A legendary badass warrior. In the 1500s, Machupe warrior Galvanito had both hands cut off as a punishment for defying the Spanish. He then returned home, raised an army, and fought the Spanish with his blade tied to the stubs of his hand. That's called a warrior. You don't know who we are. You have no idea how fucking powerful we are. None of you guys know how powerful you guys are. Let's continue.
More than 150 ballistic missiles including Shab-3 and Sejal were launched from Iran towards Israel. Plus about 100 kamikaze and reconnaissance drones. All were directed at various strategic targets in Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, the Negev military base, and infrastructure in Ashdod and Be'er-Sheva. According to preliminary reports from the field, dozens of missiles managed to penetrate the Iron Dome defense and hit several cities. In Tel Aviv, smoke billowed from the industrial area and explosions were heard repeatedly in the southern districts of the city. Sirens blared incessantly. Residents ran to bunkers in the cities of Ashkelon and Nedovo. Several buildings were destroyed, fires burned residential areas, ambulances and rescue teams were milling.
Let me use that real quick. That's a good scripture. Deuteronomy 32:8. And then we're done. And I'm going to finish it real quick, bro. It says, when the Most High divided the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. You know what he said? That means that there was division, meaning that these divisions were based on who we were. You guys are going to find out who the fuck we are pretty soon. Pretty fucking soon. I know that BHI is like, hey, listen, Hispanics are fucking Issachars. You guys are donkeys and shit. Shut the fuck up. You Canaanites, bro. Wisdom of Solomon 1 and 4. For into a malicious soul, wisdom shall not enter. Hold on a second. Let me read it again. For into a malicious soul, wisdom shall not enter, nor dwell in the body that is subject unto sin. So then we go back to the beginning of the class. What did we say? A wicked woman is given to a portion as a wicked man. Y'all motherfucking wicked ass people, bro. You are Canaanites. Shut the fuck up. Swallow your pride. Accept your fucking destruction. And that's it. Apparently, you don't want to deal with that shit. It says, for the Holy Spirit of discipline will flee deceit. You see what I'm saying? Eventually, it's going to get rid of you, motherfuckers. Hey, listen, BHI, come on, bro. Stop lying, bro. Like, you came to a video like, you're supposed to worship a black man because he was going to the first day. Bro, that motherfucker didn't go to nothing. He had slaves. He had slaves just like the white man, bro. That's sad, man. That's just so sad and shit. And it's just so fucking sad that you guys gave up your booty and shit. You literally gave up your booty. It's like in jail. You gave up the booty in jail because the black man loves that shit. Black man loves the booty in jail, and you gave up the booty outside of jail. Emocionados, homie. Let me tell you something, bro. You're talking to a leader, and no one's gonna bring this truth down. From now on, whenever you have a question, you let me know. BHI, ISUPK, General Yohana, you came to my channel and you never said it to your people. GMS, Sakari, all you guys have a welcoming environment in this channel. Prove me wrong. I'm calling you out. If you're the real Israelites, guess what? If we're the same people, guess what? I will fucking teach it. Show up. Shut up.
Around the streets. Meanwhile, in Jerusalem, the series of explosions and bright lights in the night sky showed how intense the air battle was. Although most of the projectiles were intercepted, the sheer volume of simultaneous attacks overwhelmed the defense system. The Israeli military itself admitted that this was one of the most complex and coordinated attacks they had ever experienced. In an effort to respond to this attack, Israel deployed all its best air defense systems from Iron Dome, David's Sling to Arrow Trig. Israel's allies, the United States, Britain,
Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo, Quieren pensar, sin ni siquiera estar al mando. Tanta publicidad subliminal te está matando. Les cuesta decidir por sí mismos cuál es su mando. Publican sonrisas con el corazón llorando. Quieren brillar, pero sin tener que valerse de tener sus ideas propias. Los veo a todos igual, solo son la réplica de la imitación de una triste copia. Obedece, la vida es un suspiro y envejeces. Te dejas distraer por estupideces y pierdes el eje. Te duele por dentro, entonces te creces, pero aceptas mucho menos de lo que mereces.
¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. Conserva tu juicio y tu intuición, más activos que el que lucha por lo suyo y no se rinde. Yo ya sé bien cuál es mi misión, y es contarte que el mal por su propio pie pronto se extingue. No caigas bajo su control, pues por la televisión es normal que mal lo pinte. Tú mantente firme en conexión con la fuente de creación, vivirás siempre de fin de. Dios abre los ojos, dime lo que ves. A tus propios hijos matándose por billetes. Niños mueren cada 2 por 3. Pa' unos es bendición, con otros por su causa pequen. Y yo que intento ser un ser crístico, voy bendiciendo hasta los diablos. Piensan que es cierto el mensaje típico. Dicen que invento lo del engaño, y mientras lucho contra mis errores, demonios escucho, me ofrecen soluciones, pero sé que hay un ángel que quiere que mejore. Me dice haz un trabajo interno antes de que lo ignores, antes que otra vez llores y se llenen los mares de pena y de dolores, ya que en mi mente no caben. La paz no va en un sobre, somos algo importante. Nunca te revelaste y por eso no lo sabes. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar.
Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido. No. Todos repiten lo que dice el referente. Discursos vacíos lejos de ser coherentes. De lo que no sabes será mejor que no inventes. Que investigues y no te dejes lavar la mente.
¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar.
Pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo. Cuando miras a otro lado, los fantasmas del pasado no se detendrán hasta verte derrumbado. Peores lo hemos pasado. Andaba a golpes con la tristeza, me aportó riqueza, me otorgó sabiduría, pues se dibujaba en todas mis piezas. Yo con alegría le daba color después. La aguja sigue girando, tiempo parece burlar de mí. Dijo que sanaría esperando, pero creo que la espina aún sigue ahí. Con los dedos lo voy palpando, cierro los puños, escapa de aquí. Agonizando, no me espera el tiempo, no voy a esperar por ti.
Nuestras huellas en la orilla se han borrado por la mano. aviones nadan y los barcos vuelan. Ey, aunque parezca que va bien, no sabes bien si va mal. Besos que pueden doler, ojos que pueden matar. Tengo mi alma en el almacén encerrada, mi corazón está en huelga, mis sentimientos en ámbar. Gente, Calamala dijo que estaría presente. Fallaron como nunca, se fueron para siempre. Millones de razones para vengarme, pero a veces duele más actuar indiferente.
Como no quieren ver ahogados, tenemos branquias y cerrados los bronquios como la mente de un guardia. Yo soy la montaña y vine con la cordillera. Más cojones que tu ganga tiene una madre soltera. Tú cúbrete si suena a mí, tú. A mí la tengo soldado fumando de su palulú. Y un conjuro de grimorio me lo salva del velorio. Pa' tener pila valorio, se matan vestidos de emporio. Y yo no quiero una pistola, estoy soñando de la vida que quería, me llega a tiempo. Desde que yo la vi sola, loco ando. Vino a verme cuando el sol se estaba poniendo y se dejó una pluma y se perdió en la bruma. Nunca se despidió de mí, ey. Nunca se despidió de mí, ey.
Vivo en un mundo que parece roto y sé que no, porque todo es perfecto y lo debo plasmar. Me fumo un trocolor tras otro y lo veo todo otro color. Me siento libre porque vuelvo a conectar. Mi gente sufre y no lo puedo evitar, más que dándole consejos siempre desde la humildad. Es su camino hacia la fraternidad. Solo puedo que enseñarles a respetar y amar. Con esta bendición, como no voy a aprovechar los códigos que llegan, los tenemos que aceptar. Si me reencarné fue para ayudar y no para malgastar mi tiempo en beneficio del mal. En la unión nace la fuerza y eso nos hace juntar las ganas que siempre tuvimos para iluminar a la gente que se le ocurra y la malla armonizar. Vinimos para dar fuego a la que no nos va a quemar.
Arda y por dentro la llama, no puedo contener la ras. Churruscao el corazón, el armazón no puede llegar a pesarme más. Si abro la boca, tu tumba al suelo, me muelo a diario y sobrado de gas. Escupo ristas perfectas, baladas de versos eternos, no mueren jamás. Cuando acabe mi condena, me vi muy solo y perdido. Cada vez más negra la flema, más elegante el problema, pero planté cara a todos mis enemigos. Recuperé las ganas, las fuerzas y el garbo. Dedico requiems a mis diablos, que aquí estoy vivo de milagro. Delicadas flores crecieron entre los cardos. Me dicen bien, es más delgado que de costumbre. Será de tanto que he bailado en el alambre, que a tanta pena es mejor no ponerle nombre. Llevamos la música en vena, nuestra sangre.
Declaraciones.
Un poco sobreiluminados en bueno.
Sí, porque pueden jugar.
El cielo es
Luego
nuestro.
levantó sol.
Estamos aquí, oye, que estamos aquí. Mírame, estamos aquí. Desde hace rato, cuando ustedes llegaron, ya estaban las huellas de nuestros zapatos. Se robaron hasta la comida de gato y todavía se están lamiendo el plato. Bien encabronados con estos ingratos. Hoy le doy duro a los tambores hasta que me acusen de maltrato. Si no entiendes el dato, pues te lo tiro en cumbia, bossa nova, tango o vallenato. A lo Calaboy y bambú, bien frontú, con sangre caliente como Timbuktu. Estamos dentro del menú. Tupac se llama Tupac por Tupac Amaru del Perú. América no es solo USA, papá. Esto es desde Tierra del Fuego hasta Canadá. Hay que ser bien bruto, bien hueco. Es como decir que África es solo Marruecos. Estos canallas se les olvidó que el calendario que usan se lo inventaron los mayas con la Valdivia precolombina. Desde hace tiempo, este continente camina, pero ni con toda la marina pueden sacar de la vitrina la peste campesina. Esto va para el capataz de la empresa. El machete no es solo para cortar caña, también es para cortar cabeza.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete muerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Te muerde, te muerde.
Los paramilitares, las guerrillas, los hijos del conflicto, las pandillas, las listas negras, los falsos positivos, los periodistas asesinados, los desaparecidos, los narcogobiernos, todos los que robaron, los que se manifiestan y los que se olvidaron, las persecuciones, los golpes de estado, el país en quiebra, los exiliados, el peso devaluado, el tráfico de droga, los carteles, las invasiones, los emigrantes sin papeles, 5 presidentes en 11 días, disparo a quemarropa por parte de la policía, más de 100 años de tortura, la nova trova cantando en plena dictadura, somos la sangre que sopla la presión atmosférica, Gambino mi hermano, esto sí es América.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde, si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde, si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Mi gente, por ahí andan las noticias que según quieren deportar a toda la raza trabajadora y les hicimos este corrido, compa Kevin.
Para que le pongan oído, dice más o menos así, compadre. Años tengo trabajando de este lado, buscando el mentado sueño americano.
Los gringos aquí ya no nos quieren, que según les estorbamos.
Se menciona mucho en los noticieros, traen muchos mitotes esos del gobierno.
Resulta ya quieren deportarme, en eso no estamos de acuerdo.
Resulta que por ser inmigrante mi valor es insignificante. Si supieran lo que batallamos para salir adelante.
Ya con día salimos a chambear, no creo que a nadie le hagamos mal. Ya quisiera verlos trabajando como lo hace este ilegal. ¿Y qué culpa tenemos nosotros los inmigrantes por querer buscar nuestros sueños? ¡Ánimo, mi gente! Y no se me rajen.
Y así suena los de la norte, compa Jesús Méndez. Puro elegante récord, mi viejo. ¡Ay, ay, ay!
Unos días no duermo y otros como mal, pa' que a mi familia nada le pueda faltar.
Se murió mi madre y a mi padre, espero volverlo a mirar.
Canto por mi gente, no se vayan a agüitar, que Diosito es grande y de esta ley nos va a salvar.
Nomás acuérdense de Florida, nos volvieron a ocupar.
Resulta que por ser inmigrante mi valor es insignificante. Si supieran lo que hemos sufrido para salir adelante.
Día con día salimos a chambear, no creo que nadie le hagamos mal. Ya quisiera verlos trabajando como lo hace este ilegal.
Me está diciendo Claudia Shemo ya otayo. Shabete ya comera javeni que no poca lluvia. Tita pero vemos que ac.
De donde soy no nos rajamos, cualquier tierra la trabajamos.
El sacrificio jamás es en vano, que hasta el espacio hemos llegado.
Where we are from no nos rajamos, and
paisano, hermano, amigo, soy mexicano. Y cambiamos de lugar, no de bandera. Verde, blanco y rojo lo llevo en las venas. Como el águila volamos sin fronteras. Rompemos la malla que separa tierras. Y nacimos con legado de grandeza. Extraño mi rancho, también mi familia, pueblo querido que no se me olvida, aunque de este lado me trajo la vida, siempre paradela como Pancho Villa. Y cambiamos de lugar, no de bandera, verde, blanco, rojo lo llevo en las venas, como el águila volamos sin fronteras, rompemos la malla que separa tierras y nacimos con legado de grandeza.
A nuestras mujeres y madres inmigrantes, un ejemplo de fuerza y valor. ¡Y que viva México!
Y aunque el acta diga americano, hay en puro mexicano.
Y cambiamos de lugar, no de bandera. Verde, blanco y rojo lo llevo en mis venas.
Como el águila volamos sin fronteras. Rompemos la malla que separa tierras. Y nacimos con legado de grandeza.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos, Tu cuerpo queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros, la pena tan grande. Yo soy tú, tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.